Chapter 14. 6 Emperors at the same time. Reunion of the Empire. Troubles after the abdication of Diocletian. Death of Constantius. Elevation of Constantine and Maxentius. 6 Emperors at the same time. Death of Maximian and Galerius. Victories of Constantine over Maxentius and Licinus. Reunion of the empire under the authority of Constantine. The balance of power established by Diocletian subsisted no longer than while it was sustained by the firm and dexterous hand of the founder. It required such a fortunate mixture of different tempers and abilities as could scarcely be found or even expected a second time. 2 emperors without jealousy, 2 Caesars without ambition, and the same general interest invariably pursued by 4 independent princes. The abdication of Diocletian and Maximian was succeeded by 18 years of discord and confusion. The empire was afflicted by 5 civil wars, and the remainder of the time was not so much a state of tranquility as a suspension of arms between several hostile monarchs who, viewing each other with an eye of fear and hatred, strove to increase their respective forces at the expense of their subjects. As soon as Diocletian and Maximian had resigned the purple, their station, according to the rules of the new constitution, was filled by the 2 Caesars, Constantius and Galerius, who immediately assumed the title of Augustus. 1.1. Return. M. de Montesquieu, Considérations sur la grandeur et la décadence des Romains, cf. 7 supposes, on the authority of Orosius and Eusebius, that, on this occasion, the empire for the first time was really divided into 2 parts. It is difficult, however, to discover in what respect the plan of Galerius differed from that of Diocletian. The honors of seniority and precedence were allowed to the former of those princes, and he continued under a new appellation to administer his ancient department of Gaul, Spain, and Britain. The government of those ample provinces was sufficient to exercise his talents and to satisfy his ambition. Clemency, temperance, and moderation distinguished the amiable character of Constantius, and his fortunate subjects had frequently occasion to compare the virtues of their sovereign with the passions of Maximian, and even with the arts of Diocletian. 2. Instead of imitating their Eastern pride and magnificence, Constantius preserved the modesty of a Roman prince. He declared with unaffected sincerity that his most valued treasure was in the hearts of his people, and that, whenever the dignity of the throne or the danger of the state required any extraordinary supply, he could depend with confidence on their gratitude and liberality. 3. The provincials of Gaul, Spain, and Britain, sensible of his worth and of their own happiness, reflected with anxiety on the declining health of the Emperor Constantius and the tender age of his numerous family, the issue of his second marriage with the daughter of Maximian. 2. Return. Hic non modo amabilis, sed etiam venerabilis Gallis fuit, praecipu quod Diocletiani suspectam prudentiam, et Maximiani sanguinariam violigius evasseron. Eutrop. Breviar. Exer I3. Return a divitias provincialium memel. Provinciarum ac plivatorum studens, fisi commoda non ad modum affectans, ducens que melius publicas opessa privatis haberi, quam intra unum claustrum reservari. Ibidi. He carried this maxim so far that whenever he gave an entertainment he was obliged to borrow a service of plate. The stern temper of Galerius was cast in a very different mold, and while he commanded the esteem of his subjects, he seldom condescended to solicit their affections. His fame in arms and, above all, the success of the Persian War had elated his haughty mind, which was naturally impatient of a superior or even of an equal. If it were possible to rely on the partial testimony of an injudicious writer, we might ascribe the abdication of Diocletian to the menaces of Galerius, and relate the particulars of a private conversation between the 2 princes, in which the former discovered as much pusillanimity as the latter displayed ingratitude and arrogance. 4. But these obscure anecdotes are sufficiently refuted by an impartial view of the character and conduct of Diocletian. Whatever might otherwise have been his intentions, if he had apprehended any danger from the violence of Galerius, his good sense would have instructed him to prevent the ignominious contest, and as he had held the scepter with glory, he would have resigned it without disgrace. 4. Return. Lactantius de mort. Persecutor. c. 18. Were the particulars of this conference more consistent with truth and decency, we might still ask how they came to the knowledge of an obscure rhetorician. But there are many historians who put us in mind of the admirable saying of the great Condé to Cardinal de Retz. Ces coquins nous font parler et agir, comme ils auraient fait eu, même à notre place. Note: this attack upon Lactantius is unfounded. Lactantius was so far from having been an obscure rhetorician that he had taught rhetoric publicly and with the greatest success first in Africa and afterwards in Nicomedia. His reputation obtained him the esteem of Constantine, who invited him to his court and entrusted to him the education of his son Crispus. The facts which he relates took place during his own time. He cannot be accused of dishonesty or imposture. Satis me vixisi arbitraberit officium hominis implesi syllabor meos aliquos hominis, ab erroribus iberatos, aditer coeles direxerit. De opif, Dei cap. 20. The eloquence of Lactantius has caused him to be called the Christian Cicero. Anon gent. G. Yet no unprejudiced person can read discourse and particular private conversation of the two emperors without assenting to the justice of Gibbon's severe sentence. But the authorship of the treatise is by no means certain. The fame of Lactantius for eloquence as well as for truth would suffer no loss if it should be adjudged to some more obscure rhetorician. Manso, in his Leben Constantins des Grossen, concurs on this point with Gibbon Bailage IV. After the elevation of Constantius and Galerius to the rank of Quesi, to complete the system of the imperial government. Diocletian was sincerely desirous of withdrawing himself from the world. He considered Galerius, who had married his daughter, as the firmest support of his family and of the empire, and he consented without reluctance that his successor should assume the merit as well as the envy of the important nomination. It was fixed without consulting the interest or inclination of the princes of the West. Each of them had a son who was arrived at the age of manhood, and who might have been deemed the most natural candidates for the vacant honor. But the impotent resentment of Maximian was no longer to be dreaded, and the moderate Constantius, though he might despise the dangers, was humanely apprehensive of the calamities of civil war. The two persons whom Galerius promoted to the rank of Caesar were much better suited to serve the views of his ambition, and their principal recommendation seems to have consisted in the want of merit or personal consequence. The first of these was Daza, or, as he was afterwards called, Maximin, whose mother was the sister of Galerius. The unexperienced youth still betrayed, by his manners and language, his rustic education, when, to his own astonishment as well as that of the world, he was invested by Diocletian with the purple, exalted to the dignity of Caesar, and entrusted with the sovereign command of Egypt and Syria. 5. At the same time, Severus, a faithful servant, addicted to pleasure, but not incapable of business, was sent to Milan to receive, from the reluctant hands of Maximian, the Caesarian ornaments and the possession of Italy and Africa. According to the forms of the constitution, Severus acknowledged the supremacy of the Western emperor, but he was absolutely devoted to the commands of his benefactor Galerius, who, reserving to himself the intermediate countries from the confines of Italy to those of Syria, firmly established his power over 3/4 of the monarchy. In the full confidence that the approaching death of Constantius would leave him sole master of the Roman world, we are assured that he had arranged in his mind a long succession of future princes, and that he meditated his own retreat from public life, after he should have accomplished a glorious reign of about 20 years. 675 Return. Sublatus nupera pecoribus et Silvis, says Lactantius de MPC, 19 statim scutarius, continuo protector, Vox tribunus, postradis Caesar, excepit Orientem. Aurelius Victor is too liberal in giving him the whole portion of Diocletian. 6. Return. His diligence and fidelity are acknowledged even by Lactantius, de MP, cu 18. 19 cu 19. The 7 Return. These schemes, however, rest only on the very doubtful authority of Lactantius de MPC. But within less than 18 months, 2 unexpected revolutions overturned the ambitious schemes of Galerius. The hopes of uniting the western provinces to his empire were disappointed by the elevation of Constantine, whilst Italy and Africa were lost by the successful revolt of Maxentius. The fame of Constantine has rendered posterity attentive to the most minute circumstances of his life and actions. The place of his birth, as well as the condition of his mother Helena, have been the subject not only of literary but of national disputes. Notwithstanding the recent tradition which assigns for her father a British king, we are obliged to confess that Helena was the daughter of an innkeeper, but at the same time we may defend the legality of her marriage against those who have represented her as the concubine of Constantius. 9. The great Constantine was most probably born at Nisus in Dacia. 10. And it is not surprising that, in a family and province distinguished only by the profession of arms, the youth should discover very little inclination to improve his mind by the acquisition of knowledge. 11. He was about 18 years of age when his father was promoted to the rank of Caesar, but that fortunate event was attended with his mother's divorce, and the splendor of an imperial alliance reduced the son of Helena to a state of disgrace and humiliation. Instead of following Constantius in the west, he remained in the service of Diocletian, signalized his valor in the wars of Egypt and Persia, and gradually rose to the honorable station of a tribune of the first order. The figure of Constantine was tall and majestic. He was dexterous in all his exercises, intrepid in war, affable in peace. In his whole conduct, the active spirit of youth was tempered by habitual prudence, and while his mind was engrossed by ambition, he appeared cold and insensible to the allurements of pleasure. The favor of the people and soldiers, who had named him as a worthy candidate for the rank of Caesar, served only to exasperate the jealousy of Galerius, and though prudence might restrain him from exercising any open violence, an absolute monarch is seldom at a loss how to execute a sure and secret revenge. 12. Every hour increased the danger of Constantine and the anxiety of his father, who, by repeated letters, expressed the warmest desire of embracing his son. For some time the policy of Galerius supplied him with delays and excuses, but it was impossible long to refuse so natural a request of his associate without maintaining his refusal by arms. The permission of the journey was reluctantly granted, and whatever precautions the emperor might have taken to intercept a return, the consequences of which he, with so much reason, apprehended, they were effectually disappointed by the incredible diligence of Constantine. 13. Leaving the palace of Nicomedia in the night, he traveled post through Bithynia, Thrace, Dacia, Pannonia, Italy, and Gaul, and, amidst the joyful acclamations of the people, reached the port of Boulogne in the very moment when his father was preparing to embark for Britain. 14.8. Return. Its return, unknown to the contemporaries of Constantine, was invented in the darkness of monasteries, was embellished by Geoffrey of Monmouth, and the writers of the 6th century, has been defended by our antiquarians of the last age, and is seriously related in the ponderous History of England, compiled by Mr. Cartay, Vol. IP 47. He transports, however, the kingdom of Coil, the imaginary father of Helena, from Essex to the wall of Antoninus. 9. Return. Eutropius X. 2. Expresses in a few words the real truth and the occasion of the error, ex obscuriori matrimonio, ejus filius. Zosimus Elo Eki. p. 78 eagerly seized the most unfavorable report, and is followed by Orosius, v. 25, whose authority is oddly enough overlooked by the indefatigable. By insisting on the divorce of Helena, Diocletian acknowledged her marriage. 10. Return. There are 3 opinions with regard to the place of Constantine's birth. 1. Our English antiquarians were used to dwell with rapture on the words of his panegyrist, Britannia's illis oriendo nobilis fecisti. But this celebrated passage may be referred with as much propriety to the accession as to the nativity of Constantine. 2. Some of the modern Greeks have ascribed the honor of his birth to Drepanum, a town on the Gulf of Nicomedia, Cellarius Tom. E.E. p. 1704, which Constantine dignified with the name of Helenopolis, and Justinian adorned with many splendid buildings, Procop. De Edificis, v2. It is indeed probable enough that Helena's father kept an inn at Drepanum, and that Constantius might lodge there when he returned from a Persian embassy, in the reed of Accenurist. But in the wandering life of a soldier, the place of his marriage and the places where his children are born have very little connection with each other. 3. The claim of Nasus is supported by the anonymous writer, published at the end of Ammianus, p. 710, and who in general copied very good materials, and it is confirmed by Julius Firmicus, De Astrologia Lic. 4, who flourished under the reign of Constantine himself. Some objections have been raised against the integrity of the text and the application of the passage of Firmicus, but the former is established by the best miss, and the latter is very ably defended by Lipsius de Magnitudine Romana Livc. 11. Et supplement. 11 on return. Literus minus instructus. Anonym. Ad Ammian. p. 710. 12 return Galerius, or perhaps his own combat with the Sarmatian U. Anonyma. p. 710. And with a monstrous lion. See Praxagoras apud Fortium, p. 63. Praxagoras, an Athenian philosopher, had written a life of Constantine in 2 books, which are now lost. He was a contemporary. The 13 returned Zosimus, Lii, p. 78-79, Lactantius de MPC, 24. The former tells a very foolish story, that Constantine caused all the post horses which he had used to be hamstrung. Such a bloody execution, without preventing a pursuit, would have scattered suspicions and might have stopped his journey. Note: Zosimus is not the only writer who tells this story. The younger Victor confirms it. Ad frustrandos insequenti, quaqua ita agereti interficiens. Aurelius Victor de Caesar says the same thing, g. as also the anonymous Velezi. Emhimanso a leben Constantines p. 18, obsertin e putin I omchasher. Emhiman 14 returner I can t. Panegyr, vetter. Vi. 4, but Zosimus Lii, p. 79 Eusebius de Vit. Constant, Li. c. 21, and Lactantius de M. p.c. 24, suppose with less accuracy that he found his father on his deathbed. The British expedition and an easy victory over the barbarians of Caledonia were the last exploits of the reign of Constantius. He ended his life in the imperial palace of York 15 months after he had received the title of Augustus, and almost 14 years and a half after he had been promoted to the rank of Caesar. His death was immediately succeeded by the elevation of Constantine. The ideas of inheritance and succession are so very familiar that the generality of mankind consider them as founded not only in reason but in nature itself. Our imagination readily transfers the same principles from private property to public dominion, and whenever a virtuous father leaves behind him a son whose merit seems to justify the esteem or even the hopes of the people, the joint influence of prejudice and of affection operates with irresistible weight. The flower of the Western armies had followed Constantius into Britain, and the national troops were reinforced by a numerous body of Alemanni, who obeyed the orders of Crocus, one of their hereditary chieftains. 15. The opinion of their own importance and the assurance that Britain, Gaul, and Spain would acquiesce in their nomination were diligently inculcated to the legions by the adherents of Constantine. The soldiers were asked whether they could hesitate a moment between the honor of placing at their head the worthy son of their beloved emperor and the ignominy of tamely expecting the arrival of some obscure stranger on whom it might please the sovereign of Asia to bestow the armies and provinces of the West. It was insinuated to them that gratitude and liberality held a distinguished place among the virtues of Constantine. Nor did that artful prince show himself to the troops till they were prepared to salute him with the names of Augustus and Emperor. The throne was the object of his desires, and had he been less actuated by ambition, it was his only means of safety. He was well acquainted with the character and sentiments of Galerius, and sufficiently apprised that if he wished to live he must determine to reign. The decent and even obstinate resistance which he chose to effect, 16, was contrived to justify his usurpation. Nor did he yield to the acclamations of the army, till he had provided the proper materials for a letter, which he immediately dispatched to the Emperor of the East. Constantine informed him of the melancholy event of his father's death, modestly asserted his natural claim to the succession, and respectfully lamented that the affectionate violence of his troops had not permitted him to solicit the imperial purple in the regular and constitutional manner. The first emotions of Galerius were those of surprise, disappointment, and rage, and as he could seldom restrain his passions, he loudly threatened that he would commit to the flames both the letter and the messenger. But his resentment insensibly subsided, and when he recollected the doubtful chance of war, When he had weighed the character and strength of his adversary, he consented to embrace the honorable accommodation which the prudence of Constantine had left open to him. Without either condemning or ratifying the choice of the British army, Galerius accepted the son of his deceased colleague as the sovereign of the provinces beyond the Alps, but he gave him only the title of Caesar and the fourth rank among the Roman princes, whilst he conferred the vacant place of Augustus on his favorite Severus. The apparent harmony of the empire was still preserved, and Constantine, who already possessed the substance, expected without impatience an opportunity of obtaining the honors of supreme power. 1715 Return. Anni tentibus sed praecipue coco ali, ehoque basi, ali ehoque eric a auxili gratia Constantium comitato, imperium capita, Victor Jr. c. 41. This is perhaps the first instance of a barbarian king who assisted the Roman arms with an independent body of his own subjects. The practice grew familiar and at last became fatal. His panegyrist Eumenius V. 8 ventures to affirm in the presence of Constantine that he put spurs to his horse and tried, but in vain, to escape from the hands of his soldiers. To 17 Return. Lactantius de Mempi c. 25. Eumenius vi. 8 gives a rhetorical turn to the whole transaction. The children of Constantius by his second marriage were 6 in number, 3 of either sex and of Helena, but Constantine was in the 32nd year of his age, in the full vigor both of mind and body, at the time when the eldest of his brothers could not possibly be more than 13 years old. His claim of superior merit had been allowed and ratified by the dying emperor. 18. In his last moments, Constantius bequeathed to his eldest son the care of the safety as well as greatness of the family, conjuring him to assume both the authority and the sentiments of a father with regard to the children of Theodora. Their liberal education, advantageous marriages, the secure dignity of their lives, and the first honors of the state with which they were invested, attest the fraternal affection of Constantine, and as those princes possessed a mild and grateful disposition, they submitted without reluctance to the superiority of his genius and fortune. 1918 Return. The choice of Constantine by his dying father, which is warranted by reason and insinuated by Eumenius, seems to be confirmed by the most unexceptionable authority, the concurring evidence of Lactantius de MPC 24 and of Libanius, Oratio I, of Eusebius Inviti, Constantine, Lic 1821, and of Julian, Oratio it 19 Return. Of the 3 sisters of Constantine, Constantia married the emperor Licinius, Anastasia the Caesar Bassianus, and Eutropia the consul Nepotianus. The 3 brothers were Dalmatius, Julius Constantius, and Annibalianus, of whom we shall have occasion to speak hereafter. 2. The ambitious spirit of Galerius was scarcely reconciled to the disappointment of his views upon the Gallic provinces. The long absence of the emperors had filled Rome with discontent and indignation, and the people gradually discovered that the preference given to Nicomedia and Milan was not to be ascribed to the particular inclination of Diocletian, but to the permanent form of government which he had instituted. It was in vain that, a few months after his abdication, his successors dedicated, under his name, those magnificent baths whose ruins still supply the ground, as well as the materials for so many churches and convents. 20. The tranquillity of those elegant recesses of ease and luxury was disturbed by the impatient murmurs of the Romans, and a report was insensibly circulated that the sums expended in erecting those buildings would soon be required at their hands. About that time, the avarice of Galerius, or perhaps the exigencies of the state, had induced him to make a very strict and rigorous inquisition into the property of his subjects for the purpose of a general taxation, both on their lands and on their persons. A very minute survey appears to have been taken of their real estates, and wherever there was the slightest suspicion of concealment, torture was very freely employed to obtain a sincere declaration of their personal wealth. 21. The privileges which had exalted Italy above the rank of the provinces were no longer regarded. 21 End, and the officers of the revenue already began to number the Roman people, and to settle the proportion of the new taxes. Even when the spirit of freedom had been utterly extinguished, the tamest subjects have sometimes ventured to resist an unprecedented invasion of their property. But on this occasion the injury was aggravated by the insult, and the sense of private interest was quickened by that of national honor. The conquest of Macedonia, as we have already observed, had delivered the Roman people from the weight of personal taxes. Though they had experienced every form of despotism, they had now enjoyed that exemption near 500 years, nor could they patiently brook the insolence of an Illyrian peasant who, from his distant residence in Asia, presumed to number Rome among the tributary cities of his empire. The rising fury of the people was encouraged by the authority or at least the connivance of the Senate, and the feeble remains of the Praetorian Guards, who had reason to apprehend their own dissolution, embraced so honorable a pretense and declared their readiness to draw their swords in the service of their oppressed country. It was the wish, and it soon became the hope, of every citizen that after expelling from Italy their foreign tyrants, they should elect a prince who, by the place of his residence and by his maxims of government, might once more deserve the title of Roman emperor. The name, as well as the situation of Maxentius, determined in his favor the popular enthusiasm. 20 return see Gruta, Inscript, PA 78. The 6 princes are all mentioned, Diocletian and Maximian, as the senior Augusti and fathers of the emperors. They jointly dedicate, for the use of their own Romans, this magnificent edifice. The architects have delineated the ruins of these Thermae, and the antiquarians, particularly Donatus and Nardini, have ascertained the ground which they covered. One of the great rooms is now the Carthusian church, and even one of the porters' lodges is sufficient to form another church, which belongs to the Fuyans. 21 return. See Lactantius de MP, c. 26-31, 21-27, first 21 Ren, 21 return, in his memoir on Roman taxation, Mem. Bell, Academ. 1822-1823, p. 5, dates from this period the abolition of the jus italicum. He quotes a remarkable passage of Aurelius Victor, Hinc Denique parti Italiae, in vec tum tributorum ingens malum. Our. Vict. c. 39. It was a necessary consequence of the division of the empire. It became impossible to maintain a second court and executive, and leave so large and fruitful a part of the territory exempt from contribution. Maxentius was the son of the Emperor Maximian, and he had married the daughter of Galerius. His birth and alliance seemed to offer him the fairest promise of succeeding to the empire, but his vices and incapacity procured him the same exclusion from the dignity of Caesar, which Constantine had deserved by a dangerous superiority of merit. The policy of Galerius preferred such associates as would never disgrace the choice nor dispute the commands of their benefactor. An obscure stranger was therefore raised to the throne of Italy, and the son of the late Emperor of the West was left to enjoy the luxury of a private fortune in a villa a few miles distant from the capital. The gloomy passions of his soul, shame, vexation, and rage, were inflamed by envy on the news of Constantine's success, but the hopes of Maxentius revived with the public discontent, and he was easily persuaded to unite his personal injury and pretensions with the cause of the Roman people. 2 Praetorian tribunes and a commissary of provisions undertook the management of the conspiracy, and as every order of men was actuated by the same spirit, the immediate event was neither doubtful nor difficult. The prefect of the city and a few magistrates, who maintained their fidelity to Severus, were massacred by the guards, and Maxentius, invested with the imperial ornaments, was acknowledged by the applauding Senate and people as the protector of the Roman freedom and dignity. It is uncertain whether Maximian was previously acquainted with the conspiracy, but as soon as the standard of rebellion was erected at Rome, the old emperor broke from the retirement where the authority of Diocletian had condemned him to pass a life of melancholy and solitude, and concealed his returning ambition under the disguise of paternal tenderness. At the request of his son and of the Senate, he condescended to reassume the purple. His ancient dignity, his experience, and his fame in arms added strength as well as reputation to the party of Maxentius. 22 return. The 6th panegyric represents the conduct of Maximian in the most favorable light, and the ambiguous expression of Aurelius Victor, Retractante Duu, may signify either that he contrived or that he opposed the conspiracy. See Zosimus, Lie. 26. According to the advice, or rather the orders, of his colleague, the Emperor Severus immediately hastened to Rome in the full confidence that, by his unexpected celerity, he should easily suppress the tumult of an unwarlike populace commanded by a licentious youth. But he found on his arrival the gates of the city shut against him, the walls filled with men and arms, an experienced general at the head of the rebels, and his own troops without spirit or affection. A large body of Moors deserted to the enemy, allured by the promise of a large donative, and, if it be true that they had been levied by Maximian in his African war, preferring the natural feelings of gratitude to the artificial ties of allegiance. Anulinus, the Praetorian prefect, declared himself in favor of Maxentius and drew after him the most considerable part of the troops, accustomed to obey his commands. Rome, according to the expression of an orator, recalled her armies, and the unfortunate Severus, destitute of force and of counsel, retired, or rather fled with precipitation, to Ravenna. Here he might for some time have been safe. The fortifications of Ravenna were able to resist the attempts, and the morasses that surrounded the town were sufficient to prevent the approach of the Italian army. The sea, which Severus commanded with a powerful fleet, secured him an inexhaustible supply of provisions and gave a free entrance to the legions, which, on the return of spring, would advance to his assistance from Illyricum and the east. Maximian, who conducted the siege in person, was soon convinced that he might waste his time and his army in the fruitless enterprise, and that he had nothing to hope either from force or famine. With an art more suitable to the character of Diocletian than to his own, he directed his attack, not so much against the walls of Ravenna as against the mind of Severus. The treachery which he had experienced disposed that unhappy prince to distrust the most sincere of his friends and adherents. The emissaries of Maximian easily persuaded his credulity that a conspiracy was formed to betray the town, and prevailed upon his fears not to expose himself to the discretion of an irritated conqueror, but to accept the faith of an honorable capitulation. He was at first received with humanity and treated with respect. Maximian conducted the captive emperor to Rome, and gave him the most solemn assurances that he had secured his life by the resignation of the purple. But Severus could obtain only an easy death and an imperial funeral. When the sentence was signified to him, the manner of executing it was left to his own choice. He preferred the favorite mode of the ancients, that of opening his veins, and as soon as he expired his body was carried to the sepulchre, which had been constructed for the family of Gallienus. 23 Return. The circumstances of this war and the death of Severus are very doubtfully and variously told in our ancient fragments. See Tillemont, Hist. des Empereurs Tom. IV, Part I, p. 50-55. I have endeavored to extract from them a consistent and probable narration. Note: Manso justly observes that two totally different narratives might be formed, almost upon equal authority. Bailage, IV, M. Chapter 14. 6 Emperors at the same time, Reunion of the Empire. Part 2. Though the characters of Constantine and Maxentius had very little affinity with each other, their situation and interest were the same, and prudence seemed to require that they should unite their forces against the common enemy. Notwithstanding the superiority of his age and dignity, the indefatigable Maximian passed the Alps, and, courting a personal interview with the sovereign of Gaul, carried with him his daughter Fausta as the pledge of the new alliance. The marriage was celebrated at Arles with every circumstance of magnificence, and the ancient colleague of Diocletian, who again asserted his claim to the Western Empire, conferred on his son-in-law and ally the title of Augustus. By consenting to receive that honor from Maximian, Constantine seemed to embrace the cause of Rome and of the Senate, but his professions were ambiguous, and his assistance slow and ineffectual. He considered with attention the approaching contest between the masters of Italy and the Emperor of the East, and was prepared to consult his own safety or ambition in the event of the war. 24 Return. The sixth panegyric was pronounced to celebrate the elevation of Constantine, but the prudent orator avoids the mention either of Galerius or of Maxentius. He introduces only one slight allusion to the actual troubles, and to the majesty of Rome. Note: compare Manso, Bailage, EVP. p. 32. Gibbon's account is at least as probable as that of his critic. M. The importance of the occasion called for the presence and abilities of Galerius. At the head of a powerful army collected from Illyricum and the east, he entered Italy, resolved to revenge the death of Severus and to chastise the rebellious Romans, or, as he expressed his intentions, in the furious language of a barbarian, to extirpate the Senate and to destroy the people by the sword. But the skill of Maximian had concerted a prudent system of defense. The invader found every place hostile, fortified, and inaccessible, and though he forced his way as far as Narni, within 60 miles of Rome, his dominion in Italy was confined to the narrow limits of his camp. Sensible of the increasing difficulties of his enterprise, the haughty Galerius made the first advances towards a reconciliation, and dispatched 2 of his most considerable officers to tempt the Roman princes by the offer of a conference and the declaration of his paternal regard for Maxentius, who might obtain much more from his liberality than he could hope from the doubtful chance of war. 25. The offers of Galerius were rejected with firmness, his perfidious friendship refused with contempt, and it was not long before he discovered that, unless he provided for his safety by a timely retreat, he had some reason to apprehend the fate of Severus. The wealth which the Romans defended against his rapacious tyranny, they freely contributed for his destruction. The name of Maximian, the popular arts of his son, the secret distribution of large sums, and the promise of still more liberal rewards, checked the ardor and corrupted the fidelity of the Illyrian legions, and when Galerius at length gave the signal of the retreat, it was with some difficulty that he could prevail on his veterans not to desert a banner which had so often conducted them to victory and honor. A contemporary writer assigns 2 other causes for the failure of the expedition, but they are both of such a nature that a cautious historian will scarcely venture to adopt them. We are told that Galerius, who had formed a very imperfect notion of the greatness of Rome by the cities of the East with which he was acquainted, found his forces inadequate to the siege of that immense capital. But the extent of a city serves only to render it more accessible to the enemy. Rome had long since been accustomed to submit on the approach of a conqueror, nor could the temporary enthusiasm of the people have long contended against the discipline and valor of the legions. We are likewise informed that the legions themselves were struck with horror and remorse, and that those pious sons of the Republic refused to violate the sanctity of their venerable parent. 26. But when we recollect with how much ease, in the more ancient civil wars, the zeal of party and the habits of military obedience had converted the native citizens of Rome into her most implacable enemies, we shall be inclined to distrust this extreme delicacy of strangers and barbarians who had never beheld Italy till they entered it in a hostile manner. Had they not been restrained by motives of a more interested nature, they would probably have answered Galerius in the words of Caesar's veterans: "If our general wishes to lead us to the banks of the Tiber, we are prepared to trace out his camp. Whatsoever walls he is determined to level with the ground, our hands are ready to work the engines, nor shall we hesitate, should the name of the devoted city be Rome itself." These are indeed the expressions of a poet, but of a poet who has been distinguished and even censured for his strict adherence to the truth of history. 27-25. Return. With regard to this negotiation, see the fragments of an anonymous historian published by Valesius at the end of his edition of Ammianus Marcellinus, p. 711. These fragments are furnished with several curious, and, as it should seem, authentic anecdotes. The former of these reasons is probably taken from Virgil's shepherd, Ilamisci Igor huic notras similem, meliboi, putavi ensi. Lactantius delights in these poetical allusions. 27. Return. Castra super tusci si ponere tibridis undas esbidios odax veniam metator in agros. Tu quascunque vols in planum effundere muros. His aris actus disperget saxa lacertis, illa licet penitus tolli quam juseris urbem Roma sit. Lucan, Farsal. I 381. The legions of Galerius exhibited a very melancholy proof of their disposition by the ravages which they committed in their retreat. They murdered, they ravished, they plundered, they drove away the flocks and herds of the Italians, they burnt the villages through which they passed, and they endeavored to destroy the country which it had not been in their power to subdue. During the whole march, Maxentius hung on their rear, but he very prudently declined a general engagement with those brave and desperate veterans. His father had undertaken a second journey into Gaul with the hope of persuading Constantine, who had assembled an army on the frontier, to join in the pursuit and to complete the victory. But the actions of Constantine were guided by reason and not by resentment. He persisted in the wise resolution of maintaining a balance of power in the divided empire, and he no longer hated Galerius when that aspiring prince had ceased to be an object of terror. 28 return. Lactantius de MP, C27. Zosym, Lii, P82. The latter that Constantine, in his interview with Maximian, had promised to declare war against Galerius. The mind of Galerius was the most susceptible of the sterner passions, but it was not, however, incapable of a sincere and lasting friendship. Licinius, whose manners as well as character were not unlike his own, seems to have engaged both his affection and esteem. Their intimacy had commenced in the happier period perhaps of their youth and obscurity. It had been cemented by the freedom and dangers of a military life. They had advanced almost by equal steps through the successive honors of the service, and as soon as Galerius was invested with the imperial dignity, he seems to have conceived the design of raising his companion to the same rank with himself. During the short period of his prosperity, he considered the rank of Caesar as unworthy of the age and merit of Licinius, and rather chose to reserve for him the place of Constantius and the empire of the West. While the emperor was employed in the Italian war, he entrusted his friend with the defense of the Danube, and immediately after his return from that unfortunate expedition, he invested Licinius with the vacant purple of Severus, resigning to his immediate command the provinces of Illyricum. 29. The news of his promotion was no sooner carried into the east than Maximin, who governed, or rather oppressed, the countries of Egypt and Syria, betrayed his envy and discontent, disdained the inferior name of Caesar, and, notwithstanding the prayers as well as arguments of Galerius, exacted, almost by violence, the equal title of Augustus. 30. For the first, and indeed for the last time, the Roman world was administered by 6 emperors. In the West, Constantine and Maxentius affected to reverence their father Maximian. In the East, Licinius and Maximin honored with more real consideration their benefactor Galerius. The opposition of interest and the memory of a recent war divided the empire into 2 great hostile powers, but their mutual fears produced an apparent tranquility and even a feigned reconciliation till the death of the elder princes of Maximian, and more particularly of Galerius, gave a new direction to the views and passions of their surviving associates. 29 Return M. de Tillemont, Hist. Des Empereurs, Tom. EV Part I, p. 55-9 has proved that Licinius, without passing through the intermediate rank of Caesar, was declared Augustus the 11th of November AD direction to the V's. 307. After the return of Galerius from Italy, 30 Return. Lactantius the MP, c. 32. When Galerius declared Licinius Augustus with himself, he tried to satisfy his younger associates by inventing for Constantine and Maximin, not Maxentius, see Belus, p. 81, the new title of sons of the Augusti. But when Maximin acquainted him that he had been saluted Augustus by the army, Galerius was obliged to acknowledge him as well as Constantine, as equal associates in the imperial dignity. When Maximian had reluctantly abdicated the empire, the venal orators of the times applauded his philosophic moderation. When his ambition excited or at least encouraged a civil war, they returned thanks to his generous patriotism, and gently censured that love of ease and retirement which had withdrawn him from the public service. 31. But it was impossible that minds like those of Maximian and his son could long possess in harmony an undivided power. Maxentius considered himself as the legal sovereign of Italy, elected by the Roman Senate and people, nor would he endure the control of his father, who arrogantly declared that by his name and abilities the rash youth had been established on the throne. The cause was solemnly pleaded before the Praetorian Guards, and those troops who dreaded the severity of the old emperor espoused the party of Maxentius. 32. The life and freedom of Maximian were, however, respected, and he retired from Italy into Illyricum, affecting to lament his past conduct and secretly contriving new mischiefs. But Galerius, who was well acquainted with his character, soon obliged him to leave his dominions, and the last refuge of the disappointed Maximian was the court of his son-in-law Constantine. 33. He was received with respect by that artful prince, and with the appearance of filial tenderness by the Empress Fausta. That he might remove every suspicion, he resigned the imperial purple a second time. 34. Professing himself at length convinced of the vanity of greatness and ambition. Had he persevered in this resolution, he might have ended his life with less dignity, indeed, than in his first retirement, yet, however, with comfort and reputation. But the near prospect of a throne brought back to his remembrance the state from whence he was fallen, and he resolved, by a desperate effort, either to reign or to perish. An incursion of the Franks had summoned Constantine with a part of his army to the banks of the Rhine. The remainder of the troops were stationed in the southern provinces of Gaul, which lay exposed to the enterprises of the Italian emperor, and a considerable treasure was deposited in the city of Arles. Maximian either craftily invented or easily credited a vain report of the death of Constantine. Without hesitation he ascended the throne, seized the treasure, and scattering it with his accustomed profusion among the soldiers, endeavored to awake in their minds the memory of his ancient dignity and exploits. Before he could establish his authority or finish the negotiation which he appears to have entered into with his son Maxentius, the celerity of Constantine defeated all his hopes. On the first news of his perfidy and ingratitude, that prince returned by rapid marches from the Rhine to the Saône, embarked on the last-mentioned river at Chalons, and, at Lyons, trusting himself to the rapidity of the Rhone, arrived at the gates of Arles with a military force which it was impossible for Maximian to resist, and which scarcely permitted him to take refuge in the neighboring city of Marseille. The narrow neck of land which joined that place to the continent was fortified against the besiegers, whilst the sea was open, either for the escape of Maximian or for the succor of Maxentius, if the latter should choose to disguise his invasion of Gaul under the honorable pretense of defending a distressed or, as he might allege, an injured father. Apprehensive of the fatal consequences of delay, Constantine gave orders for an immediate assault, but the scaling ladders were found too short for the height of the walls, and Marseille might have sustained as long a siege as it formerly did against the arms of Caesar, if the garrison, conscious either of their fault or of their danger, had not purchased their pardon by delivering up the city and the person of Maximian. A secret but irrevocable sentence of death was pronounced against the usurper. He obtained only the same favor which he had indulged to Severus, and it was published to the world that, oppressed by the remorse of his repeated crimes, he strangled himself with his own hands. After he had lost the assistance and disdained the moderate counsels of Diocletian, the second period of his active life was a series of public calamities and personal mortifications which were terminated in about 3 years by an ignominious death. He deserved his fate, but we should find more reason to applaud the humanity of Constantine if he had spared an old man, the benefactor of his father and the father of his wife. During the whole of this melancholy transaction, it appears that Fausta sacrificed the sentiments of nature to her conjugal duties. 35-31 Return. Si Panegyr, vet. V. 9. Odi doloris nostri liberam vocem, ansi. The whole passage is imagined with artful flattery and expressed with an easy flow of eloquence. 132. Return. Lactantius Demen P. Sorry. A report was spread that Maxentius was the son of some obscure Syrian, and had been substituted by the wife of Maximian as her own child. See Aurelius Victor, Anonym, Valesian and Panegyr. Vet. Ixi. 3-4. 33 Return. Ab urbe pusum, ab Italia fugatum, ab Illyrico repudiatum, provinciis tuis copiis tuo palatio recepisti, human. In Panegyr vet. V. 14 to Lactantius de MP, c. 29. Yet, after the resignation of the purple, Constantine still continued to Maximian the pomp and honors of the imperial dignity, and on all public occasions gave the right-hand place to his father-in-law. Panegyr, vet. Viti, 15-35 Returns Ozim, Letii, 50 Menius in Panegyr, vet. Vetii. This d. Scene 29. The latter of these has undoubtedly represented the whole Apollos, Yet even from this partial narrative we may conclude that the repeated clemency of Constantine and the reiterated treasons of Maximian, as they are described by Lactantius, the MPC 29/30, and copied by the moderns, are destitute of any historical foundation. Note: yet some pagan authors relate and confirm them. Aurelius Victor, speaking of Maximin, says, "Cumque specie officii, dolis compositis, Constantinum generum tenteret acerbe, jure tamen interiorat." Or, Vict. De Casa, LP 63, Eutropius also says, "Inde ad Gallias profectus expulsus, ut Constantino genero gengeratur, moliende tamen Constantinum, reperta occaene, interficere, dede justissimo exitu, Eutrop excessi 6/1. Anon, gent. Gina is the repeated clemency of Constantino, to adrated cross excessis ritelis, 2 CE. The last years of Galerius were less shameful and unfortunate, and though he had filled with more glory the subordinate station of Caesar than the superior rank of Augustus, he preserved, till the moment of his death, the first place among the princes of the Roman world. He survived his retreat from Italy about 4 years, and wisely relinquishing his views of universal empire, he devoted the remainder of his life to the enjoyment of pleasure, and to the execution of some works of public utility, among which we may distinguish the discharging into the Danube, the superfluous waters of the Lake Pelso, and the cutting down the immense forests that encompassed it, an operation worthy of a monarch, since it gave an extensive country to the agriculture of his Pannonian subjects. 36. His death was occasioned by a very painful and lingering disorder. His body, swelled by an intemperate course of life to an unwieldy corpulence, was covered with ulcers, and devoured by innumerable swarms of those insects which have given their name to a most loathsome disease. 37. But as Galerius had offended a very zealous and powerful party among his subjects, his sufferings, instead of exciting their compassion, have been celebrated as the visible effects of divine justice. 38. He had no sooner expired in his palace of Nicomedia than the 2 emperors who were indebted for their purple to his favors began to collect their forces, with the intention either of disputing or of dividing the dominions which he had left without a master. They were persuaded, however, to desist from the former design, and to agree in the latter. The provinces of Asia fell to the share of Maximin, and those of Europe augmented the portion of Licinius. The Hellespont and the Thracian Bosphorus formed their mutual boundary, and the banks of those narrow seas which flowed in the midst of the Roman world were covered with soldiers, with arms, and with fortifications. The deaths of Maximian and of Galerius reduced the number of emperors to 4. The sense of their true interest soon connected Licinius and Constantine. A secret alliance was concluded between Maximin and Maxentius, and their unhappy subjects expected with terror the bloody consequences of their inevitable dissensions, which were no longer restrained by the fear or the respect which they had entertained for Galerius. 39/36 returned. Aurelius Victor, c. 40. But that lake was situated on the upper Pannonia, near the borders of Noricum, and the province of Valeria, a name which the wife of Galerius gave to the drained country, undoubtedly lay between the Drave and the Danube. Sextus Rufus, c. 9. I should therefore suspect that Victor has confounded the Lake Pelso with the Volosian marshes, or, as they are now called, the Lake Sabaton. It is placed in the heart of Valeria, and its present extent is not less than 12 Hungarian miles, about 70 English in length and 2 in breadth. C. Severini, Pannonia, LIC 937, returned Lactantius, de MPC 33, and Eusebius, LI, VI. C. 16 described the symptoms and progress of his disorder with singular accuracy and apparent pleasure. 38. Return. If any, like the late Dr. Jortin, remarks on ecclesiastical history, Vol. II. p. 07356 still delight in recording the wonderful deaths of the persecutors, I would recommend to their perusal an admirable passage of Grotius Hist. Lvie p. 3030 concerning the last illness of Philip II of Spain. Eusebius Lex. C. Eusebius Lex. 610. Lactantius de MP. c. 36. Zosimus is less exact, and evidently confounds Maximian with Maximin. Among so many crimes and misfortunes occasioned by the passions of the Roman princes, there is some pleasure in discovering a single action which may be ascribed to their virtue. In the 6th year of his reign, Constantine visited the city of Autun and generously remitted the arrears of tribute, reducing at the same time the proportion of their assessment from 25 to 18,000 heads, subject to the real and personable proof of the public misery. This tax was so extremely oppressive, either in itself or in the mode of collecting it, that whilst the revenue was increased by extortion, it was diminished by despair. A considerable part of the territory of Autun was left uncultivated, and great numbers of the provincials rather chose to live as exiles and outlaws than to support the weight of civil society. It is but too probable that the bountiful emperor relieved, by a partial act of liberality, one among the many evils which he had caused by his general maxims of administration. But even those maxims were less the effect of choice than of necessity. And if we accept the death of Maximian, the reign of Constantine in Gaul seems to have been the most innocent and even virtuous period of his life. The provinces were protected by his presence from the inroads of the barbarians, who either dreaded or experienced his active valor. After a signal victory over the Franks and Alemanni, several of their princes were exposed by his order to the wild beasts in the amphitheatre of Treves, and the people seem to have enjoyed the spectacle, without discovering in such a treatment of royal captives anything that was repugnant to the laws of nations or of humanity. 4140. Return. See the Viath Panegyr, in which Eumenius displays, in the presence of Constantine, the misery and the gratitude of the city of Autun. Quaes, D40, W. Dis 1, D40, X3, Panegyr. Veta. Vici. 10, 11, 12. A great number of the French youth were likewise exposed to the same cruel and ignominious death. Yet the panegyric assumes something of an apologetic tone. Te vero Constantine, vero vertus, ut non ament et quescanta. The orator appeals to the ancient ideal of the Republic. M. The virtues of Constantine were rendered more illustrious by the vices of Maxentius. Whilst the Gallic provinces enjoyed as much happiness as the condition of the times was capable of receiving, Italy and Africa groaned under the dominion of a tyrant, as contemptible as he was odious. The zeal of flattery and faction has indeed too frequently sacrificed the reputation of the vanquished to the glory of their successful rivals, but even those writers who have revealed with the most freedom and pleasure the faults of Constantine unanimously confess that Maxentius was cruel, rapacious, and profligate. 42. He had the good fortune to suppress a slight rebellion in Africa. The governor and a few adherents had been guilty. The province suffered for their crime. The flourishing cities of Cirtha and Carthage, and the whole extent of that fertile country, were wasted by fire and sword. The abuse of victory was followed by the abuse of law and justice. A formidable army of sycophants and delators invaded Africa. The rich and the noble were easily convicted of a connection with the rebels, and those among them who experienced the emperor's clemency were only punished by the confiscation of their estates. 43. So signal a victory was celebrated by a magnificent triumph, and Maxentius exposed to the eyes of the people the spoils and captives of a Roman province. The state of the capital was no less deserving of compassion than that of Africa. The wealth of Rome supplied an inexhaustible fund for his vain and prodigal expenses, and the ministers of his revenue were skilled in the arts of rapine. It was under his reign that the method of exacting a free gift from the senators was first invented, and as the sum was insensibly increased, the pretenses of levying it, a victory, a birth, a marriage, or an imperial consulship, were proportionably multiplied. 44. Maxentius had imbibed the same implacable aversion to the Senate which had characterized most of the former tyrants of Rome, nor was it possible for his ungrateful temper to forgive the generous fidelity which had raised him to the throne, and supported him against all his enemies. The lives of the senators were exposed to his jealous suspicions. The dishonor of their wives and daughters heightened the gratification of his sensual passions. 45. It may be presumed that an imperial lover was seldom reduced to sigh in vain, but whenever persuasion proved ineffectual, he had recourse to violence, and there remains one memorable example of a noble matron who preserved her chastity by a voluntary death. The soldiers were the only order of men whom he appeared to respect or studied to please. He filled Rome and Italy with armed troops, connived at their tumults, suffered them with impunity to plunder and even to massacre the defenseless people, 46, and indulging them in the same licentiousness which their emperor enjoyed, Maxentius often bestowed on his military favorites the splendid villa or the beautiful wife of a senator. A prince of such a character, alike incapable of governing, either in peace or in war, might purchase the support, but he could never obtain the esteem of the army. Yet his pride was equal to his other vices. Whilst he passed his indolent life either within the walls of his palace or in the neighboring gardens of Sallust, he was repeatedly heard to declare that he alone was emperor, and that the other princes were no more than his lieutenants, on whom he had devolved the defense of the frontier provinces, that he might enjoy without interruption the elegant luxury of the capital. Rome, which had so long regretted the absence, lamented during the 6 years of his reign the presence of her sovereign. 47-42, return. E. Julian excludes Maxentius from the banquet of the Caesars with abhorrence and contempt, and Zosimus p. 85 accuses him of every kind of cruelty and profligacy. 43, return. Zosimus Aurelius Victor, 244, return. 244, return 2000 Peturi, should be read in the following manner. Primus instituto pessimo, munerum specie, patris oratores que pecunium confere prodigenti sibi cogeret, 245, return to Pranagire. Vet, x3, Euseber, hist eccles. Vi, 14, et invit. Constant I, 33-34. Rufinus, c. 17. The virtuous matron who stabbed herself to escape the violence of Maxentius was a Christian, wife to the prefect of the city, and her name was Sophronia. It still remains a question among the casuists whether, on such occasions, suicide is justifiable. 46. Return Praetorianus quedem vulti quandam annuete is the vague expression of Aurelius Victor. See more particular, though subaltern massacre which happened at Rome, in Eusebius ext, in the Panegyrics ex turn. 14. A lively description of the indolence and vain pride of Maxentius. In another place the orator observes that the riches which Rome had accumulated in a period of 1060 years were lavished by the tyrant on his mercenary bands, redempti ad civile latrocinium manibus in Gesserat. Though Constantine might view the conduct of Maxentius with abhorrence, and the situation of the Romans with compassion, we have no reason to presume that he would have taken up arms to punish the one or to relieve the other. But the tyrant of Italy rashly ventured to provoke a formidable enemy, whose ambition had been hitherto restrained by considerations of prudence rather than by principles of justice. 48. After the death of Maximian, his titles, according to the established custom, had been erased and his statues thrown down with ignominy. His son, who had persecuted and deserted him when alive, effected to display the most pious regard for his memory, and gave orders that a similar treatment should be immediately inflicted on all the statues that had been erected in Italy and Africa to the honor of Constantine. That wise prince, who sincerely wished to decline a war, with the difficulty and importance of which he was sufficiently acquainted, at first dissembled the insult, and sought for redress by the milder expedient of negotiation, till he was convinced that the hostile and ambitious designs of the Italian emperor made it necessary for him to arm in his own defense. Maxentius, who openly avowed his pretensions to the whole monarchy of the West, had already prepared a very considerable force to invade the Gallic provinces on the side of Raetia, and though he could not expect any assistance from Licinius, he was flattered with the hope that the legions of Illyricum, allured by his presence and promises, would desert the standard of that prince, and unanimously declare themselves his soldiers and subjects. 49. Constantine no longer hesitated. He had deliberated with caution, he acted with vigor. He gave a private audience to the ambassadors who, in the name of the Senate and people, conjured him to deliver Rome from a detested tyrant, and without regarding the timid remonstrances of his council, he resolved to prevent the enemy and to carry the war into the heart of Italy. 50-48 return. After the victory of Constantine, it was universally allowed that the motive of delivering the Republic from a detested tyrant would, at any time, have justified his expedition into Italy. Euseb in Vac 26, Panegyria. Vet. x2 49, return, 9 return, x2 49, return, x2, Nazarius in Panegyria, x 7-13, 50, return. C. Panegyria. Vet. X2, omnibus fedeturis comitibus et ducibus non solum taciduus, sed etiam appetite mentibus, contra concilia hominum, contra haruspicum monetae, ipse per temet liberandas. Tempus Venici of the Romans is mentioned only by Zonaras, LSEI, L. Gellis in Compend. Hist. p. 3070, but those modern Greeks had the opportunity of Constantine by Praxagoras, Photius 2 Sips, Panagia Refine. 63 has made a short extract from that historical work. The enterprise was as full of danger as of glory, and the unsuccessful event of 2 former invasions was sufficient to inspire the most serious apprehensions. The veteran troops who revered the name of Maximian had embraced in both those wars the party of his son, and were now restrained by a sense of honor as well as of interest from entertaining an idea of a second desertion. Maxentius, who considered the Praetorian Guards as the firmest defense of his throne, had increased them to their ancient establishment, and they composed, including the rest of the Italians who were enlisted into his service, a formidable body of 400,000 men. 40,000 Moors and Carthaginians had been raised since the reduction of Africa. Even Sicily furnished its proportion of troops, and the armies of Maxentius amounted to 170,000 foot and 18,000 horse. The wealth of Italy supplied the expenses of the war, and the adjacent provinces were exhausted to form immense magazines of corn and every other kind of provisions. The whole force of Constantine consisted of 90,000 foot and 8,000 horse, 51. And as the defense of the Rhine required an extraordinary attention during the absence of the emperor, it was not in his power to employ above half his troops in the Italian expedition unless he sacrificed the public safety to his private quarrel. 52. At the head of about 40,000 soldiers he marched to encounter an enemy whose numbers were at least 4 times superior to his own. But the armies of Rome, placed at a secure distance from danger, were enervated by indulgence and luxury. Habituated to the baths and theatres of Rome, they took the field with reluctance, and were chiefly composed of veterans who had almost forgotten, or of new levies who had never acquired, the use of arms and the practice of war. The hardy legions of Gaul had long defended the frontiers of the empire against the barbarians of the north, and in the performance of that laborious service their valor was exercised and their discipline confirmed. There appeared the same difference between the leaders as between the armies. Caprice or flattery had tempted Maxentius with the hopes of conquest, but these aspiring hopes soon gave way to the habits of pleasure and the consciousness of his inexperience. The intrepid mind of Constantine had been trained from his earliest youth to war, to action, and to military command. 51 Return. Zosimus Liep. 86 has given us this curious account of the forces on both sides. He makes no mention of any naval armaments, though we are assured, Panagia, Vet. X. 25, that the war was carried on by sea as well as by land, and that the fleet of Constantine took possession of Sardinia, Corsica, and the ports of Italy. 52 Return Panagia, Vet. X. 3. It is not surprising that the orator should diminish the numbers with which his sovereign achieved the conquest of Italy, but it appears somewhat singular that he should esteem the tyrant's army at no more than 100,000 men. Chapter 14, 6 Emperors at the same time, Reunion of the Empire. Part 3. When Hannibal marched from Gaul into Italy, he was obliged first to discover and then to open a way over mountains and through savage nations that had never yielded a passage to a regular army. 53. The Alps were then guarded by nature, they are now fortified by art. Citadels, constructed with no less skill than labor and expense, command every avenue into the plain, and on that side render Italy almost inaccessible to the enemies of the King of Sardinia. 54. But in the course of the intermediate period, the generals who have attempted the passage have seldom experienced any difficulty or resistance. In the age of Constantine, the peasants of the mountains were civilized and obedient subjects. The country was plentifully stocked with provisions, and the stupendous highways which the Romans had carried over the Alps opened several communications between Gaul and Italy. 55 Constantine preferred the road of the Cottian Alps, or, as it is now called, of Mount Cenis, and led his troops with such active diligence that he descended into the plain of Piedmont before the court of Maxentius had received any certain intelligence of his departure from the banks of the Rhine. The city of Susa, however, which is situated at the foot of Mount Cenis, was surrounded with walls and provided with a garrison sufficiently numerous to check the progress of an invader. But the impatience of Constantine's troops disdained the tedious forms of a siege. The same day that they appeared before Susa, they applied fire to the gates and ladders to the walls, and mounting to the assault amidst a shower of stones and arrows, they entered the place sword in hand and cut in pieces the greatest part of the garrison. The flames were extinguished by the care of Constantine, and the remains of Susa preserved from total destruction. About 40 miles from thence, a more severe contest awaited him. A numerous army of Italians was assembled under the lieutenants of Maxentius in the plains of Turin. Its principal strength consisted in a species of heavy cavalry, which the Romans, since the decline of their discipline, had borrowed from the nations of the East. The horses, as well as the men, were clothed in complete armor, the joints of which were artfully adapted to the motions of their bodies. The aspect of this cavalry was formidable, their weight almost irresistible, and as on this occasion their generals had drawn them up in a compact column or wedge with a sharp point and with spreading flanks, they flattered themselves that they could easily break and trample down the army of Constantine. They might perhaps have succeeded in their design had not their experienced adversary embraced the same method of defense which in similar circumstances had been practiced by Aurelian. The skillful evolutions of Constantine divided and baffled this massy column of cavalry. The troops of Maxentius fled in confusion towards Turin, and as the gates of the city were shut against them, very few escaped the sword of the victorious pursuers. By this important service, Turin deserved to experience the clemency and even favor of the conqueror. He made his entry into the imperial palace of Milan, and almost all the cities of Italy between the Alps and the Po not only acknowledged the power, but embraced with zeal the party of Constantine. 56-53, I return. Tradition, and a resemblance of names, Alpe Peninoe, had assigned the first of these for the march of Hannibal, si Simler de Alpibus, the Chevalier de Follade, Polyp. Tom, I.V., and M. Danville have led him over Mount Geneva. But notwithstanding the authority of an experienced officer and a learned geographer, the pretensions of Mount Cenis are supported in a specious, not to say a convincing manner, by M. Grossley. Observations sur l'Italie, Tom, IP 40 and C. The dissertation of Messrs. Kramer and Wickham has clearly shown that the little St. Bernard must claim the honor of Hannibal's passage. Mr. Long, London, 1831, has added some sensible corrections re Hannibal's march to the Alps. M54 returned de la Brunette near Suze, Dumont, Exiles, Fenestrels, Conny, and Cev, and them, Massillon. His description of the roads over the Alps is clear, lively, and accurate. 56 return, Nantuit, Sosimus as well as Eusebius, hastened from the passage of the Alps to the decisive action near Rome. We must apply to the two panegyrics for the intermediate actions of Constantine. From Milan to Rome, the Emilian and Flaminian highways offered an easy march of about 400 miles, but though Constantine was impatient to encounter the tyrant, he prudently directed his operations against another army of Italians who, by their strength and position, might either oppose his progress or, in case of a misfortune, might intercept his retreat. Ruricius Pompeianus, a general distinguished by his valor and ability, had under his command the city of Verona, and all the troops that were stationed in the province of Venetia. As soon as he was informed that Constantine was advancing towards him, he detached a large body of cavalry, which was defeated in an engagement near Brescia, and pursued by the Gallic legions as far as the gates of Verona. The necessity, the importance, and the difficulties of the siege of Verona immediately presented themselves to the sagacious mind of Constantine. 57. The city was accessible only by a narrow peninsula towards the west, as the other three sides were surrounded by the Adige, a rapid river which covered the province of Venetia, from whence the besieged derived an inexhaustible supply of men and provisions. It was not without great difficulty, and after several fruitless attempts, that Constantine found means to pass the river at some distance above the city, and in a place where the torrent was less violent. He then encompassed Verona with strong lines, pushed his attacks with prudent vigor and repelled a desperate sally of Pompeianus. That intrepid general, when he had used every means of defense that the strength of the place or that of the garrison could afford, secretly escaped from Verona, anxious not for his own, but for the public safety. With indefatigable diligence, he soon collected an army sufficient either to meet Constantine in the field or to attack him if he obstinately remained within his lines. The emperor, attentive to the motions and informed of the approach of so formidable an enemy, left a part of his legions to continue the operations of the siege, whilst at the head of those troops on whose valor and fidelity he more particularly depended, he advanced in person to engage the general of Maxentius. The army of Gaul was drawn up in 2 lines according to the usual practice of war, but their experienced leader, perceiving that the numbers of the Italians far exceeded his own, suddenly changed his disposition and, reducing the second, extended the front of his first line to a just proportion with that of the enemy. Such evolutions, which only veteran troops can execute without confusion in a moment of danger, commonly prove decisive, but as this engagement began towards the close of the day and was contested with great obstinacy during the whole night, there was less room for the conduct of the generals than for the courage of the soldiers. The return of light displayed the victory of Constantine, and a field of carnage covered with many thousands of the vanquished Italians. Their general, Pompeianus, was found among the slain. Verona immediately surrendered at discretion, and the garrison was made prisoners of war. 58. When the officers of the victorious army congratulated their master on this important success, they ventured to add some respectful complaints, of such a nature, however, as the most jealous monarchs will listen to without displeasure. They represented to Constantine that, not contented with all the duties of a commander, he had exposed his own person with an excess of valor which almost degenerated into rashness, and they conjured him for the future to pay more regard to the preservation of a life in which the safety of Rome and of the empire was involved. 59-57 Return. The Marquis Maffei has examined the siege and battle of Verona with that degree of attention and accuracy which was due to a memorable action that happened in his native country. The fortifications of that city, constructed by Gallienus, were less extensive than the modern walls, and the amphitheatre was not included within their circumference. See Verona Illustrata, Part I, p. 42, 55 turned, in 58 return. They wanted chains for so great a multitude of captives, and the whole council was at a loss, but the sagacious conqueror imagined the happy expedient of converting into fetters the swords of the vanquished. Panegyia, vet, x in 11, and 59, return, Panegyia, vet, x in 11 While Constantine signalized his conduct and valor in the field, the sovereign of Italy appeared insensible of the calamities and danger of a civil war, which returned in the heart of the city with fire. Pleasure was still the only business of Maxentius, concealing, or at least attempting to conceal, from the public knowledge the misfortunes of his arms. 60. He indulged himself in a vain confidence which deferred the remedies of the approaching evil, without deferring the evil itself. 61. The rapid progress of Constantine 62 was scarcely sufficient to awaken him from his fatal security. He flattered himself that his well-known liberality and the majesty of the Roman name, which had already delivered him from 2 invasions, would dissipate with the same facility the rebellious army of Gaul. The officers of experience and ability who had served under the banners of Maximian were at length compelled to inform his effeminate son of the imminent danger to which he was reduced, and, with a freedom that at once surprised and convinced him, to urge the necessity of preventing his ruin by a vigorous exertion of his remaining power. The resources of Maxentius, both of men and money, were still considerable. The Praetorian Guards felt how strongly their own interest and safety were connected with his cause, and a third army was soon collected, more numerous than those which had been lost in the battles of Turin and Verona. It was far from the intention of the emperor to lead his troops in person. A stranger to the exercises of war, he trembled at the apprehension of so dangerous a contest, and as fear is commonly superstitious, he listened with melancholy attention to the rumors of omens and presages which seemed to menace his life and empire. Shame at length supplied the place of courage and forced him to take the field. he was unable to sustain the contempt of the Roman people. The circus resounded with their indignant clamors, and they tumultuously besieged the gates of the palace, reproaching the pusillanimity of their indolent sovereign and celebrating the heroic spirit of Constantine. 63. Before Maxentius left Rome, he consulted the Sibylline books. The guardians of these ancient oracles were as well versed in the arts of this world as they were ignorant of the secrets of fate, and they returned him a very prudent answer, which might adapt itself to the event and secure their reputation, whatever should be the chance of arms. 64-60 Return, literis calamitatum suarum indices supraimbat, panegyr vet, X the 15-61, returni malorum potius quam mala difflebat, is the fine censure which Tacitus passes on the supine indolence of Vitellius, to 62 Return. The Marquis Maffei has made it extremely probable that Constantine was still at Verona the 1st of September AD 31-2, and that the memorable era of the indications was dated from his conquest of the Cisalpine Gaul, to 63 Return 60. Lactantius de MP 64, or Return Idroi hostum Romanorum esse periturum. The vanquished became of course the enemy of Rome. The celerity of Constantine's march has been compared to the rapid conquest of Italy by the first of the Caesars, nor is the flattering parallel repugnant to the truth of history, since no more than 58 days elapsed between the surrender of Verona and the final decision of the war. Constantine had always apprehended that the tyrant would consult the dictates of fear, and perhaps of prudence, and that, instead of risking his last hopes in a general engagement, he would shut himself up within the walls of Rome. His ample magazines secured him against the danger of famine, and as the situation of Constantine admitted not of delay, he might have been reduced to the sad necessity of destroying with fire and sword the imperial city, the noblest reward of his victory, and the deliverance of which had been the motive, or rather indeed the pretense, of the civil war. 65. It was with equal surprise and pleasure that on his arrival at a place called Saxa Rubra, about 9 miles from Rome, 66, he discovered the army of Maxentius prepared to give him battle. 67. Their long front filled a very spacious plain, and their deep array reached to the banks of the Tiber, which covered their rear and forbade their retreat. We are informed, and we may believe, that Constantine disposed his troops with consummate skill, and that he chose for himself the post of honor and danger. Distinguished by the splendor of his arms, he charged in person the cavalry of his rival, and his irresistible attack determined the fortune of the day. The cavalry of Maxentius was principally composed either of unwieldy cuirassiers or of light Moors and Numidians. They yielded to the vigor of the Gallic horse, which possessed more activity than the one, more firmness than the other. The defeat of the two wings left the infantry without any protection on its flanks, and the undisciplined Italians fled without reluctance from the standard of a tyrant whom they had always hated, and whom they no longer feared. The Praetorians, conscious that their offenses were beyond the reach of mercy, were animated by revenge and despair. Notwithstanding their repeated efforts, those brave veterans were unable to recover the victory. They obtained, however, an honorable death, and it was observed that their bodies covered the same ground which had been occupied by their ranks. 68. The confusion then became general, and the dismayed troops of Maxentius, pursued by an implacable enemy, rushed by thousands into the deep and rapid stream of the Tiber. The emperor himself attempted to escape back into the city over the Milvian Bridge, but the crowds which pressed together through that narrow passage forced him into the river, where he was immediately drowned by the weight of his armor. 69. His body, which had sunk very deep into the mud, was found with some difficulty the next day. The sight of his head, when it was exposed to the eyes of the people, convinced them of their deliverance, and admonished them to receive with acclamations of loyalty and gratitude the fortunate Constantine, who thus achieved by his valor and ability the most splendid enterprise of his life. 70-65 Return, see Panegyr, vet, X the 16, X the 20. The former of these orators magnifies the hoards of corn which Maxentius had collected from Africa and the islands, and yet if there is any truth in the scarcity mentioned by Eusebius in Vit. Constantine, Lic. 36, the imperial granaries must have been open only to the soldiers. 66 The return, Maxentius, tandem urbe in saxa rubra, milia femme novem agerime progressus, Aurelius Victor, Caecilius Geograph, Antique, Tom, I. p. 46 The sea. Saxa rubra was in the neighborhood of the Cremera, a trifling rivulet illustrated by the valor and glorious death of the 300 Fabii. 67 Return. The post which Maxentius had taken with the Tiber in his rear is very clearly described by the two panegyrists, X the 68, 28 the 68, Return exceptis latrocinii, Ilius primis octoribus, qui desperata venia ocumquem povinaia samseran texere corporibus. Panegyr, Vet 17:9 Return. A very idle rumor soon prevailed that Maxentius, who had not taken any precaution for his own retreat, had contrived a very artful snare to destroy the army of the pursuers, but that the wooden bridge which was to have been loosened on the approach of Constantine unluckily broke down under the weight of the flying Italians. M. de Tillemont Hist. des Impereurs Tom. F. Part I. 576 very seriously examines whether, in contradiction to common sense, the testimony of Eusebius and Zosimus ought to prevail over the silence of Lactantius, Nazarius, and the anonymous but contemporary orator who composed the 9th panegyric. Note: Manso Bailagi Vi examines the question and adduces two manifest allusions to the bridge from the life of Constantine by Praxagoras and from Libanius. Is it not very probable that such a bridge was thrown over the river to facilitate the advance and to secure the retreat of the army of Maxentius? In case of defeat, orders were given for destroying it. In order to check the pursuit, it broke down accidentally, or in the confusion was destroyed, as has not unfrequently been the case before the proper time. Min 70 returned as Zosimus Lii. 86-88, and the two panegyrics, the former of which was pronounced a few months afterwards, afford the clearest notion of this great battle. Lactantius, Eusebius, and even the Epitomes supply several useful hints. In the use of victory, Constantine neither deserved the praise of clemency, nor incurred the censure of immoderate rigor. 71. He inflicted the same treatment to which a defeat would have exposed his own person and family, put to death the two sons of the tyrant, and carefully extirpated his whole race. The most distinguished adherents of Maxentius must have expected to share his fate, as they had shared his prosperity and his crimes. But when the Roman people loudly demanded a greater number of victims, the conqueror resisted, with firmness and humanity, those servile clamors which were dictated by flattery as well as by resentment. Informers were punished and discouraged. The innocent who had suffered under the late tyranny were recalled from exile and restored to their estates. A general act of oblivion quieted the minds and settled the property of the people, both in Italy and in Africa. 72. The first time that Constantine honored the Senate with his presence, he recapitulated his own services and exploits in a modest oration, assured that illustrious order of his sincere regard, and promised to re-establish its ancient dignity and privileges. The grateful Senate repaid these unmeaning professions by the empty titles of honor, which it was yet in their power to bestow, and without presuming to ratify the authority of Constantine, they passed a decree to assign him the first rank among the 3 Augustes who governed the Roman world. 73 games and festivals were instituted to preserve the fame of his victory, and several edifices, raised at the expense of Maxentius, were dedicated to the honor of his successful rival. The triumphal arch of Constantine still remains a melancholy proof of the decline of the arts and a singular testimony of the meanest vanity. As it was not possible to find in the capital of the empire a sculptor who was capable of adorning that public monument, the Arch of Trajan, without any respect either for his memory or for the rules of propriety, was stripped of its most elegant figures. The difference of times and persons, of actions and characters, was totally disregarded. The Parthian captives appear prostrate at the feet of a prince who never carried his arms beyond the Euphrates, and curious antiquarians can still discover the head of Trajan on the trophies of Constantine. The new ornaments which it was necessary to introduce between the vacancies of ancient sculpture are executed in the rudest and most unskillful manner. 74-71 returns as Zosimus, the enemy of Constantine, allows LLEE, p. 88, that only a few of the friends of Maxentius were put to death, but we may remark the expressive passage of Nazarius, Panegyr, vet. X. 6, omnibus qui labefactari, statum ungies portarent cum stirpe deletis. The other orator, Panegyr, vet. X. 20-21, contents himself with observing that Constantine, when he entered Rome, did not imitate the cruel massacres of Cinna, of Marius, or of Sylla. Note, this may refer to the son or sons of Maxentius. M72 returns, see the two panegyrics, and the laws of this and the ensuing year, in the Theodosian Kyr, VTT, the TT. Maximin, who was confessedly the eldest Caesar, claimed with some show of reason the first rank among the Augusti. 74. Returne auduc cuncta opera, quae magnifici construxerat, urbis fanum aquae basilicam, Flavii meritis patres saclavele. Aurelius Victor. With regard to the theft of Trajan's trophies, consult Flaminius Vaca, apud Montfaucon, Diarium Italicum p. 250, and L'Antiquit Explici of the latter, Tom. IVP 171. The final abolition of the Praetorian Guards was a measure of prudence as well as of revenge. Those haughty troops, whose numbers and privileges had been restored and even augmented by Maxentius, were forever suppressed by Constantine. Their fortified camp was destroyed, and the few Praetorians who had escaped the fury of the sword were dispersed among the legions and banished to the frontiers of the empire, where they might be serviceable without again becoming dangerous. 75. By suppressing the troops which were usually stationed in Rome, Constantine gave the fatal blow to the dignity of the Senate and people, and the disarmed capital was exposed without protection to the insults or neglect of its distant master. We may observe that in this last effort to preserve their expiring freedom, the Romans, from the apprehension of a tribute, had raised Maxentius to the throne. He exacted that tribute from the Senate under the name of a free gift. They implored the assistance of Constantine. He vanquished the tyrant and converted the free gift into a perpetual tax. The senators, according to the declaration which was required of their property, were divided into several classes. The most opulent paid annually 8 pounds of gold, the next class paid 4, the last 2, and those whose poverty might have claimed an exemption were assessed, however, at 7 pieces of gold. Besides the regular members of the Senate, their sons, their descendants, and even their relations enjoyed the vain privileges and supported the heavy burdens of the senatorial order. Nor will it any longer excite our surprise that Constantine should be attentive to increase the number of persons who are included under so useful a description. 76. After the defeat of Maxentius, the victorious emperor passed no more than 2 or 3 months in Rome, which he visited twice during the remainder of his life, to celebrate the solemn festivals of the 10th and of the 20th years of his reign. Constantine was almost perpetually in motion, to exercise the legions or to inspect the state of the provinces. Treves, Milan, Aquileia, Sirmium, Mysus, and Thessalonica were the occasional places of his residence till he founded a new Rome on the confines of Europe and Asia. 77-75 Return Piottoriae legionis ac subsidia factionibus ab Chioriae quam urbi Romae sublata penitus simul arma ac Iusus indumenti militaris Aurelius Victor. Zosimus Lei p. 89 mentions this fact as an historian, and it is very pompously celebrated in the 9th panegyric. 76 Return ex omnibus provincias optimatis viroscuiae tuae pignare veris ut senatus dignitas. Nextotius orbis flore consisteret. Nazarius in Panegyr. Vet x 35. The word pignare veris might almost seem maliciously chosen. Concerning the senatorial tax, see Zosimus Lii. P. Axm 15, the second title of the 6th book of the Theodosian Code, with Godefroy's commentary and Memoires de l'Académique des Inscriptions tome. XXVI. 726-700 from. The Theodosian Code, we may now begin to trace the motions of the emperors, but the dates both of time and place have frequently been altered by the carelessness of transcribers. Before Constantine marched into Italy, he had secured the friendship, or at least the neutrality, of Licinius, the Illyrian emperor. He had promised his sister Constantia in marriage to that prince, but the celebration of the nuptials was deferred till after the conclusion of the war, and the interview of the 2 emperors at Milan, which was appointed for that purpose, appeared to cement the union of their families and interests. 78. In the midst of the public festivity, they were suddenly obliged to take leave of each other. An inroad of the Franks summoned Constantine to the Rhine, and the hostile approach of the sovereign of Asia demanded the immediate presence of Licinius. Maximin had been the secret ally of Maxentius, and without being discouraged by his fate, he resolved to try the fortune of a civil war. He moved out of Syria towards the frontiers of Bithynia in the depth of winter. The season was severe and tempestuous. Great numbers of men as well as horses perished in the snow, and as the roads were broken up by incessant rains, he was obliged to leave behind him a considerable part of the heavy baggage, which was unable to follow the rapidity of his forced marches. By this extraordinary effort of diligence, he arrived with a harassed but formidable army on the banks of the Thracian Bosphorus before the lieutenants of Licinius were apprised of his hostile intentions. Byzantium surrendered to the power of Maximin after a siege of 11 days. He was detained some days under the walls of Heraclea, and he had no sooner taken possession of that city than he was alarmed by the intelligence that Licinius had pitched his camp at the distance of only 18 miles. After a fruitless negotiation, in which the two princes attempted to seduce the fidelity of each other's adherents, they had recourse to arms. The Emperor of the East commanded a disciplined and veteran army of above 70,000 men, and Licinius, who had collected about 30,000 Illyrians, was at first oppressed by the superiority of numbers. His military skill and the firmness of his troops restored the day and obtained a decisive victory. The incredible speed which Maximin exerted in his flight is much more celebrated than his prowess in the battle. 24 hours afterwards he was seen, pale, trembling and without his imperial ornaments, at Nicomedia, 160 miles from the place of his defeat. The wealth of Asia was yet unexhausted, and though the flower of his veterans had fallen in the late action, he had still power, if he could obtain time, to draw very numerous levies from Syria and Egypt. But he survived his misfortune only 3 or 4 months. His death, which happened at Tarsus, was variously ascribed to despair, to poison, and to the divine justice. As Maximin was alike destitute of abilities and of virtue, he was lamented neither by the people nor by the soldiers. The provinces of the East, delivered from the terrors of civil war, cheerfully acknowledged the authority of Licinius. 79-78 returns. Severissimius. Before the war, the sister of Constantine had been betrothed to Licinius. According to the younger victor, Diocletian was invited to the nuptials, but having ventured to plead his age and infirmities, he received a second letter, filled with reproaches for his supposed partiality to the cause of Maxentius and Maximin. 79. Return. Zosimus mentions the defeat and death of Maximin as ordinary events, but Lactantius expatiates on them, the MPC 45-50, ascribing them to the miraculous interposition of heaven. Licinius at that time was one of the protectors of the church. The vanquished emperor left behind him 2 children, a boy of about 8 and a girl of about 7 years old. Their inoffensive age might have excited compassion, but the compassion of Licinius was a very feeble resource, nor did it restrain him from extinguishing the name and memory of his adversary. The death of Severianus will admit of less excuse, as it was dictated neither by revenge nor by policy. The conqueror had never received any injury from the father of that unhappy youth, and the short and obscure reign of Severus in a distant part of the empire was already forgotten. But the execution of Candidianus was an act of the blackest cruelty and ingratitude. He was the natural son of Galerius, the friend and benefactor of Licinius. The prudent father had judged him too young to sustain the weight of a diadem, but he hoped that, under the protection of princes who were indebted to his favor for the imperial purple, Candidianus might pass a secure and honorable life. He was now advancing towards the 20th year of his age, and the royalty of his birth, though unsupported either by merit or ambition, was sufficient to exasperate the jealous mind of Licinius. 80. To these innocent and illustrious victims of his tyranny, we must add the wife and daughter of the Emperor Diocletian. When that prince conferred on Galerius the title of Caesar, he had given him in marriage his daughter Valeria, whose melancholy adventures might furnish a very singular subject for tragedy. She had fulfilled and even surpassed the duties of a wife. As she had not any children herself, she condescended to adopt the illegitimate son of her husband, and invariably displayed towards the unhappy Candidianus the tenderness and anxiety of a real mother. After the death of Galerius, her ample possessions provoked the avarice, and her personal attractions excited the desires of his successor Maximin. 81. He had a wife still alive, but divorce was permitted by the Roman law, and the fierce passions of the tyrant demanded an immediate gratification. The answer of Valeria was such as became the daughter and widow of emperors, but it was tempered by the prudence which her defenseless condition compelled her to observe. She represented to the persons whom Maximin had employed on this occasion that even if honor could permit a woman of her character and dignity to entertain a thought of second nuptials, decency at least must forbid her to listen to his addresses at a time when the ashes of her husband and his benefactor were still warm, and while the sorrows of her mind were still expressed by her mourning garments. She ventured to declare that she could place very little confidence in the professions of a man whose cruel inconstancy was capable of repudiating a faithful and affectionate wife. 82. On this repulse, the love of Maximin was converted into fury, and as witnesses and judges were always at his disposal, it was easy for him to cover his fury with an appearance of legal proceedings, and to assault the reputation as well as the happiness of Valeria. Her estates were confiscated, her eunuchs and domestics devoted to the most inhuman tortures, and several innocent and respectable matrons who were honored with her friendship suffered death on a false accusation of adultery. The empress herself, together with her mother Prisca, was condemned to exile, and as they were ignominiously hurried from place to place before they were confined to a sequestered village in the deserts of Syria, they exposed their shame and distress to the provinces of the East, which, during 30 years, had respected their august dignity. Diocletian made several ineffectual efforts to alleviate the misfortunes of his daughter, and, as the last return that he expected for the imperial purple, which he had conferred upon Maximin, he entreated that Valeria might be permitted to share his retirement of Salona, and to close the eyes of her afflicted father. 83. He entreated, but as he could no longer threaten, his prayers were received with coldness and disdain, and the pride of Maximin was gratified in treating Diocletian as a suppliant, and his daughter as a criminal. The death of Maximin seemed to assure the empresses of a favorable alteration in their fortune. The public disorders relaxed the vigilance of their guard, and they easily found means to escape from the place of their exile and to repair, though with some precaution and in disguise, to the court of Licinius. His behavior in the first days of his reign and the honorable reception which he gave to young Candidianus inspired Valeria with a secret satisfaction, both on her own account and on that of her adopted son. But these grateful prospects were soon succeeded by horror and astonishment, and the bloody executions which stained the palace of Nicomedia sufficiently convinced her that the throne of Maximin was filled by a tyrant more inhuman than himself. Valeria consulted her safety by a hasty flight, and, still accompanied by her mother Prisca, they wandered above 15 months 84 through the provinces, concealed in the disguise of plebeian habits. They were at length discovered at Thessalonica, and as the sentence of their death was already pronounced, they were immediately beheaded and their bodies thrown into the sea. The people gazed on the melancholy spectacle, but their grief and indignation were suppressed by the terrors of a military guard. Such was the unworthy fate of the wife and daughter of Diocletian. We lament their misfortunes, we cannot discover their crimes, and whatever idea we may justly entertain of the cruelty of Licinius, it remains a matter of surprise that he was not contented with some more secret and decent method of revenge. Aurelius Victor touches on the different conduct of Licinius and of Constantine in the use of victory. 81. Return. The sensual appetites of Maximin were gratified at the expense of his subjects. His eunuchs, who forced away wives and virgins, examined their naked charms with anxious curiosity, lest any part of their body should be found unworthy of the royal embraces. Coyness and disdain were considered as treason, and the obstinate fair one was condemned to be drowned. A custom was gradually introduced that no person should marry a wife without the permission of the emperor, ut ipse in omnibus nuptiis praegustator esset. Lactantius de MP. C. 38. Return. Lactantius de MP. C. 39. Diocletian at last sent cognatum suum, quendam militarum, I potentius to MPC. 41. We are not sufficiently acquainted with the history of these times to point out the person who was employed. 84. Return. Valeria quoque Bavarias, provincias quindecim mensibus plebeo cultupa vagata. Lactantius de MPC. 51. There is some doubt whether we should compute the 15 months from the moment of her exile, or from that of her escape. The expression of pavagata seems to denote the latter, but in that case we must suppose that the treatise of Lactantius was written after the first civil war between Licinius and Constantine. See Cooper, p. 254-85, return et a illis pudicitia e conditio exitio fuit. Lactantius de MP, c. 51. He relates the misfortunes of the innocent wife and daughter of Diocletian with a very natural mixture of pity and exultation. The Roman world was now divided between Constantine and Licinius, the former of whom was master of the West and the latter of the East. It might perhaps have been expected that the conquerors, fatigued with civil war and connected by a private as well as public alliance, would have renounced or at least would have suspended any further designs of ambition. And yet a year had scarcely elapsed after the death of Maximin before the victorious emperors turned their arms against each other. The genius, the success, and the aspiring temper of Constantine may seem to mark him out as the aggressor, but the perfidious character of Licinius justifies the most unfavorable suspicions, and by the faint light which history reflects on this transaction, 86, we may discover a conspiracy fomented by his arts against the authority of his colleague. Constantine had lately given his sister Anastasia in marriage to Bassianus, a man of a considerable family and fortune, and had elevated his new kinsman to the rank of Caesar. According to the system of government instituted by Diocletian, Italy, and perhaps Africa, were designed for his department in the empire. But the performance of the promised favor was either attended with so much delay or accompanied with so many unequal conditions that the fidelity of Bassianus was alienated rather than secured by the honorable distinction which he had obtained. His nomination had been ratified by the consent of Licinius, and that artful prince, by the means of his emissaries, soon contrived to enter into a secret and dangerous correspondence with the new Caesar, to irritate his discontents, and to urge him to the rash enterprise of extorting by violence what he might in vain solicit from the justice of Constantine. But the vigilant emperor discovered the conspiracy before it was ripe for execution, and after solemnly renouncing the alliance of Bassianus, despoiled him of the purple, and inflicted the deserved punishment on his treason and ingratitude. The haughty refusal of Licinius when he was required to deliver up the criminals who had taken refuge in his dominions confirmed the suspicions already entertained of his perfidy, and the indignities offered at Aemona, on the frontiers of Italy, to the statues of Constantine became the signal of discord between the two princes. 87-86 Return. The curious reader who consults the Bellesian fragment, p. 713, will probably accuse me of giving a bold and licentious paraphrase, but if he considers it with attention, he will acknowledge that my interpretation is probable and consistent. 87 Return. The situation of Aemona, or, as it is now called, Laybach, in Carniola, Dianville, Geography Ancienne, Tom. I. p. 87, may suggest a conjecture. As it lay to the northeast of the Julian Alps, that important territory became a natural object of dispute between the sovereigns of Italy and of Illyricum. The first battle was fought near Sybalis, a city of Pannonia situated on the river Save, about 50 miles above Sirmium. 88. From the inconsiderable forces which in this important contest two such powerful monarchs brought into the field, it may be inferred that the one was suddenly provoked, and that the other was unexpectedly surprised. The emperor of the West had only 20,000, and the sovereign of the East no more than 35,000 men. The inferiority of number was, however, compensated by the advantage of the ground. Constantine had taken post in a defile about half a mile in breadth between a steep hill and a deep morass, and in that situation he steadily expected and repulsed the first attack of the enemy. He pursued his success and advanced into the plain. But the veteran legions of Illyricum rallied under the standard of a leader who had been trained to arms in the school of Probus and Diocletian. The missile weapons on both sides were soon exhausted. The two armies, with equal valor, rushed to a closer engagement of swords and spears, and the doubtful contest had already lasted from the dawn of the day to a late hour of the evening, when the right wing, which Constantine led in person, made a vigorous and decisive charge. The judicious retreat of Licinius saved the remainder of his troops from a total defeat, but when he computed his loss, which amounted to more than 20,000 men, he thought it unsafe to pass the night in the presence of an active and victorious enemy. Abandoning his camp and magazines, he marched away with secrecy and diligence at the head of the greatest part of his cavalry, and was soon removed beyond the danger of a pursuit. His diligence preserved his wife, his son, and his treasures which he had deposited at Sirmium. Licinius passed through that city and, breaking down the bridge on the Save, hastened to collect a new army in Dacia and Thrace. In his flight he bestowed the precarious title of Caesar on Valens, his general of the Illyrian frontier. 89–88, Return. Sybalis or Cybali, whose name is still preserved in the obscure ruins of Swili, was situated about 50 miles from Sirmium, the capital of Illyricum, and about 100 from Taurunum or Belgrade, and the conflux of the Danube and the Save. The Roman garrisons and cities on those rivers are finely illustrated by M. D'Anville in a memoir inserted in l'Académie des Inscriptions, tom. XXBI, 89 Return, Zosimus Li. p. 90–91 gives a very particular account of this battle, but the descriptions of Zosimus are rhetorical rather than military. Chapter 14, 6 Emperors at the same time, Reunion of the Empire. Part 4. The plain of Mardia in Thrace was the theater of a second battle no less obstinate and bloody than the former. The troops on both sides displayed the same valor and discipline, and the victory was once more decided by the superior abilities of Constantine, who directed a body of 5,000 men to gain an advantageous height, from whence during the heat of the action they attacked the rear of the enemy and made a very considerable slaughter. The troops of Licinius, however, presenting a double front, still maintained their ground, till the approach of night put an end to the combat and secured their retreat towards the mountains of Macedonia. 90. The loss of 2 battles and of his bravest veterans reduced the fierce spirit of Licinius to sue for peace. His ambassador Mistrianus was admitted to the audience of Constantine. He expatiated on the common topics of moderation and humanity, which are so familiar to the eloquence of the vanquished, represented in the most insinuating language, that the event of the war was still doubtful, whilst its inevitable calamities were alike pernicious to both the contending parties, and declared that he was authorized to propose a lasting and honorable peace in the name of the 2 emperors his masters. Constantine received the mention of Valens with indignation and contempt. "It was not for such a purpose," he sternly replied, "that we have advanced from the shores of the Western Ocean in an uninterrupted course of combats and victories, that, after rejecting an ungrateful kinsman, we should accept for our colleague a contemptible slave. The abdication of Valens is the first article of the treaty." 91. It was necessary to accept this humiliating condition, and the unhappy Valens, after a reign of a few days, was deprived of the purple and of his life. As soon as this obstacle was removed, the tranquility of the Roman world was easily restored. The successive defeats of Licinius had ruined his forces, but they had displayed his courage and abilities. His situation was almost desperate, but the efforts of despair are sometimes formidable, and the good sense of Constantine preferred a great and certain advantage to a third trial of the chance of arms. He consented to leave his rival, or, as he again styled Licinius, his friend and brother, in the possession of Thrace, Asia Minor, Syria, and Egypt, but the provinces of Pannonia, Dalmatia, Dacia, Macedonia, and Greece were yielded to the Western Empire, and the dominions of Constantine now extended from the confines of Caledonia to the extremity of Peloponnesus. It was stipulated by the same treaty that 3 royal youths, the sons of emperors, should be called to the hopes of the succession. Crispus and the young Constantine were soon afterwards declared Caesars in the west, while the younger Licinius was invested with the same dignity in the east. In this double proportion of honors, the conqueror asserted the superiority of his arms and power. 92–90, 92–93. Anonym, Valesian. p. 713. The epitomes furnish some circumstances, but they frequently confound the two wars between Licinius and Constantine. 91 Return, Petrucius in excerpt. Legat. p. 27. If it should be thought that signifies more properly a son-in-law, we might conjecture that Constantine, assuming the name as well as the duties of a father, had adopted his younger brothers and sisters, the children of Theodora. But in the best authors sometimes signifies a husband, sometimes a father-in-law, and sometimes a kinsman in general. See Spanheim, Observati ad Julian, Orat, IP 7292 in return, Zosimus, LII, p. 93, Anonym, Belesian, p. 713, Eutropius, XV Aurelius Victor, Euseb, in Chron. Sosomen, LIC2. 4 of these writers affirm that the promotion of the Caesars was an article of the treaty. It is, however, certain that the younger Constantine and Licinius were not yet born, and it is highly probable that the promotion was made the 1st of March, AD 317. The treaty had probably stipulated that the 2 Caesars might be created by the Western and one only by the Eastern emperor, but each of them reserved to himself the choice of the persons. The reconciliation of Constantine and Licinius, though it was embittered by resentment and jealousy, by the remembrance of recent injuries, and by the apprehension of future dangers, maintained, however, above 8 years the tranquility of the Roman world. As a very regular series of the imperial laws commences about this period, it would not be difficult to transcribe the civil regulations which employed the leisure of Constantine. But the most important of his institutions are intimately connected with the new system of policy and religion, which was not perfectly established till the last and peaceful years of his reign. There are many of his laws which, as far as they concern the rights and property of individuals and the practice of the bar, are more properly referred to the private than to the public jurisprudence of the empire, and he published many edicts of so local and temporary a nature that they would ill deserve the notice of a general history. 2 laws, however, may be selected from the crowd, the one for its importance, the other for its singularity, the former for its remarkable benevolence, the latter for its excessive severity. 1. The horrid practice, so familiar to the ancients, of exposing or murdering their newborn infants, was become every day more frequent in the provinces, and especially in Italy. It was the effect of distress, and the distress was principally occasioned by the intolerant burden of taxes, and by the vexatious as well as cruel prosecutions of the officers of the revenue against their insolvent debtors. The less opulent or less industrious part of mankind, instead of rejoicing in an increase of family, deemed it an act of paternal tenderness to release their children from the impending miseries of a life which they themselves were unable to support. The humanity of Constantine, moved perhaps by some recent and extraordinary instances of despair, engaged him to address an edict to all the cities of Italy and afterwards of Africa, directing immediate and sufficient relief to be given to those parents who should produce before the magistrates the children whom their own poverty would not allow them to educate. But the promise was too liberal and the provision too vague to effect any general or permanent benefit. 93. The law, though it may merit some praise, served rather to display than to alleviate the public distress. It still remains an authentic monument to contradict and confound those venal orators, who were too well satisfied with their own situation to discover either vice or misery under the government of a generous sovereign. 94.2. The laws of Constantine against rapes were dictated with very little indulgence for the most amiable weaknesses of human nature, since the description of that crime was applied not only to the brutal violence which compelled, but even to the gentle seduction which might persuade an unmarried woman, under the age of 25, to leave the house of her parents. The successful ravisher was punished with death, and as if simple death was inadequate to the enormity of his guilt, he was either burnt alive or torn in pieces by wild beasts in the amphitheatre. The virgin's declaration that she had been carried away with her own consent instead of saving her lover exposed her to share his fate. The duty of a public prosecution was entrusted to the parents of the guilty or unfortunate maid, and if the sentiments of nature prevailed on them to dissemble the injury and to repair by a subsequent marriage the honor of their family, they were themselves punished by exile and confiscation. The slaves, whether male or female, who were convicted of having been accessory to rape or seduction, were burnt alive, or put to death by the ingenious torture of pouring down their throats a quantity of melted lead. As the crime was of a public kind, the accusation was permitted even to strangers. 9401 return. This explanation appears to me little probable. Godefroy has made a much more happy conjecture, supported by all the historical circumstances which relate to this edict. It was published the 12th of May, AD 315, at Nisus in Pannonia, the birthplace of Constantine. The 8th of October, in that year, Constantine gained the victory of Sybaris over Licinius. He was yet uncertain as to the fate of the war. The Christians, no doubt, whom he favored, had prophesied his victory. Lactantius, then preceptor of Crispus, had just written his work upon Christianity, his divine institutes. He had dedicated it to Constantine. In this book he had inveighed with great force against infanticide and the exposure of infants, LVCC 20. Is it not probable that Constantine had read this work, that he had conversed on the subject with Lactantius, that he was moved, among other things, by the passage to which I have referred, and in the first transport of his enthusiasm he published the edict in question? The whole of the edict bears the character of precipitation, of excitement, entrainment rather than of deliberate reflection. The extent of the promises, the indefiniteness of the means, of the conditions, and of the time during which the parents might have a right to the succor of the state. Is there not reason to believe that the humanity of Constantine was excited by the influence of Lactantius, by that of the principles of Christianity, and of the Christians themselves, already in high esteem with the emperor, rather than by some extraordinary instances of despair? See Hegewisch, Essay Hist. Sur les finances romaines. The edict for Africa was not published till 32-2. Of that we may say in truth that its origin was in the misery of the times. Africa had suffered much from the cruelty of Maxentius. Constantine says expressly that he had learned that parents, under the pressure of distress, were there selling their children. This decree is more distinct, more maturely deliberated than the former. The succor which was to be given to the parents and the source from which it was to be derived are determined. Code. Field. Teat. 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 27. C2. If the direct utility of these laws may not have been very extensive, they had at least the great and happy effect of establishing a decisive opposition between the principles of the government and those which, at this time, had prevailed among the subjects of the empire. G. The commencement of the action was not limited to any term of years, and the consequences of the sentence were extended to the innocent offspring of such an irregular union. 95. But whenever the offense inspires less horror than the punishment, the rigor of penal law is obliged to give way to the common feelings of mankind. The most odious parts of this edict were softened or repealed in the subsequent reigns. 96, and even Constantine himself very frequently alleviated, by partial acts of mercy, the stern temper of his general institutions. Such indeed was the singular humor of that emperor, who showed himself as indulgent and even remiss in the execution of his laws as he was severe and even cruel in the enacting of them. It is scarcely possible to observe a more decisive symptom of weakness either in the character of the prince or in the constitution of the government. 97-93. Return E. Chide, Chaudex Theodosian, L.G. Chite, 27, Chaum. EVPE 88 with Godefroy's observations. See likewise LV, Chite, Sheldon 7-8. 94. Return, Omniae ubitate, fructuum copia, Annonae ubitate, fructuum copia, and C. Panegyr, Vet. East 38. This oration of Nazarius was pronounced on the day of the quinquennalia of the Caesars, the 1st of March, AD 30 scene code, Lee G. Chowton C. 89-96 return. His son very fairly assigns the true reason of the repeal, na subspecie atrocioris judicia aliqua in urcisendo crimine dilatio nae esseretur. Cod. Theod. Tom. II. P. Exebius 97 return Eusebius in Vita Constant. Lic chooses to affirm that in the reign of this hero the sword of justice hung idle in the hands of the magistrates. Eusebius himself, LLEVC 2954, and the Theodosian Code will inform us that this excessive lenity was not owing to the want either of atrocious criminals or of penal laws. The civil administration was sometimes interrupted by the military defense of the empire. Crispus, a youth of the most amiable character, who had received with the title of Caesar the command of the Rhine, distinguished his conduct, as well as valor, in several victories over the Franks and Alemanni, and taught the barbarians of that frontier to dread the eldest son of Constantine and the grandson of Constantius. 98. The emperor himself had assumed the more difficult and important province of the Danube. The Goths, who in the time of Claudius and Aurelian had felt the weight of the Roman arms, respected the power of the empire even in the midst of its intestine divisions. But the strength of that warlike nation was now restored by a peace of near 50 years. A new generation had arisen, who no longer remembered the misfortunes of ancient days. The Sarmatians of the Lake Maeotis followed the Gothic standard, either as subjects or as allies, and their united force was poured upon the countries of Illyricum. Campona, Margus, and Bononia 982 appear to have been the scenes of several memorable sieges and battles. 99. And though Constantine encountered a very obstinate resistance, he prevailed at length in the contest, and the Goths were compelled to purchase an ignominious retreat by restoring the booty and prisoners which they had taken. Nor was this advantage sufficient to satisfy the indignation of the emperor. He resolved to chastise as well as to repulse the insolent barbarians who had dared to invade the territories of Rome. At the head of his legions he passed the Danube after repairing the bridge which had been constructed by Trajan, penetrated into the strongest recesses of Dacia, 100, and when he had inflicted a severe revenge, condescended to give peace to the suppliant Goths, on condition that, as often as they were required, they should supply his armies with a body of 40,000 soldiers. 101. Exploits like these were no doubt honorable to Constantine and beneficial to the state, but it may surely be questioned whether they can justify the exaggerated assertion of Eusebius that Allscythia, as far as the extremity of the north, divided as it was into so many names and nations of the most various and savage manners, had been added by his victorious arms to the Roman Empire. 2298. Trinacereus in Panagaea. Vet. The victory of Crispus over the Alemanni is expressed on some medals that justed 19,000 pitonolib. Note, other medals are extant, the legends of which commemorate the success of Constantine over the Sarmatians and other barbarous nations. Sarmatia de Victa, Victoria Gothica, Debellatory Gentium Barbarorum, Exuperata Omnium Gentium. St. Martin, note on Lebeau, I. 48. Min. 982 return. Campona, Old Buddha in Hungary, Margus, Bononia, Widden in Mysia G and M. 99 return. C. Zosimus, LIIP. 93-94. Though the narrative of that historian is neither clear nor consistent, the panegyric of Optatianus, c. 23, mentions the alliance of the Sarmatians with the Carpi and Getae, and points out the several fields of battle. It is supposed that the Sarmatian Games, celebrated in the month of November, derived their origin from the success of Julian. Commentaire de Spanheim, p. 320 scene. 25-2. Constantine boasts that he had recovered the province Dacia which Trajan had subdued, but it is insinuated by Silenus that the conquests of Constantine were like the gardens of Adonis, which fade and wither almost the moment they appear. 9-1 Return is de rebus Geticis, c. 21. I know not whether we may entirely depend on his authority. Such an alliance has a very recent air, and scarcely is suited to the maxims of the beginning of the 4th century. 9-2 to return. 9-2 to retreat to return. Eusebius in Vit. Constantine, LLIC 8. This passage, however, is taken from a general declamation on the greatness of Constantine, and not from any particular account of the Gothic War. In this exalted state of glory, it was impossible that Constantine should any longer endure a partner in Secold. Confiding in the superiority of his genius and military power, he determined, without any previous injury, to exert them for the destruction of Licinius, whose advanced age and unpopular vices seemed to offer a very easy conquest. 103. But the old emperor, awakened by the approaching danger, deceived the expectations of his friends as well as of his enemies. Calling forth that spirit and those abilities by which he had deserved the friendship of Galerius and the imperial purple, he prepared himself for the contest, collected the forces of the east, and soon filled the plains of Hadrianople with his troops and the straits of the Hellespont with his fleet. The army consisted of 150,000 foot and 15,000 horse, and as the cavalry was drawn, for the most part, from Phrygia and Cappadocia, we may conceive a more favorable opinion of the beauty of the horses than of the courage and dexterity of their riders. The fleet was composed of 350 galleys of 3 ranks of oars. 130 of these were furnished by Egypt and the adjacent coast of Africa. 110 sailed from the ports of Phoenicia and the Isle of Cyprus, and the maritime countries of Bithynia, Ionia, and Caria were likewise obliged to provide 110 galleys. The troops of Constantine were ordered to a rendezvous at Thessalonica. They amounted to above 120,000 horse and foot. 24. Their emperor was satisfied with their martial appearance, and his army contained more soldiers, though fewer men, than that of his eastern competitor. The legions of Constantine were levied in the warlike provinces of Europe. Action had confirmed their discipline, victory had elevated their hopes, and there were among them a great number of veterans who, after 17 glorious campaigns under the same leader, prepared themselves to deserve an honorable dismission by a last effort of their valor. 25. But the naval preparations of Constantine were in every respect much inferior to those of Licinius. The maritime cities of Greece sent their respective quotas of men and ships to the celebrated harbor of Piraeus, and their united forces consisted of no more than 200 small vessels, a very feeble armament if it is compared with those formidable fleets which were equipped and maintained by the Republic of Athens during the Peloponnesian War. Quote Sender 6. Quote Sense. Since Italy was no longer the seat of government, the naval establishments of Misenum and Ravenna had been gradually neglected, and as the shipping and mariners of the empire were supported by commerce rather than by war, it was natural that they should the most abound in the industrious provinces of Egypt and Asia. It is only surprising that the Eastern emperor, who possessed so great a superiority at sea, should have neglected the opportunity of carrying an offensive war into the center of his rival's dominions. 2G return, Constantinus tamen, vir ingens, et omnia efficere nitens, qua animo praparaset, simul principatum totius urbis affectans, licinio bellum intulit. Eutropius, X5, Zosimus, LII. p. 89. The reasons which they have assigned for the first civil war may, with more propriety, be applied to the second. 204 return is Zosimus, LII. p. 94, 95. We turn. Constantine was very attentive to the privileges and comforts of his fellow veterans, conveterani, as he now began to style them. See the Theodosian Code, LVE, Tit. 10, Tom. EE, p. 419, 4290. 1960 return. Whilst the Athenians maintained the empire of the sea, their fleet consisted of 3, and afterwards of 400 galleys of 3 ranks of oars, all completely equipped and ready for NII. The arsenal in the port of Piraeus had cost the Republic 1,000 talents, about £216,000. See Thucydides de Bell, Pelopon, LII. C13 and Mursius de Fortuna Attica, C. Destian, 19. Instead of embracing such an active resolution, which might have changed the whole face of the war, the prudent Licinius expected the approach of his rival in a camp near Hadrianople, which he had fortified with an anxious care that betrayed his apprehension of the event. Constantine directed his march from Thessalonica towards that part of Thrace, till he found himself stopped by the broad and rapid stream of the Hebrus, and discovered the numerous army of Licinius, which filled the steep ascent of the hill, from the river to the city of Hadrianople. Many days were spent in doubtful and distant skirmishes, but at length the obstacles of the passage and of the attack were removed by the intrepid conduct of Constantine. In this place we might relate a wonderful exploit of Constantine, which, though it can scarcely be paralleled either in poetry or romance, is celebrated, not by a venal orator devoted to his fortune, but by an historian, the partial enemy of his fame. We are assured that the valiant emperor threw himself into the river Hebrus, accompanied only by 12 horsemen, and that by the effort or terror of his invincible arm, he broke, slaughtered, and put to flight a host of 150,000 men. The credulity of Zosimus prevailed so strongly over his passion that among the events of the memorable Battle of Hadrianople, he seems to have selected and embellished not the most important, but the most marvelous. The valor and danger of Constantine are attested by a slight wound which he received in the thigh, but it may be discovered even from an imperfect narration, and perhaps a corrupted text, that the victory was obtained no less by the conduct of the general than by the courage of the hero, that a body of 5,000 archers marched round to occupy a thick wood in the rear of the enemy, whose attention was diverted by the construction of a bridge, and that Licinius, perplexed by so many artful evolutions, was reluctantly drawn from his advantageous post to combat on equal ground on the plain. The contest was no longer equal. His confused multitude of new levies was easily vanquished by the experienced veterans of the West. 34,000 men are reported to have been slain. The fortified camp of Licinius was taken by assault the evening of the battle. The greater part of the fugitives, who had retired to the mountains, surrendered themselves the next day to the discretion of the conqueror, and his rival, who could no longer keep the field, confined himself within the walls of Byzantium. 107 return I Zelimus Lie. p. 95-96. This great battle is described in the Valesian fragment in a clear though concise manner. Licinius vero circum Hadrianopolin maximo exercitu latera ardui montis impleverat, illuc toto agmine Constantinus inflexit. Cum bellum terra maric traheritur, quamvis per arduum suis nitentibus atamen disciplina militari et felicitate. Constantinus licinu confusum et sine ordine, agentem visite exercitum, leviter femor sauciatus. The siege of Byzantium, which was immediately undertaken by Constantine, was attended with great labor and uncertainty. In the late civil wars, the fortifications of that place, so justly considered as the key of Europe and Asia, had been repaired and strengthened, and as long as Licinius remained master of the sea, the garrison was much less exposed to the danger of famine than the army of the besiegers. The naval commanders of Constantine were summoned to his camp and received his positive orders to force the passage of the Hellespont, as the fleet of Licinius, instead of seeking and destroying their feeble enemy, continued inactive in those narrow straits where its superiority of numbers was of little use or advantage. Crispus, the emperor's eldest son, was entrusted with the execution of this daring enterprise, which he performed with so much courage and success that he deserved the esteem, and most probably excited the jealousy, of his father. The engagement lasted 2 days, and in the evening of the first, the contending fleets, after a considerable and mutual loss, retired into their respective harbors of Europe and Asia. The second day, about noon, a strong south wind 108 sprang up, which carried the vessels of Crispus against the enemy, and, as the casual advantage was improved by his skillful intrepidity, he soon obtained a complete victory. 130 vessels were destroyed, 5,000 men were slain, and Amandus, the admiral of the Asiatic fleet, escaped with the utmost difficulty to the shores of Chalcedon. As soon as the Hellespont was open, a plentiful convoy of provisions flowed into the camp of Constantine, who had already advanced the operations of the siege. He constructed artificial mounds of earth of an equal height with the ramparts of Byzantium. The lofty towers which were erected on that foundation galled the besieged with large stones and darts from the military engines, and the battering rams had shaken the walls in several places. If Licinius persisted much longer in the defense, he exposed himself to be involved in the ruin of the place. Before he was surrounded, he prudently removed his person and treasures to Chalcedon in Asia, and as he was always desirous of associating companions to the hopes and dangers of his fortune, he now bestowed the title of Caesar on Martinianus, who exercised one of the most important offices of the empire. 109 Nunnerate returned Zosimus Leip 97-98. The current always sets out of the Hellespont, and when it is assisted by a north wind, no vessel can attempt the passage. A south wind renders the force of the current almost imperceptible. See Tournefort's Voyage au Levant, let, xi hona 9, return. Aurelius Victor, Zosimus, lei hon, p. 93. According to the latter, Martinianus was Magister Officiorum. He uses the Latin appellation in Greek. Some medals seem to intimate that during his short reign he received the title of Augustus. Such were still the resources and such the abilities of Licinius that, after so many successive defeats, he collected in Bithynia a new army of 50 or 60,000 men, while the activity of Constantine was employed in the siege of Byzantium. The vigilant emperor did not, however, neglect the last struggles of his antagonist. A considerable part of his victorious army was transported over the Bosphorus in small vessels, and the decisive engagement was fought soon after their landing on the heights of Chrysopolis, or, as it is now called, of Scutari. The troops of Licinius, though they were lately raised, ill-armed and worse disciplined, made head against their conquerors with fruitless but desperate valor, till a total defeat and a slaughter of 25,000 men irretrievably determined the fate of their leader. 110. He retired to Nicomedia rather with the view of gaining some time for negotiation than with the hope of any effectual defense. Constantia, his wife and the sister of Constantine, interceded with her brother in favor of her husband, and obtained from his policy, rather than from his compassion, a solemn promise confirmed by an oath that after the sacrifice of Martinianus and the resignation of the purple, Licinius himself should be permitted to pass the remainder of this life in peace and affluence. The behavior of Constantia and her relation to the contending parties naturally recalls the remembrance of that virtuous matron who was the sister of Augustus and the wife of Antony. But the temper of mankind was altered, and it was no longer esteemed infamous for a Roman to survive his honor and independence. Licinius solicited and accepted the pardon of his offenses, laid himself and his purple at the feet of his lord and master, was raised from the ground with insulting pity, was admitted the same day to the imperial banquet, and soon afterwards was sent away to Thessalonica, which had been chosen for the place of his confinement. 111. His confinement was soon terminated by death, and it is doubtful whether a tumult of the soldiers or a decree of the Senate was suggested as the motive for his execution. According to the rules of tyranny, he was accused of forming a conspiracy and of holding a treasonable correspondence with the barbarians, but as he was never convicted either by his own conduct or by any legal evidence, we may perhaps be allowed, from his weakness, to presume his innocence. 1112. The memory of Licinius was branded with infamy, his statues were thrown down, and by a hasty edict of such mischievous tendency that he was almost immediately corrected, all his laws and all the judicial proceedings of his reign were at once abolished. 11.3. By this victory of Constantine, the Roman world was again united under the authority of one emperor, 37 years after Diocletian had divided his power and provinces with his associate Maximian. 1110, Eusebius, in Vita Constantine, ascribes this decisive victory to the pious prayers of the emperor. The Valesian fragment p. 704 mentions a body of Gothic auxiliaries, under their chief Aliquaca, who adhered to the party of Licinius. 1101, return, Josimus, lie, p. 102, Victor Jr. in Epitome, anonym, Valesian, p. 714, W2 return, Chontra religionem sacramenti, Thessalonicae privatus occisus isti, Eutropius XTT, and his evidence is confirmed by Jerome, in Chronic, as well as by Zosimus, lie, ptt2. The Valesian writer is the only one who mentions the soldiers, and it is Zonaras alone who calls in the assistance of the Senate. Eusebius prudently slides over this delicate transaction, but Sozomen, a century afterwards, ventures to assert the treasonable practices of Licinius. Chantra, Jazamena, 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 Jazamena. These edicts of Constantine betray a degree of passion and precipitation, very unbecoming the character of a lawgiver. The successive steps of the elevation of Constantine, from his first assuming the purple at York to the resignation of Licinius at Nicomedia, have been related with some minuteness and precision, not only as the events are in themselves both interesting and important, but still more as they contributed to the decline of the empire by the expense of blood and treasure, and by the perpetual increase, as well of the taxes as of the military establishment. The foundation of Constantinople and the establishment of the Christian religion were the immediate and memorable consequences of this revolution. Chapter 15. Progress of the Christian Religion. Part 1. The progress of the Christian religion and the sentiments, manners, numbers, and condition of the primitive Christians to 1 return. In spite of my resolution, Lardner led me to look through the famous 15th and 16th chapters of Gibbon. I could not lay them down without finishing them. The causes assigned in the 15th chapter for the diffusion of Christianity must, no doubt, have contributed to it materially, but I doubt whether he saw them all. Perhaps those which he enumerates are among the most obvious. They might all be safely adopted by a Christian writer with some change in the language and manner. Mackintosh, See Life, IP 244. A candid but rational inquiry into the progress and establishment of Christianity may be considered as a very essential part of the history of the Roman Empire. While that great body was invaded by open violence or undermined by slow decay, a pure and humble religion gently insinuated itself into the minds of men, grew up in silence and obscurity, derived new vigor from opposition, and finally erected the triumphant banner of the cross on the ruins of the Capitol. Nor was the influence of Christianity confined to the period or to the limits of the Roman Empire. After a revolution of 13 or 14 centuries, that religion is still professed by the nations of Europe, the most distinguished portion of humankind in arts and learning as well as in arms. By the industry and zeal of the Europeans, it has been widely diffused to the most distant shores of Asia and Africa, and by the means of their colonies has been firmly established from Canada to Chile in a world unknown to the ancients. But this inquiry, however useful or entertaining, is attended with two peculiar difficulties. The scanty and suspicious materials of ecclesiastical history seldom enable us to dispel the dark cloud that hangs over the first age of the Church. The great law of impartiality too often obliges us to reveal the imperfections of the uninspired teachers and believers of the gospel, and, to a careless observer, their faults may seem to cast a shade on the faith which they professed. But the scandal of the pious Christian and the fallacious triumph of the infidel should cease as soon as they recollect not only by whom, but likewise to whom, the divine revelation was given. The theologian may indulge the pleasing task of describing religion as she descended from heaven, arrayed in her native purity. A more melancholy duty is imposed on the historian. He must discover the inevitable mixture of error and corruption which she contracted in a long residence upon earth, among a weak and degenerate race of beings. 22 de true return. The art of Gibbon, or at least the unfair impression produced by these two memorable chapters, consists in confounding together in one undistinguishable mass the origin and apostolic propagation of the Christian religion with its later progress. The main question, the divine origin of the religion, is dexterously eluded or speciously conceded. His plan enables him to commence his account in most parts below the apostolic times, and it is only by the strength of the dark coloring with which he has brought out the failings and the follies of succeeding ages that a shadow of doubt and suspicion is thrown back on the primitive period of Christianity. Divest this whole passage of the latent sarcasm betrayed by the subsequent one of the whole disquisition, and it might commence a Christian history written in the most Christian spirit of candor. Our curiosity is naturally prompted to inquire by what means the Christian faith obtained so remarkable a victory over the established religions of the earth. To this inquiry an obvious but satisfactory answer may be returned, that it was owing to the convincing evidence of the doctrine itself and to the ruling providence of its great author. But as truth and reason seldom find so favorable a reception in the world, And as the wisdom of providence frequently condescends to use the passions of the human heart and the general circumstances of mankind as instruments to execute its purpose, we may still be permitted, though with becoming submission, to ask, not indeed what were the first, but what were the secondary causes of the rapid growth of the Christian Church. It will perhaps appear that it was most effectually favored and assisted by the 5 following causes, i.e., the inflexible, and if we may use the expression the intolerant zeal of the Christians, derived, it is true, from the Jewish religion, but purified from the narrow and unsocial spirit, which, instead of inviting, had deterred the Gentiles from embracing the law of Moses 123:12. The doctrine of a future life, improved by every additional circumstance which could give weight and efficacy to that important truth. Third, the miraculous powers ascribed to the primitive church, i.v., the pure and austere morals of the Christians, v. the union and discipline of the Christian Republic, which gradually formed an independent and increasing state in the heart of the Roman Empire. 1923. Return. Though we are thus far agreed with respect to the inflexibility and intolerance of Christian zeal, yet as to the principle from which it was derived we are, toto colo, divided in opinion. You deduce it from the Jewish religion. I would refer it to a more adequate and a more obvious source, a full persuasion of the truth of Christianity. Watson. Letters. Gibbon, I9, MII. We have already described the religious harmony of the ancient world and the facility with which the most different and even hostile nations embraced or at least respected each other's superstitions. A single people refused to join in the common intercourse of mankind. The Jews, who, under the Assyrian and Persian monarchies, had languished for many ages the most despised portion of their slaves, one emerged from obscurity under the successors of Alexander, and as they multiplied to a surprising degree in the East and afterwards in the West, they soon excited the curiosity and wonder of other nations. 20. The sullen obstinacy with which they maintained their peculiar rights and unsocial manners seemed to mark them out as a distinct species of men who boldly professed or who faintly disguised their implacable habits to the rest of humankind. Neither the violence of Antiochus nor the arts of Herod nor the example of the circumjacent nations could ever persuade the Jews to associate with the institutions of Moses the elegant mythology of the Greeks. 4. According to the maxims of universal toleration, the Romans protected a superstition which they despised. 5. The polite Augustus condescended to give orders that sacrifices should be offered for his prosperity in the Temple of Jerusalem. 6. Whilst the meanest of the posterity of Abraham, who should have paid the same homage to the Jupiter of the Capitol, would have been an object of abhorrence to himself and to his brethren. But the moderation of the conquerors was insufficient to appease the jealous prejudices of their subjects, who were alarmed and scandalized at the ensigns of paganism, which necessarily introduced themselves into a Roman province. 7. The mad attempt of Caligula to place his own statue in the Temple of Jerusalem was defeated by the unanimous resolution of a people who dreaded death much less than such an idolatrous profanation. 8. Their attachment to the law of Moses was equal to their detestation of foreign religions. The current of zeal and devotion, as it was contracted into a narrow channel, ran with the strength and sometimes with the fury of a torrent. This facility has not always prevented intolerance, which seems inherent in the religious spirit when armed with authority. The separation of the ecclesiastical and civil power appears to be the only means of at once maintaining religion and tolerance, but this is a very modern notion. The passions which mingle themselves with opinions made the pagans very often intolerant and persecutors. Witness the Persians, the Egyptians, even the Greeks and Romans. The Persians. Cambyses, conqueror of the Egyptians, condemned to death the magistrates of Memphis because they had offered divine honors to their god. Apis, he caused the god to be brought before him, struck him with his dagger, commanded the priests to be scourged, and ordered a general massacre of all the Egyptians who should be found celebrating the festival of the statues of the gods to be burnt. Not content with this intolerance, he sent an army to reduce the Ammonians to slavery and to set on fire the temple in which Jupiter delivered his oracles. See Herod. II. 25-29, 37. Xerxes, during his invasion of Greece, acted on the same principles. LC destroyed all the temples of Greece and Ionia, except that of Ephesus. See Pors, LVI, P533, and XP, 8I7. The Egyptians. They thought themselves defiled when they had drunk from the same cup or eaten at the same table with a man of a different belief from their own. He who has voluntarily killed any sacred animal is punished with death. But if anyone, even involuntarily, has killed a cat or an ibis, he cannot escape the extreme penalty. The people drag him away, treat him in the most cruel manner, sometimes without waiting for a judicial sentence. Even at the time when King Ptolemy was not yet the acknowledged friend of the Roman people, while the multitude were paying court with all possible attention to the strangers who came from Italy, a Roman having killed a cat, the people rushed to his house, and neither the entreaties of the nobles whom the king sent to them, nor the terror of the Roman name, was sufficiently powerful to rescue the man from punishment, though he had committed the crime involuntarily. Diode. Sicut. I-83. Juvenal, in his 13th satire, describes the sanguinary conflict between the inhabitants of Ombos and of Tentira from religious animosity. The fury was carried so far that the conquerors tore and devoured the quivering limbs of the conquered. E odet ovuk Ombos et Tentira sumus humus ukranki, inde furar vulgo, quad nomina vicinorum ogo qualos, e sieteca rida qualos. 85 3d. The Greeks, let us not here, says the Abbé Guénet, refer to the cities of Peloponnesus and their severity against atheism, the Ephesians prosecuting Heraclitus for impiety, the Greeks armed one against the other by religious zeal in the Amphictyonic War. Let us say nothing either of the frightful cruelties inflicted by 3 successors of Alexander upon the Jews to force them to abandon their religion, nor of Antiochus expelling the philosophers from his states. Let us not seek our proofs of intolerance so far off. Athens, the polite and learned Athens, will supply us with sufficient examples. Every citizen made a public and solemn vow to conform to the religion of his country, to defend it, and to cause it to be respected. An express law severely punished all discourses against the gods, and a rigid decree ordered the denunciation of all who should deny their existence. The practice was in unison with the severity of the law. The proceedings commenced against Protagoras, a price set upon the head of Diagoras, the danger of Alcibiades, Aristotle obliged to fly, Stilpo banished, Anaxagoras hardly escaping death, Pericles himself, after all his services to his country and all the glory he had acquired, compelled to appear before the tribunals and make his defense. Avises, a priestess, executed for having introduced strange gods, Socrates condemned and drinking the hemlock, because he was accused of not recognizing those of his country, and c. These facts attest too loudly, to be called in question, the religious intolerance of the most humane and enlightened people in Greece. Lettres de quelques Juifs amants. Voltaire, IP 2220, from which much of this is derived. Mum 4th. The Romans. The laws of Rome were not less express and severe. The intolerance of foreign religions reaches, with the Romans, as high as the laws of the 12 Tables. The prohibitions were afterwards renewed at different times. Intolerance did not discontinue under the emperors. Witness the Council of Maecenas to Augustus. This council is so remarkable that I think it right to insert it entire. Honor the gods yourself, says Maecenas to Augustus, in every way according to the usage of your ancestors, and compel others to worship them. Hate and punish those who introduce strange gods, not only for the sake of the gods, he who despises them will respect no one, but because those who introduce new gods engage a multitude of persons in foreign laws and customs. From hence arise unions bound by oaths and confederacies, and associations, things dangerous to a monarchy. Dion Cass. L.I. But, though some may differ from it, see Gibbon's just observation on this passage in Dion Cassius, Ch.xv. Note 117, impugned indeed by M. Guizot. Note in loco. M. Even the laws which the philosophers of Athens and of Rome wrote for their imaginary republics are intolerant. Plato does not leave to his citizens freedom of religious worship, and Cicero expressly prohibits them from having other gods than those of the state. Lettres de quelques juifs amants. Voltaire, IP 226. G. According to M. Guizot's just remarks, religious intolerance will always ally itself with the passions of man, however different those passions may be. In the instances quoted above, with the Persians it was the pride of despotism. To conquer the gods of a country was the last mark of subjugation. With the Egyptians it was the gross fetishist populace and the local jealousy of neighboring towns. In Greece, persecution was in general connected with political party. In Rome, with the stern supremacy of the law and the interests of the state. Gibbon has been mistaken in attributing to the tolerant spirit of paganism that which arose out of the peculiar circumstances of the times. First, the decay of the old polytheism through the progress of reason and intelligence and the prevalence of philosophical opinions among the higher orders. The Roman character, in which the political always predominated over the religious party. The Romans were contented with having bowed the world to a uniformity of subjection to their power, and cared not for establishing that toward them less important uniformity of religion. M1 return, Damasirios penis, medoscet persas oriens fuit, despectissima pas erientium. Tacit. Phi. 8. Herodotus, who visited Asia whilst it obeyed the last of those empires, slightly mentions the Syrians of Palestine who, according to their own confession, had received from Egypt the rite of circumcision. CLIE, C1IE, C10 Trusiculus LXL, Dion Cassius LXXXXVIE, P1021, Tacit Hist, V1021, Justin XXXVI, 2, 3, the returno quae cumque, volumine Moses, non monstrare vias cadem nisi sacracolenti, quaesitum ad fontem solos deducere verpas. The letter of this law is not to be found in the present volume of Moses, but the wise, the humane Maimonides openly teaches that if an idolater fall into the water, a Jew ought not to save him from instant death. Sibasnaji Schwifts LVC, 288. It is diametrically opposed to its spirit and to its letter. See, among other passages, belief. 19. God loveth the stranger in giving him food and raiment. Love ye therefore the stranger, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. Comp. Lev. XXII. 25. Juvenal is a satirist whose strong expressions can hardly be received as historic evidence, and he wrote after the horrible cruelties of the Romans, which during and after the war might give some cause for the complete isolation of the Jew from the rest of the world. The Jew was a bigot, but his religion was not the only source of his bigotry. After how many centuries of mutual wrong and hatred, which had still further estranged the Jew from mankind, did Maimonides write? M4 return. A Jewish sect which indulged themselves in a sort of occasional conformity derived from Herod, by whose example and authority they had been seduced, the name of Herodians. But their numbers were so inconsiderable, and their duration so short, that Josephus has not thought them worthy of his notice. See Prideaux's Connection, Vol. EE. p. 285. Note, the Herodians were probably more of a political party than a religious sect, though Gibbon is most likely right as to their occasional conformity. See Hist. of the Jews, EE. 218-8. M5 returns Cicero pro Flacco, C28. Ms2 the edicts of Julius Caesar and of some of the cities in Asia Minor Recebsus, Decret, pro Judaeus in favor of the nation in general or of the Asiatic Jews speak a different language. M6 returns Philo de Legatione. Augustus left a foundation for a perpetual sacrifice, yet he approved of the neglect which his grandson Caius expressed towards the temple of Jerusalem. C93 and Cassor, Signita, Sephron, Signata, the Unonwam. 6, XVI, 3 and Debel, Judiac, I33 and EI, 9, edit. Haverkamp, note, this was during the government of Pontius Pilate, Hist. of Jews, II, 56. Probably in part to avoid this collision, the Roman governor in general resided at Caesarea. M8 return Echusia Caio Caesari, Effigiem ejus in templo locare, arma potius sum sere. Tacit. Hist. v. 9. Philo and Josephus gave a very circumstantial but a very rhetorical account of this transaction, which exceedingly perplexed the governor of Syria. At the first mention of this idolatrous proposal, King Agrippa fainted away and did not recover his senses until the third day. Hist. of Jews, i.e. 81 and c. This inflexible perseverance, which appeared so odious or so ridiculous to the ancient world, assumes a more awful character, since Providence has deigned to reveal to us the mysterious history of the chosen people. But the devout and even scrupulous attachment to the Mosaic religion, so conspicuous among the Jews who lived under the Second Temple, becomes still more surprising if it is compared with the stubborn incredulity of their forefathers. When the law was given in thunder from Mount Sinai, when the tides of the ocean and the course of the planets were suspended for the convenience of the Israelites, and when temporal rewards and punishments were the immediate consequences of their piety or disobedience, they perpetually relapsed into rebellion against the visible majesty of their divine king, placed the idols of the nations in the sanctuary of Jehovah, and imitated every fantastic ceremony that was practiced in the tents of the Arabs or in the cities of Phoenicia. 9. As the protection of heaven was deservedly withdrawn from the ungrateful race, their faith acquired a proportionable degree of vigor and purity. The contemporaries of Moses and Joshua had beheld with careless indifference the most amazing miracles. Under the pressure of every calamity, the belief of those miracles has preserved the Jews of a later period from the universal contagion of idolatry, and in contradiction to every known principle of the human mind, that singular people seems to have yielded a stronger and more ready assent to the traditions of their remote ancestors than to the evidence of their own senses. 10.9 Return. For the enumeration of the Syrian and Arabian deities, it may be observed that Milton has comprised in 130 very beautiful lines the two large and learned syntagmas which Selden had composed on that abstruse subject. Tun return. How long will this people provoke me, and how long will it be ere they believe me, for all the signs which I have shown among them? Numbers 6:4. 11. It would be easy, but it would be unbecoming to justify the complaint of the deity from the whole tenor of the Mosaic history. Note, among a rude and barbarous people, religious impressions are easily made and are as soon effaced. The ignorance which multiplies imaginary wonders would weaken and destroy the effect of real miracle. At the period of the Jewish history referred to in the passage from Numbers, their fears predominated over their faith, the fears of an unwarlike people just rescued from debasing slavery and commanded to attack a fierce, a well-armed, a gigantic, and a far more numerous race, the inhabitants of Canaan. As to the frequent apostasy of the Jews, their religion was beyond their state of civilization, nor is it uncommon for a people to cling with passionate attachment to that of which, at first, they could not appreciate the value. Patriotism and national pride will contend, even to death, for political rights which have been forced upon a reluctant people. The Christian may at least retort with justice that the great sign of his religion, the resurrection of Jesus, was most ardently believed and most resolutely asserted by the eyewitnesses of the fact. The Jewish religion was admirably fitted for defense, but it was never designed for conquest, and it seems probable that the number of proselytes was never much superior to that of apostates. The divine promises were originally made, and the distinguishing rite of circumcision was enjoined to a single family. When the posterity of Abraham had multiplied like the sands of the sea, the deity, from whose mouth they received a system of laws and ceremonies, declared himself the proper and as it were the national God of Israel, and with the most jealous care separated his favorite people from the rest of mankind. The conquest of the land of Canaan was accompanied with so many wonderful and with so many bloody circumstances that the victorious Jews were left in a state of irreconcilable hostility with all their neighbors. They had been commanded to extirpate some of the most idolatrous tribes, and the execution of the divine will had seldom been retarded by the weakness of humanity. With the other nations they were forbidden to contract any marriages or alliances, and the prohibition of receiving them into the congregation, which in some cases was perpetual, almost always extended to the third, to the seventh, or even to the 10th generation. The obligation of preaching to the Gentiles the faith of Moses had never been inculcated as a precept of the law, nor were the Jews inclined to impose it on themselves as a voluntary duty. In the admission of new citizens, that unsocial people was actuated by the selfish vanity of the Greeks rather than by the generous policy of Rome. The descendants of Abraham were flattered by the opinion that they alone were the heirs of the covenant, and they were apprehensive of diminishing the value of their inheritance by sharing it too easily with the strangers of the earth. A larger acquaintance with mankind extended their knowledge without correcting their prejudices, and whenever the God of Israel acquired any new votaries, he was much more indebted to the inconstant humor of polytheism than to the active zeal of his own missionaries. 11. The religion of Moses seems to be instituted for a particular country as well as for a single nation, and if a strict obedience had been paid to the order that every male 3 times in the year should present himself before the Lord Jehovah, it would have been impossible that the Jews could ever have spread themselves beyond the narrow limits of the promised land. 12. That obstacle was indeed removed by the destruction of the Temple of Jerusalem, but the most considerable part of the Jewish religion was involved in its destruction, and the pagans who had long wondered at the strange report of an empty sanctuary, 13, were at a loss to discover what could be the object, or what could be the instruments, of a worship which was destitute of temples and of altars, of priests and of sacrifices. Yet even in their fallen state, the Jews, still asserting their lofty and exclusive privileges, shunned instead of courting the society of strangers. They still insisted with inflexible rigor on those parts of the law which it was in their power to practice. Their peculiar distinctions of days, of meats, and a variety of trivial though burdensome observances were so many objects of disgust and aversion for the other nations, to whose habits and prejudices they were diametrically opposite. The painful and even dangerous rite of circumcision was alone capable of repelling a willing proselyte from the door of the synagogue. 1411 return. In return, all that relates to the Jewish proselytes has been very ably by Basnage Hist, des Juifs LV C6 C6 in 12 return, C Exiv 23, Dapte I6 C3, in the 3 6 C3, edit. The fall, now 9 return. When Pompey, using or abusing the right of conquest, entered into the Holy of Holies, it was observed with amazement, noli intus diem effidie, vacuum sedem et inania arcana. Tacit. Hist. V. 9. It was a popular saying with regard to the Jews, nil pater nubem et coeli numen adorant. 14. Return. A second kind of circumcision was inflicted on a Samaritan or Egyptian proselyte. The sullen indifference of the Talmudists with respect to the conversion of strangers may be seen in Basnage Histoire des Juifs L.C. C. 6. Under these circumstances, Christianity offered itself to the world, armed with the strength of the Mosaic law and delivered from the weight of its fetters. An exclusive zeal for the truth of religion and the unity of God was as carefully inculcated in the new as in the ancient system, and whatever was now revealed to mankind concerning the nature and designs of the Supreme Being was fitted to increase their reverence for that mysterious doctrine. The divine authority of Moses and the prophets was admitted and even established as the firmest basis of Christianity. From the beginning of the world, an uninterrupted series of predictions had announced and prepared the long-expected coming of the Messiah, who, in compliance with the gross apprehensions of the Jews, had been more frequently represented under the character of a king and conqueror than under that of a prophet, a martyr, and the Son of God. By his expiatory sacrifice, the imperfect sacrifices of the temple were at once consummated and abolished. The ceremonial law, which consisted only of types and figures, was succeeded by a pure and spiritual worship equally adapted to all climates, as well as to every condition of mankind, and to the initiation of blood was substituted a more harmless initiation of water. The promise of divine favor, instead of being partially confined to the posterity of Abraham, was universally proposed to the freeman and the slave, to the Greek and to the barbarian, to the Jew and to the Gentile. Every privilege that could raise the proselyte from earth to heaven, that could exalt his devotion, secure his happiness, or even gratify that secret pride which, under the semblance of devotion, insinuates itself into the human heart, was still reserved for the members of the Christian Church. But at the same time all mankind was permitted, and even solicited, to accept the glorious distinction, which was not only proffered as a favor, but imposed as an obligation. It became the most sacred duty of a new convert to diffuse among his friends and relations the inestimable blessing which he had received, and to warn them against a refusal that would be severely punished as a criminal disobedience to the will of a benevolent but all-powerful deity. The enfranchisement of the church from the bonds of the synagogue was a work, however, of some time and of some difficulty. The Jewish converts who acknowledged Jesus in the character of the Messiah foretold by their ancient oracles respected him as a prophetic teacher of virtue and religion, but they obstinately adhered to the ceremonies of their ancestors and were desirous of imposing them on the Gentiles, who continually augmented the number of believers. These Judaizing Christians seem to have argued with some degree of plausibility from the divine origin of the Mosaic law and from the immutable perfections of its great author. They affirmed that if the being, who is the same through all eternity, had designed to abolish those sacred rites which had served to distinguish his chosen people, the repeal of them would have been no less clear and solemn than their first promulgation. That, instead of those frequent declarations which either suppose or assert the perpetuity of the Mosaic religion, it would have been represented as a provisionary scheme intended to last only to the coming of the Messiah, who should instruct mankind in a more perfect mode of faith and of worship. 15. That the Messiah himself and his disciples who conversed with him on earth, instead of authorizing by their example the most minute observances of the Mosaic law, 16. Would have published to the world the abolition of those useless and obsolete ceremonies, without suffering Christianity to remain during so many years obscurely confounded among the sects of the Jewish Church. Arguments like these appear to have been used in the defense of the expiring cause of the Mosaic law, but the industry of our learned divines has abundantly explained the ambiguous language of the Old Testament and the ambiguous conduct of the apostolic teachers. It was proper gradually to unfold the system of the gospel and to pronounce with the utmost caution and tenderness a sentence of condemnation so repugnant to the inclination and prejudices of the believing Jews. 15. Return. These arguments were urged with great ingenuity by the Jew Orobio and refuted with equal ingenuity and candor by the Christian Limborch. See the Amica Collatio. It well deserves that name, or account of the dispute between them. Circumcises erat, Judaicis, vestitus simili, bergatos scabi, mitebat, ad sacerdotis, pasciata et alios dies festos religiose observabat, siquos sanavite sabbatho, ostendit non tantum ex lege, sed et exceptis sententiis, talia opera sabbatho non interdicta. Grotius de veritate religionis Christianae, Levi c. 7. A little afterwards, c. 12, he expatiates on the condescension of the apostles. The history of the Church of Jerusalem affords a lively proof of the necessity of those precautions and of the deep impression which the Jewish religion had made on the minds of its sectaries. The first 15 bishops of Jerusalem were all circumcised Jews, and the congregation over which they presided united the law of Moses with the doctrine of Christ. 17. It was natural that the primitive tradition of a church which was founded only 40 days after the death of Christ, and was governed almost as many years under the immediate inspection of his apostle, should be received as the standard of orthodoxy. The distant churches very frequently appealed to the authority of their venerable parent, and relieved her distresses by a liberal contribution of alms. But when numerous and opulent societies were established in the great cities of the empire, in Antioch, Alexandria, Ephesus, Corinth, and Rome, the reverence which Jerusalem had inspired to all the Christian colonies insensibly diminished. 18b. The Jewish converts, or, as they were afterwards called, the Nazarenes, who had laid the foundations of the church, soon found themselves overwhelmed by the increasing multitudes that from all the various religions of polytheism enlisted under the banner of Christ, and the Gentiles who, with the approbation of their peculiar apostle, had rejected the intolerable weight of the Mosaic ceremonies, at length refused to their more scrupulous brethren the same toleration which at first they had humbly solicited for their own practice. The ruin of the temple of the city and of the public religion of the Jews was severely felt by the Nazarenes, as in their manners, though not in their faith, they maintained so intimate a connection with their impious countrymen, whose misfortunes were attributed by the pagans to the contempt, and more justly ascribed by the Christians to the wrath, of the supreme deity. The Nazarenes retired from the ruins of Jerusalem 18 to the little town of Pella beyond the Jordan, where that ancient church languished above 60 years in solitude and obscurity. 19. They still enjoyed the comfort of making frequent and devout visits to the holy city, and the hope of being one day restored to those seats which both nature and religion taught them to love as well as to revere. But at length, under the reign of Hadrian, the desperate fanaticism of the Jews filled up the measure of their calamities, and the Romans, exasperated by their repeated rebellions, exercised the rights of victory with unusual rigor. The emperor founded, under the name of Aelia Capitolina, a new city on Mount Sion, 20 to which he gave the privileges of a colony, and denouncing the severest penalties against any of the Jewish people who should dare to approach its precincts, he fixed a vigilant garrison of a Roman cohort to enforce the execution of his orders. The Nazarenes had only one way left to escape the common prescription, and the force of truth was on this occasion assisted by the influence of temporal advantages. They elected Marcus for their bishop, a prelate of the race of the Gentiles, and most probably a native either of Italy or of some of the Latin provinces. At his persuasion, the most considerable part of the congregation renounced the Mosaic law, in the practice of which they had persevered above a century. By this sacrifice of their habits and prejudices, they purchased a free admission into the colony of Hadrian and more firmly cemented their union with the Catholic Church. 21:17 Return. Pene omnes Christum Deum, sub legis observatione credebant, sulpicius suberes isse. 31. C. Eusebius, hist. Ecclesiast Lav. C5 off. 1 Ephesiand, footnote 18b, Moschim de rebus Christianis anti Constantinum, Magnum, page 53. In this masterly performance, which I shall often have occasion to quote, he enters much more fully into the state of the primitive church than he has an opportunity of doing in his general history. 1. The return. This is incorrect. All the traditions concur in placing the abandonment of the city by the Christians, not only before it was in ruins, but before the siege had commenced. Euseb, Loc Dii, Seat, and Leclerc. Munda 19 returned to Eusebius Lii c5, Leclerc, hist, Ecclesiast, p. 6005. During this occasional absence, the bishop and church of Pella still retained the title of Jerusalem. In the same manner, the Roman pontiffs resided 70 years at Avignon, and the patriarchs of Alexandria have long since transferred their episcopal seat to Chi-Rho. 20 returned to Dion Cassius LLLL 5. 6, and is mentioned by several ecclesiastical writers, though some of them too hastily extend this interdiction to the whole country of Palestine. 21. Return. Eusebius, Levc, Sulpicius Severus, II. 31. By comparing their unsatisfactory accounts, Moschheim p. 3025 and c. has drawn out a very distinct representation of the circumstances and motives of this revolution. When the name and honors of the Church of Jerusalem had been restored to Mount Sion, the crimes of heresy and schism were imputed to the obscure remnant of the Nazarenes, which refused to accompany their Latin bishop. They still preserved their former habitation of Pella, spread themselves into the villages adjacent to Damascus, and formed an inconsiderable church in the city of Berana, or, as it is now called, of Aleppo, in Syria. 22. The name of Nazarenes was deemed too honorable for those Christian Jews, and they soon received, from the supposed poverty of their understanding, as well as of their condition, the contemptuous epithet of Ebionites. 23. In a few years after the return of the Church of Jerusalem, it became a matter of doubt and controversy whether a man who sincerely acknowledged Jesus as the Messiah, but who still continued to observe the law of Moses, could possibly hope for salvation. The humane temper of Justin Martyr inclined him to answer this question in the affirmative, and though he expressed himself with the most guarded diffidence, he ventured to determine in favor of such an imperfect Christian, if he were content to practice the Mosaic ceremonies, without pretending to assert their general use or necessity. But when Justin was pressed to declare the sentiment of the Church, he confessed that there were very many among the Orthodox Christians who not only excluded their Judaizing brethren from the hope of salvation, but who declined any intercourse with them in the common offices of friendship, hospitality, and social life. 24. The more rigorous opinion prevailed, as it was natural to expect, over the milder, and an eternal bar of separation was fixed between the disciples of Moses and those of Christ. The unfortunate Ebionites, rejected from one religion as apostates and from the other as heretics, found themselves compelled to assume a more decided character. And although some traces of that obsolete sect may be discovered as late as the 4th century, they insensibly melted away, either into the church or the synagogue. 2520 Chi-Rho. Leclerc, Hister. 477-530 Fief seems to have collected from Eusebius, Jerome, Epiphanius, and other writers all the principal circumstances that relate to the Nazarenes or Ebionites. The nature of their opinions soon divided them into a stricter and a milder sect, and there is some reason to conjecture that the family of Jesus Christ remained members, at least, of the latter and more moderate party. 2-3 Return. Some writers have been pleased to create an Ebion, the imaginary author of their sect and name. But we can more safely rely on the learned Eusebius than on the vehement Tertullian, or the credulous Epiphanius. According to Leclerc, the Hebrew word ebionim may be translated into Latin by that of pauperes. See Hist, Ecclesiast, p. 477. Note, the opinion of Leclerc is generally admitted, but Neander has suggested some good reasons for supposing that this term only applied to poverty of condition. The obscure history of their tenets and divisions is clearly and rationally traced in his History of the Church, Volume I, Part II, p. 612, and C. Germ. Edit. Ms. 24 Return. See the very curious dialogue of Justin Martyr with the Jew Tryphon. The conference between them was held at Ephesus in the reign of Antoninus Pius, and about 20 years after the return of the Church of Pella to Jerusalem. For this date consult the accurate note of Tillemont, Memoires Ecclesiastiques Tom. II p. 511. Is note, Justin Martyr makes an important distinction which Gibbon has neglected to notice. There were some who were not content with observing the Mosaic law themselves, but enforced the same observance as necessary to salvation upon the heathen converts and refused all social intercourse with them, if they did not conform to section with Havanaphthesis thereat. Justin Martyr himself freely admits those who kept the law themselves to Christian communion, though he acknowledges that some, not the Church, thought otherwise. Of the other party, he himself thought less favorably. The former by some are considered the Nazarenes, the Atta, the Ebionites. G&M 25 Return. Of all the systems of Christianity, that of Abyssinia is the only one which still adheres to the Mosaic rites. Geddes' Church. History of Ethiopia, and Dissertations de la Grande sur la relation du Pays Lobo. The eunuch of the Queen Candace might suggest some suspicious, but as we are assured, Socrates I-19, Sozomen II. 24, Ludolphus, pp. 281, that the Ethiopians were not converted till the 4th century, it is more reasonable to believe that they respected the Sabbath and distinguished the forbidden meats in imitation of the Jews who, in a very early period, were seated on both sides of the Red Sea. Circumcision had been practiced by the most ancient Ethiopians from motives of health and cleanliness, which seem to be explained in the Recherches philosophiques sur les Américains, Tom. II p. 117. While the Orthodox Church preserved a just medium between excessive veneration and improper contempt for the law of Moses, the various heretics deviated into equal but opposite extremes of error and extravagance. From the acknowledged truth of the Jewish religion, the Ebionites had concluded that it could never be abolished. From its supposed imperfections, the Gnostics as hastily inferred that it never was instituted by the wisdom of the deity. There are some objections against the authority of Moses and the prophets, which too readily present themselves to the skeptical mind, though they can only be derived from our ignorance of remote antiquity and from our incapacity to form an adequate judgment of the divine economy. These objections were eagerly embraced and as petulantly urged by the vain science of the Gnostics. 26. As those heretics were for the most part averse to the pleasures of sense, they morosely arraigned the polygamy of the patriarchs, the gallantries of David, and the seraglio of Solomon. The conquest of the land of Canaan, and the extirpation of the unsuspecting natives, they were at a loss how to reconcile with the common notions of humanity and justice. 261. But when they recollected the sanguinary list of murders, of executions, and of massacres which stain almost every page of the Jewish annals, they acknowledged that the barbarians of Palestine had exercised as much compassion towards their idolatrous enemies as they had ever shown to their friends or countrymen. 27. Passing from the sectaries of the law to the law itself, they asserted that it was impossible that a religion which consisted only of bloody sacrifices and trifling ceremonies, and whose rewards as well as punishments were all of a carnal and temporal nature, could inspire the love of virtue or restrain the impetuosity of passion. The Mosaic account of the creation and fall of man was treated with profane derision by the Gnostics, who would not listen with patience to the repose of the deity after 6 days' labor, to the rib of Adam, the Garden of Eden, the trees of life and of knowledge, the speaking serpent, the forbidden fruit, and the condemnation pronounced against humankind for the venial offense of their first progenitors. 28. The God of Israel was impiously represented by the Gnostics as a being liable to passion and to error, capricious in his favor, implacable in his resentment, meanly jealous of his superstitious worship, and confining his partial providence to a single people and to this transitory life. In such a character they could discover none of the features of the wise and omnipotent Father of the universe. 29. They allowed that the religion of the Jews was somewhat less criminal than the idolatry of the Gentiles, but it was their fundamental doctrine that the Christ whom they adored as the first and brightest emanation of the deity appeared upon earth to rescue mankind from their various errors and to reveal a new system of truth and perfection. The most learned of the fathers, by a very singular condescension, have imprudently admitted the sophistry of the Gnostics. 2091. Acknowledging that the literal sense is repugnant to every principle of faith as well as reason, they deem themselves secure and invulnerable behind the ample veil of allegory, which they carefully spread over every tender part of the Mosaic dispensation. 3026 Return Beau sobre Histoire du Manichéisme, LIC. 3 has stated their objections, particularly those of Faustus, the adversary of Augustine, with the most learned impartiality. 261 Return on the War Law of the Jews, see Hist. of Jews I 137. M27, Year 20 E apud ipsos fides obstinata, misericordia impromptu, adversus amnes alios hostil odium. Tacit, Hist. v. 4. Surely Tacitus had seen the Jews with too favorable an eye. The perusal of Josephus must have destroyed the antithesis. Note, few writers have suspected Tacitus of partiality towards the Jews. The whole later history of the Jews illustrates as well their strong feelings of humanity to their brethren as their hostility to the rest of mankind. The character and the position of Josephus with the Roman authorities must be kept in mind during the perusal of his history. Perhaps he has not exaggerated the ferocity and fanaticism of the Jews at that time. But insurrectionary warfare is not the best school for the humaner virtues, and much must be allowed for the grinding tyranny of the later Roman governors. See Hist. of Jews EE 254. Im 254. Im 28 Return to Dr. Bernard Archaeologia, Il IEC 7 has discussed the first chapters of Genesis with too much wit and freedom. Note: Dr. Bernard apologized for the levity with which he had conducted some of his arguments for scholars alone, not for the vulgar. Whatever may be thought of his success in tracing an Eastern allegory in the first chapters of Genesis, his other works prove him to have been a man of great genius and of sincere piety. Mild 29 Stite and the mild Gnostics considered Jehovah the Quild and Sea-Prows and the Tetrarchy and the Burn. Others confounded him with an evil principle. Consult the 2nd century of the General History of Mosheim, which gives a very distinct though concise account of their strange opinions on this subject. The Gnostics and the historian who has stated these plausible objections with so much force as almost to make them his own, would have shown a more considerate and not less reasonable philosophy if they had considered the religion of Moses with reference to the age in which it was promulgated, if they had done justice to its sublime as well as its more imperfect views of the divine nature, the humane and civilizing provisions of the Hebrew law, as well as those adapted for an infant and barbarous people. See Hist of Jews, I 36-37 and c. M30 e return, see Bossoboy, Hist, du Manichaeisme and Saint 4. Augustine were among the allegorists. It has been remarked with more ingenuity than truth that the virgin purity of the Church was never violated by schism or heresy before the reign of Trajan or Hadrian, about 100 years after the death of Christ. 31. We may observe with much more propriety that, during that period, the disciples of the Messiah were indulged in a freer latitude, both of faith and practice, than has ever been allowed in succeeding ages. As the terms of communion were insensibly narrowed, and the spiritual authority of the prevailing party was exercised with increasing severity, many of its most respectable adherents, who were called upon to renounce, were provoked to assert their private opinions, to pursue the consequences of their mistaken principles, and openly to erect the standard of rebellion against the unity of the Church. The Gnostics were distinguished as the most polite, the most learned, and the most wealthy of the Christian name. And that general appellation, which expressed a superiority of knowledge, was either assumed by their own pride or ironically bestowed by the envy of their adversaries. They were almost without exception of the race of the Gentiles, and their principal founders seem to have been natives of Syria or Egypt, where the warmth of the climate disposes both the mind and the body to indolent and contemplative devotion. The Gnostics blended with the faith of Christ many sublime but obscure tenets, which they derived from Oriental philosophy, and even from the religion of Zoroaster, concerning the eternity of matter, the existence of two principles, and the mysterious hierarchy of the invisible world. 32. As soon as they launched out into that vast abyss, they delivered themselves to the guidance of a disordered imagination, and as the paths of error are various and infinite, the Gnostics were imperceptibly divided into more than 50 particular sects, 33 of whom the most celebrated appear to have been the Basilidians, the Valentinians, the Marcionites, and, in a still later period, the Manichaeans. Each of these sects could boast of its bishops and congregations, of its doctors and martyrs, 34, and, instead of the four Gospels adopted by the Church, 34:1, the heretics produced a multitude of histories, in which the actions and discourses of Christ and of his apostles were adapted to their respective tenets. 35. The success of the Gnostics was rapid and extensive. 36. They covered Asia and Egypt, established themselves in Rome, and sometimes penetrated into the provinces of the West. For the most part, they arose in the 2nd century, flourished during the 3rd, and were suppressed in the 4th or 5th by the prevalence of more fashionable controversies and by the superior ascendant of the reigning power. Though they constantly disturbed the peace and frequently disgraced the name of religion, they contributed to assist rather than to retard the progress of Christianity. The Gentile converts, whose strongest objections and prejudices were directed against the law of Moses, could find admission into many Christian societies, which required not from their untutored mind any belief of an antecedent revelation. Their faith was insensibly fortified and enlarged, and the Church was ultimately benefited by the conquests of its most inveterate enemies. 37-31, return. Hegesippus, Appy, Euseb, Eliki, 32, IV. Note: the assertion of Hegesippus is not so positive. It is sufficient to read the whole passage in Eusebius to see that the former part is modified by the matter. Hegesippus adds that up to this period the Church had remained pure and immaculate as a virgin. Those who labored to corrupt the doctrines of the gospel worked as yet in obscurity. GC 32 return. In the account of the Gnostics of the 2nd and 3rd centuries, Moshim is ingenious and candid, Leclerc dull but exact, Boursobra almost always an apologist, and it is much to be feared that the primitive fathers are very frequently calumniators. Note: the Histoire du Gnosticisme of M. Matter is at once the fairest and most complete account of these sects. M33 return, see the catalogues of Irenaeus and Epiphanius. It must indeed be allowed that those writers were inclined to multiply the number of sects which opposed the unity of the Church. The 34 return Eusebius, LIVC 15. Sozomen, LII, C32. See in Bale in the article of Marcion a curious detail of a dispute on that subject. It should seem that some of the Gnostics, the Basilidians, declined, and even refused the honor of martyrdom. Their reasons were singular and abstruse. See Moshim, p. 5039. 3041 Return Euriti. His work is restored the Marcionite Gospel with great ingenuity. His work is reprinted in Thelo, Codex, Epoch, Nov, Test, Volumes 35 Return. See a very remarkable passage of Origen Proem, ad Lucum, that indefatigable writer who had consumed his life in the study of the Church. It was impossible that the Gnostics could receive our present Gospels, many parts of which, particularly in the resurrection of Christ, are directly, and as it might seem designedly, pointed against their favorite tenets. It is therefore somewhat singular that Ignatius Epist, ad Smyrn, Pater, Apostle, Tom, II, p. 34, should choose to employ a vague and doubtful tradition instead of quoting the certain testimony of the evangelists. Note, Bishop Pearson has attempted very happily to explain this singularity. The first Christians were acquainted with a number of sayings of Jesus Christ, which are not related in our Gospels, and indeed have never been written. Why might not St. Ignatius, who had lived with the apostles or their disciples, repeat in other words that which St. Luke has related, particularly at a time when, being in prison, he could have the Gospels at hand? I, Patras Apost, ed. Cortelia. GC 36 Return. Faciunt favos et vespai, faciunt ecclesias et Marcionitae, is the strong expression of Tertullian, which I am obliged to quote from memory. In the time of Epiphanius Adverse, Hierveses, p. 332, the Marcionites were very numerous in Italy, Syria, Egypt, Arabia, and Persia. 37 on Return is a memorable instance of this gradual progress from reason to faith. He was, during several years, engaged in the Manichaean sect, but whatever difference of opinion might subsist between the Orthodox, the Ebionites, and the Gnostics concerning the divinity or the obligation of the Mosaic law, they were all equally animated by the same exclusive zeal and by the same abhorrence for idolatry, which had distinguished the Jews from the other nations of the ancient world. The philosopher, who considered the system of polytheism as a composition of human fraud and error, could disguise a smile of contempt under the mask of devotion, without apprehending that either the mockery or the compliance would expose him to the resentment of any invisible, or, as he conceived them, imaginary powers. But the established religions of paganism were seen by the primitive Christians in a much more odious and formidable light. It was the universal sentiment both of the Church and of heretics that the daemons were the authors, the patrons, and the objects of idolatry. 38. Those rebellious spirits who had been degraded from the rank of angels and cast down into the infernal pit were still permitted to roam upon earth, to torment the bodies and to seduce the minds of sinful men. The daemons soon discovered and abused the natural propensity of the human heart towards devotion, and artfully withdrawing the adoration of mankind from their Creator, they usurped the place and honors of the supreme deity. By the success of their malicious contrivances, they at once gratified their own vanity and revenge, and obtained the only comfort of which they were yet susceptible, the hope of involving the human species in the participation of their guilt and misery. It was confessed, or at least it was imagined, that they had distributed among themselves the most important characters of polytheism, one daemon assuming the name and attributes of Jupiter, another of Aesculapius, a third of Venus, and a fourth perhaps of Apollo, 39. And that, by the advantage of their long experience and aerial nature, they were enabled to execute, with sufficient skill and dignity, the parts which they had undertaken. They lurked in the temples, instituted festivals and sacrifices, invented fables, pronounced oracles, and were frequently allowed to perform miracles. The Christians, who, by the interposition of evil spirits, could so readily explain every preternatural appearance, were disposed and even desirous to admit the most extravagant fictions of the pagan mythology. But the belief of the Christian was accompanied with horror. The most trifling mark of respect to the national worship he considered as a direct homage yielded to the daemon and as an act of rebellion against the majesty of God. 38. Return. The unanimous sentiment of the primitive church is very clearly explained by Justin Martyr Apologue, Major by Athenagoras Legat, c. 22, and by Lactantius Institute, Divin, II, 1419. 39. A Return, Hologog. C23 alleges the confession of the daemons themselves as often as they were tormented by the Christian exorcists. Chapter 15, Progress of the Christian Religion. Part 3. In consequence of this opinion, it was the first but arduous duty of a Christian to preserve himself pure and undefiled by the practice of idolatry. The religion of the nations was not merely a speculative doctrine professed in the temples. The innumerable deities and rites of polytheism were closely interwoven with every circumstance of business or pleasure, of public or of private life, and it seemed impossible to escape the observance of them, without at the same time renouncing the commerce of mankind and all the offices and amusements of society. 40. The important transactions of peace and war were prepared or concluded by solemn sacrifices, in which the magistrate, the senator, and the soldier were obliged to preside or to participate. 41. The public spectacles were an essential part of the cheerful devotion of the pagans, and the gods were supposed to accept, as the most grateful offering, the games that the prince and people celebrated in honor of their peculiar festivals. 42. The Christians, who with pious horror avoided the abomination of the circus or the theatre, found himself encompassed with infernal snares in every convivial entertainment, as often as his friends, invoking the hospitable deities, poured out libations to each other's happiness. 43. When the bride, struggling with well-affected reluctance, was forced in hymeneal pomp over the threshold of her new habitation. 44. Or when the sad procession of the dead slowly moved towards the funeral pile. 45. The Christian, on these interesting occasions, was compelled to desert the persons who were the dearest to him, rather than contract the guilt inherent to those impious ceremonies. Every art and every trade that was in the least concerned in the framing or adorning of idols was polluted by the stain of idolatry. 46. A severe sentence, since it devoted to eternal misery the far greater part of the community, which is employed in the exercise of liberal or mechanic professions. If we cast our eyes over the numerous remains of antiquity, we shall perceive that besides the immediate representations of the gods and the holy instruments of their worship, the elegant forms and agreeable fictions consecrated by the imagination of the Greeks were introduced as the richest ornaments of the houses, the dress, and the furniture of the pagans. 47. Even the arts of music and painting, of eloquence and poetry, flowed from the same impure origin. In the style of the fathers, Apollo and the Muses were the organs of the infernal spirit, Homer and Virgil were the most eminent of his servants, and the beautiful mythology which pervades and animates the compositions of their genius is destined to celebrate the glory of the daemons. Even the common language of Greece and Rome abounded with familiar but impious expressions which the imprudent Christian might too carelessly utter or too patiently hear. 40. Return. Mr. Tullian has written a most severe treatise against idolatry, to caution his brethren against the hourly danger of incurring that guilt. Recogita silvam, e quantae latitan spiniae, de corona militis, c. 10.41. Return. The Roman Senate was always held in a temple or consecrated place. Aulus Gellius, ECV. 7. Before they entered on business, every senator dropped some wine and frankincense on the altar. Sueton. In August. C. 42. Return de spectaculis. This severe reformer shows no more indulgence to a tragedy of Euripides than to a combat of gladiators. The dress of the actors particularly offends him. By the use of the lofty buskin they impiously strive to add a cubit to their stature. C. 23. The Naturae strive to add a cubit to their stature. The ancient practice of concluding the entertainment with libations may be found in every classic. Socrates and Seneca in their last moments made a noble application of this custom. Postquam stagnum, calidae aquae introit, respergens proximos sevorum, adita voce, libere silicurem illum Jovi liberatori. Tacit, Annal. Ex vicis the 6424 of Catullus, on the nuptials of Manlius and Julia. O Hymen, Hymenii, io, quisquic Deo comparare osit. 45. Return. The ancient funerals in those of Maecenas and Pallas are no less accurately described by Virgil than they are illustrated by his commentator Servius. The pile itself was an altar, the flames were fed with the blood of victims, and all the assistants were sprinkled with lustral water. 46. Return. Tertullian de Idolatria, c. 11. She. Note: the exaggerated and declamatory opinions of Tertullian ought not to be taken as the general sentiment of the early Christians. Gibbon has too often allowed himself to consider the peculiar notions of certain fathers of the Church as inherent in Christianity. This is not accurate. G47 Return. See every part of Montfaucon's Antiquities. Even the reverses of the Greek and Roman coins were frequently of an idolatrous nature. Here indeed the scruples of the Christian were suspended by a stronger passion. Note: all this scrupulous nicety is at variance with the decision of St. Paul about meat offered to idols. 1 Cor. X 21:32, M48 Return to Tertullian de Idolatria, C 20:22. If a pagan friend, on the occasion perhaps of sneezing, used the familiar expression of Jupiter bless you, the Christian was obliged to protest against the divinity of Jupiter. The dangerous temptations which on every side lurked in ambush to surprise the unguarded believer assailed him with redoubled violence on the days of solemn festivals. So artfully were they framed and disposed throughout the year that superstition always wore the appearance of pleasure and often of virtue. Some of the most sacred festivals in the Roman ritual were destined to salute the new calends of January with vows of public and private felicity, to indulge the pious remembrance of the dead and living, to ascertain the inviolable bounds of property, to hail, on the return of spring, the genial powers of fecundity, to perpetuate the two memorable eras of Rome, the foundation of the city and that of the Republic, and to restore, during the humane license of the Saturnalia, the primitive equality of mankind. Some idea may be conceived of the abhorrence of the Christians for such impious ceremonies by the scrupulous delicacy which they displayed on a much less alarming occasion. On days of general festivity, it was the custom of the ancients to adorn their doors with lamps and with branches of laurel, and to crown their heads with a garland of flowers. This innocent and elegant practice might perhaps have been tolerated as a mere civil institution, but it most unluckily happened that the doors were under the protection of the household gods, that the laurel was sacred to the lover of Daphne, and that garlands of flowers, though frequently worn as a symbol either of joy or mourning, had been dedicated in their first origin to the service of superstition. The trembling Christians, who were persuaded in this instance to comply with the fashion of their country and the commands of the magistrate, labored under the most gloomy apprehensions from the reproaches of his own conscience, the censures of the Church, and the denunciations of divine vengeance. 49:50-49. To consult the most labored work of Ovid, his imperfect Fasti. He finished no more than the first 6 months of the year. The compilation of Macrobius is called the Saturnalia, but it is only a small part of the first book that bears any relation to the title. To 50 Return, Tertullian has composed a defense, or rather panegyric, of the rash action of a Christian soldier who, by throwing away his crown of laurel, had exposed himself and his brethren to the most imminent danger. By the mention of the emperors, Severus and Caracalla, it is evident, notwithstanding the wishes of Mr. Tillemont, that Tertullian composed his treatise De Corona long before he was engaged in the errors of the Montanists. See Memoires Ecclesiastiques Tom, EIE. p. 3084. Note: the soldier did not tear off his crown to throw it down with contempt. He did not even throw it away. He held it in his hand, while others were it on their heads. Solus libero capite, ornamento in manu otioso. G. Note: Tertullian does not expressly name the two emperors, Severus and Caracalla. He speaks only of 2 emperors and of a long peace which the Church had enjoyed. It is generally agreed that Tertullian became a Montanist about the year 200. His work, De Corona Militis, appears to have been written, at the earliest, about the year 212, before the persecution of Severus. It may be maintained, then, that it is subsequent to the Montanism of the author. See Moschim, Dis, de Apol, Tertul, p. 53, Biblioth, Olmsted, Tom, X, Part E, p. 292, Caves Hist, Lit, p. 92-93. G. The state of Tertullian's opinions at the particular period is almost an idle question. The fiery African is not at any time to be considered a fair representative of Christianity. My S. Such was the anxious diligence which was required to guard the chastity of the gospel from the infectious breath of idolatry. The superstitious observances of public or private rites were carelessly practiced from education and habit by the followers of the established religion. But as often as they occurred, they afforded the Christians an opportunity of declaring and confirming their zealous opposition. By these frequent protestations, their attachment to the faith was continually fortified, and in proportion to the increase of zeal, they combated with the more ardor and success in the holy war which they had undertaken against the empire of the demons. Is. The writings of Cicero 51 represent in the most lively colors the ignorance, the errors, and the uncertainty of the ancient philosophers with regard to the immortality of the soul. When they are desirous of arming their disciples against the fear of death, they inculcate, as an obvious though melancholy position, that the fatal stroke of our dissolution releases us from the calamities of life, and that those can no longer suffer who no longer exist. Yet there were a few sages of Greece and Rome who had conceived a more exalted and, in some respects, a juster idea of human nature, though it must be confessed that in the sublime inquiry their reason had been often guided by their imagination, and that their imagination had been prompted by their vanity. When they viewed with complacency the extent of their own mental powers, when they exercised the various faculties of memory, of fancy, and of judgment in the most profound speculations or the most important labors, and when they reflected on the desire of fame, which transported them into future ages, far beyond the bounds of death and of the grave, they were unwilling to confound themselves with the beasts of the field, or to suppose that a being, for whose dignity they entertained the most sincere admiration, could be limited to a spot of earth and to a few years of duration. With this favorable prepossession, they summoned to their aid the science, or rather the language, of metaphysics. They soon discovered that as none of the properties of matter will apply to the operations of the mind, the human soul must consequently be a substance distinct from the body, pure, simple, and spiritual, incapable of dissolution, and susceptible of a much higher degree of virtue and happiness after the release from its corporeal prison. From these specious and noble principles, the philosophers who trod in the footsteps of Plato deduced a very unjustifiable conclusion, since they asserted not only the future immortality, but the past eternity of the human soul, which they were too apt to consider as a portion of the infinite and self-existing spirit, which pervades and sustains the universe. 52. A doctrine thus removed beyond the senses and the experience of mankind might serve to amuse the leisure of a philosophic mind, or in the silence of solitude it might sometimes impart a ray of comfort to desponding virtue, but the faint impression which had been received in the schools was soon obliterated by the commerce and business of active life. We are sufficiently acquainted with the eminent persons who flourished in the age of Cicero and of the first Caesars, with their actions, their characters, and their motives, to be assured that their conduct in this life was never regulated by any serious conviction of the rewards or punishments of a future state. At the bar and in the Senate of Rome, the ablest orators were not apprehensive of giving offense to their hearers by exposing that doctrine as an idle and extravagant opinion, which was rejected with contempt by every man of a liberal education and understanding. 53-51 Return. In particular, the first book of the Tusculan Questions and the treatise De Senectute and the Somnium Scipionis contain in the most beautiful language everything that Grecian philosophy on Roman good sense could possibly suggest on this dark but important object. The 52 Return. The pre-existence of human souls, so far at least as that doctrine is compatible with religion, was adopted by many of the Greek and Latin fathers. See Bosobre, Hist, du Manichéisme, Vithi 3, Nichern. See Sistiwan, Sistibel, Sati, I, Juvenal, Satitur, and the Study Stenkled. Essay, Aliquid manes, et subterranea regna, neci pueri credunt nisi qui nondum arii lavantai. Since therefore the most sublime efforts of philosophy can extend no further than feebly to point out the desire, the hope, or at most the probability of a future state, there is nothing, except a divine revelation, that can ascertain the existence and describe the condition of the invisible country which is destined to receive the souls of men after their separation from the body. But we may perceive several defects inherent to the popular religions of Greece and Rome, which rendered them very unequal to so arduous a task. 1. The general system of their mythology was unsupported by any solid proofs, and the wisest among the pagans had already disclaimed its usurped authority. 2. The description of the infernal regions had been abandoned to the fancy of painters and of poets, who peopled them with so many phantoms and monsters, who dispensed their rewards and punishments with so little equity, that a solemn truth, the most congenial to the human heart, was oppressed and disgraced by the absurd mixture of the wildest fictions. 54. The doctrine of a future state was scarcely considered among the devout polytheists of Greece and Rome as a fundamental article of faith. The providence of the gods, as it related to public communities rather than to private individuals, was principally displayed on the visible theatre of the present world. The petitions which were offered on the altars of Jupiter or Apollo expressed the anxiety of their worshippers for temporal happiness and their ignorance or indifference concerning a future life. 55. The important truth of the immortality of the soul was inculcated with more diligence as well as success in India, in Assyria, in Egypt, and in Gaul, and since we cannot attribute such a difference to the superior knowledge of the barbarians, we must ascribe it to the influence of an established priesthood which employed the motives of virtue as the instrument of ambition. 56-54. Return. The 6th book of the Odyssey gives a very dreary and incoherent account of the infernal shades. Pindar and Virgil have embellished the picture, but even those poets, though more correct than their great model, are guilty of very strange inconsistencies. See Bayle, Responses aux questions d'un provincial, Part E. C. 22-55 Return. See Exfifth Epistle of the first book of Horace, the Exyth Satire of Juvenal, and the Iet Satire of Persius. These popular discourses express the sentiment and language of the multitude. 56. Return. If we confine ourselves to the Gauls, we may observe that they entrusted not only their lives but even their money to the security of another world. Vetus idemos Gallorum occurrite, says Valerius Maximus Lii, cp. 10 quos, memoria proditum est pecunias montuas, quae his apud inferos rederentur, dea solitos. The same custom is more darkly insinuated by Mela, Lii, c2. It is almost needless to add that the profits of trade hold a just proportion to the credit of the merchant, and that the Druids derive from their holy profession a character of responsibility which could scarcely be claimed by any other order of men. We might naturally expect that a principle so essential to religion would have been revealed in the clearest terms to the chosen people of Palestine, and that it might safely have been entrusted to the hereditary priesthood of Aaron. It is incumbent on us to adore the mysterious dispensations of providence. 57. When we discover that the doctrine of the immortality of the soul is omitted in the law of Moses, it is darkly insinuated by the prophets, and during the long period which elapsed between the Egyptian and the Babylonian servitudes, the hopes as well as fears of the Jews appear to have been confined within the narrow compass of the present life. 58. After Cyrus had permitted the exiled nation to return into the Promised Land, and after Ezra had restored the ancient records of their religion, two celebrated sects, the Sadducees and the Pharisees, insensibly arose at Jerusalem. 59. The former, selected from the more opulent and distinguished ranks of society, was strictly attached to the literal sense of the Mosaic law, and they piously rejected the immortality of the soul as an opinion that received no countenance from the divine book, which they revered as the only rule of their faith. To the authority of Scripture the Pharisees added that of tradition, and they accepted, under the name of traditions, several speculative tenets from the philosophy or religion of the Eastern nations. The doctrines of fate or predestination, of angels and spirits, and of a future state of rewards and punishments were in the number of these new articles of belief, and as the Pharisees, by the austerity of their manners, had drawn into their party the body of the Jewish people, the immortality of the soul became the prevailing sentiment of the synagogue, under the reign of the Asmonean princes and pontiffs. The temper of the Jews was incapable of contenting itself with such a cold and languid assent as might satisfy the mind of a polytheist, and as soon as they admitted the idea of a future state, they embraced it with the zeal which has always formed the characteristic of the nation. Their zeal, however, added nothing to its evidence or even probability, and it was still necessary that the doctrine of life and immortality, which had been dictated by nature, approved by reason, and received by superstition, should obtain the sanction of divine truth from the authority and example of Christ. 57. Return. The Right Reverend author of the Divine Legation of Moses assigns a very curious reason for the omission, and most ingeniously retorts it on the unbelievers. Note: the hypothesis of Warburton concerning this remarkable fact, which, as far as the law of Moses is unquestionable, made few disciples, and it is difficult to suppose that it could be intended by the author himself for more than a display of intellectual strength. Modern writers have accounted in various ways for the silence of the Hebrew legislator on the immortality of the soul. According to Michaelis, Moses wrote as an historian and as a lawgiver. He regulated the ecclesiastical discipline rather than the religious belief of his people, and the sanctions of the law being temporal, he had no occasion, and as a civil legislator could not with propriety threaten punishments in another world. See Michaelis, Laws of Moses, Art. 2072 Vol. EVP 299 Enge Trans, and Syntagma Commentationum, p. 80, quoted by Guizot. M. Guizot adds, the ingenious conjecture of a philosophic theologian, which approximates to an opinion long entertained by the editor. That writer believes that in the state of civilization at the time of the legislator, this doctrine, become popular among the Jews, would necessarily have given birth to a multitude of idolatrous superstitions which he wished to prevent. His primary object was to establish a firm theocracy, to make his people the conservators of the doctrine of the divine unity, the basis upon which Christianity was hereafter to rest. He carefully excluded everything which could obscure or weaken that doctrine. Other nations had strangely abused their notions on the immortality of the soul. Moses wished to prevent this abuse, hence he forbade the Jews from consulting necromancers, those who evoke the spirits of the dead. Deut. XVI. 11. Those who reflect on the state of the pagans and the Jews, and on the facility with which idolatry crept in on every side, will not be astonished that Moses has not developed a doctrine of which the influence might be more pernicious than useful to his people. Orat. Fest. De Vitae Immort. Spi. Lb. Stapfer. Pi 2. Fi. To 13. Phi. Moses, as well from the intimations scattered in his writings, the passage relating to the translation of Enoch, Gn. v24, the prohibition of necromancy, Michaelis believes him to be the author of the Book of Job. Though this opinion is in general rejected, other learned writers consider this book to be coeval with and known to Moses, as from his long residence in Egypt and his acquaintance with Egyptian wisdom, could not be ignorant of the doctrine of the immortality of the soul. But this doctrine, if popularly known among the Jews, must have been purely Egyptian, and as so intimately connected with the whole religious system of that country. It was no doubt molded up with the tenet of the transmigration of the soul, perhaps with notions analogous to the emanation system of India, in which the human soul was an efflux from, or indeed a part of, the deity. The Mosaic religion drew a wide and impassable interval between the Creator and created human beings. In this it differed from the Egyptian and all the Eastern religions. As then, the immortality of the soul was thus inseparably blended with those foreign religions which were altogether to be effaced from the minds of the people, and by no means necessary for the establishment of the theocracy. Moses maintained silence on this point, and a purer notion of it was left to be developed at a more favorable period in the history of man. M58. Return. Si Leclerc. Prolegomena ad hist. Ecclesiast, sect. 1 c8. His authority seems to carry the greater weight, as he has written a learned and judicious commentary on the books of the Old Testament, De Joseph Antiquitat, Legii ai. Si Chi. Si Chi. Chi. According to the most natural interpretation of his words, the Sadducees admitted only the Pentateuch, but it has pleased some modern critics to add the prophets to their creed, and to suppose that they contented themselves with rejecting the traditions of the Pharisees. Dr. Jortin has argued that point in his Remarks on Ecclesiastical History, Vol. IE, p. 1003. When the promise of eternal happiness was proposed to mankind on condition of adopting the faith and of observing the precepts of the gospel, it is no wonder that so advantageous an offer should have been accepted by great numbers of every religion, of every rank, and of every province in the Roman Empire. The ancient Christians were animated by a contempt for their present existence and by a just confidence of immortality, of which the doubtful and imperfect faith of modern ages cannot give us any adequate notion. In the primitive church, the influence of truth was very powerfully strengthened by an opinion which, however it may deserve respect for its usefulness and antiquity, has not been found agreeable to experience. It was universally believed that the end of the world and the kingdom of heaven were at hand. 59-1. The near approach of this wonderful event had been predicted by the apostles. The tradition of it was preserved by their earliest disciples, and those who understood in their literal senses the discourse of Christ himself were obliged to expect the second and glorious coming of the Son of Man in the clouds, before that generation was totally extinguished, which had beheld his humble condition upon earth, and which might still be witness of the calamities of the Jews under Vespasian or Hadrian. The revolution of 17 centuries has instructed us not to press too closely the mysterious language of prophecy and revelation, but as long as, for wise purposes, this error was permitted to subsist in the Church, it was productive of the most salutary effects on the faith and practice of Christians, who lived in the awful expectation of that moment when the globe itself, and all the various race of mankind, should tremble at the appearance of their divine Judge. 6591 Return. This was in fact an integral part of the Jewish notion of the Messiah, from which the minds of the apostles themselves were but gradually detached. See Bertholdt's Christologia Judaeorum, concluding chapters. Math 60 Return. This expectation was countenanced by the 24th chapter of St. Matthew and by the first epistle of St. Paul to the Thessalonians. Erasmus removes the difficulty by the help of allegory and metaphor, and the learned Grotius ventures to insinuate that, for wise purposes, the pious deception was permitted to take place. Note: some modern theologians explain it without discovering either allegory or deception. They say that Jesus Christ, after having proclaimed the ruin of Jerusalem and of the temple, speaks of his second coming and the things which were to precede it. But those who believed that the moment was near deceived themselves as to the sense of two words, an error which still subsists in our versions of the Gospel according to St. Matthew exexive. 29:34. In verse 29 we read, "Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and seeken." The Greek word signifies all at once, suddenly, not immediately, so that it signifies only the sudden appearance of the signs which Jesus Christ announces, not the shortness of the interval which was to separate them from the days of tribulation of which he was speaking. The verse 34 is this: "Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass till all these things shall be fulfilled." Jesus, speaking to his disciples, uses these words which the translators have rendered "by this generation," but which means the race, the filiation of my disciples. That is, he speaks of a class of men, not of a generation. The true sense, then, according to these learned men, is, in truth I tell you that this race of men, of which you are the commencement, shall not pass away till this shall take place. That is to say, the succession of Christians shall not cease till his coming. See commentary of M. Paulus on the New Test, edit. 1802, Tom. EII, p. 445-446, g. Others, as Rosenmuller and Kienoel Inlocher, confine this passage to a highly figurative description of the ruins of the Jewish city and polity. M. Chapter 15, Progress of the Christian Religion. Part 4. The ancient and popular doctrine of the millennium was intimately connected with the second coming of Christ. As the works of the creation had been finished in 6 days, their duration in their present state, according to a tradition which was attributed to the prophet Elijah, was fixed to 6,000 years. 61. By the same analogy it was inferred that this long period of labor and contention, which was now almost elapsed, 62, would be succeeded by a joyful Sabbath of 1,000 years, and that Christ, with the triumphant band of the saints and the elect who had escaped death, or who had been miraculously revived, would reign upon earth till the time appointed for the last and general resurrection. So pleasing was this hope to the mind of believers that the New Jerusalem, the seat of this blissful kingdom, was quickly adorned with all the gayest colors of the imagination. A felicity consisting only of pure and spiritual pleasure would have appeared too refined for its inhabitants, who were still supposed to possess their human nature and senses. A Garden of Eden, with the amusements of the pastoral life, was no longer suited to the advanced state of society which prevailed under the Roman Empire. A city was therefore erected of gold and precious stones, and a supernatural plenty of corn and wine was bestowed on the adjacent territory, in the free enjoyment of whose spontaneous productions the happy and benevolent people was never to be restrained by any jealous laws of exclusive property. 63. The assurance of such a millennium was carefully inculcated by a succession of fathers from Justin Martyr, 64, and Irenaeus, who conversed with the immediate disciples of the apostles, down to Lactantius, who was preceptor to the son of Constantine. 65. Though it might not be universally received, it appears to have been the reigning sentiment of the orthodox believers, and it seems so well adapted to the desires and apprehensions of mankind that it must have contributed in a very considerable degree to the progress of the Christian faith. But when the edifice of the church was almost completed, the temporary support was laid aside. The doctrine of Christ's reign upon earth was at first treated as a profound allegory, was considered by degrees as a doubtful and useless opinion, and was at length rejected as the absurd invention of heresy and fanaticism. 66. A mysterious prophecy which still forms a part of the sacred canon, but which was thought to favor the exploded sentiment, has very narrowly escaped the prescription of the Church. 67. 61. Return. See Burnet's Sacred Theory, Part II, C5. This tradition may be traced as high as the author of Epistle of Barnabas, who wrote in the 1st century, and who seems to have been half a Jew. In fact, it is purely Jewish. See Mosheim de Reb, Christ, II, 8, Lightfoot's works, Ideo, Obo, A.D., Fodort, Christologia Judaeorum Shah, 38. M62. Return. The primitive church of Antioch computed almost 6,000 years from the creation of the world to the birth of Christ. Africanus, Lactantius, and the Greek church have reduced that number to 5,000 years, and Eusebius has contented himself with 5,000 years. These calculations were formed on the Septuagint, which was universally received during the 6th first centuries. The authority of the Vulgate and of the Hebrew text has determined the moderns, Protestants as well as Catholics, to prefer a period of about 4,000 years, though in the study of profane antiquity they often find themselves straitened by those narrow limits. Note: most of the more learned modern English Protestants, Dr. Hales, Mr. Faber, Dr. Russell, as well as the continental writers, adopt the larger chronology. There is little doubt that the narrow system was framed by the Jews of Tiberius. It was clearly neither that of Septuagints, Paul, nor of Josephus, nor of the Samaritan text. It is greatly to be regretted that the chronology of the earlier scriptures should ever have been made a religious question. May 63. Return. Most of these pictures were borrowed from a misrepresentation of Isaiah, Daniel, and the Apocalypse. One of the grossest images may be found in Irenaeus, Ilil VP, 455, the disciple of Papias, who had seen the apostle St. John. 64. Return. See the second dialogue of Justin with Tryphon, and the 7th book of Lactantius. It is unnecessary to allege all the intermediate fathers, as the fact is not disputed. Yet the curious reader may consult Dale Deus Patrum, Lii, C4, 65. Return. The testimony of Justin of his own faith and that of his orthodox brethren in the doctrine of a millennium is delivered in the clearest and 17:8 Edit, Benedictine. If in the beginning of this important passage there is anything like an inconsistency, we may impute it, as we think proper, either to the author or to his transcribers. Note: the millennium is described in what once stood as the XList article of the English Church, see Collier, Eccles, Hist, for articles of Ed W. V. Ixt, as a fable of Jewish dotage. The whole of these gross and earthly images may be traced in the works which treat on the Jewish traditions in Lightfoot, Shaken, and Eisenmenger. Das Entdeckt, Judenthum, Thai E. 8-9, and briefly in Berthold, IC 38-39. M66, E. Return du Pain. Bibliothèque Ecclésiastique, Tom. IEP 223, Tom. i.e. p. 366, and Mosheim, 720, though the latter of these learned divines is not altogether candid on this occasion. In the Council of Laodicea, about the year 360, the Apocalypse was tacitly excluded from the sacred canon by the same churches of Asia to which it is addressed, and we may learn from the complaint of Sulpicius Severus that their sentence had been ratified by the greater number of Christians of his time. From what causes, then, is the Apocalypse at present so generally received by the Greek, the Roman, and the Protestant churches? The following ones may be assigned. 1. The Greeks were subdued by the authority of an impostor who, in the 6th century, assumed the character of Dionysius the Areopagite. 2. A just apprehension that the grammarians might become more important than the theologians engaged the Council of Trent to fix the seal of their infallibility on all the books of Scripture contained in the Latin Vulgate, in the number of which the Apocalypse was fortunately included. F. da Paolo, Historia del Concilio Tridentino, LII. 3. The advantage of turning those mysterious prophecies against the See of Rome inspired the Protestants with uncommon veneration for so useful an ally. See the ingenious and elegant discourses of the present Bishop of Lichfield on that unpromising subject. Note: the exclusion of the Apocalypse is not improbably assigned to its obvious unfitness to be read in churches. It is to be feared that a history of the interpretation of the Apocalypse would not give a very favorable view either of the wisdom or the charity of the successive ages of Christianity. Wittstein's interpretation, differently modified, is adopted by most continental scholars. Whilst the happiness and glory of a temporal reign were promised to the disciples of Christ, the most dreadful calamities were denounced against an unbelieving world. The edification of a new Jerusalem was to advance by equal steps with the destruction of the mystic Babylon, and as long as the emperors who reigned before Constantine persisted in the profession of idolatry, the epithet of Babylon was applied to the city and to the empire of Rome. A regular series was prepared of all the moral and physical evils which can afflict a flourishing nation: intestine discord, and the invasion of the fiercest barbarians from the unknown regions of the north, pestilence and famine, comets and eclipses, earthquakes and inundations. 68. All these were only so many preparatory and alarming signs of the great catastrophe of Rome, when the country of the Scipios and Caesars should be consumed by a flame from heaven, and the city of the 7 hills with her palaces, her temples, and her triumphal arches should be buried in a vast lake of fire and brimstone. It might, however, afford some consolation to Roman vanity that the period of their empire would be that of the world itself, which, as it had once perished by the element of water, was destined to experience a second and a speedy destruction from the element of fire. In the opinion of a general conflagration, the faith of the Christian very happily coincided with the tradition of the East, the philosophy of the Stoics, and the analogy of nature, and even the country, which from religious motives had been chosen for the origin and principal scene of the conflagration, was the best adapted for that purpose by natural and physical causes, by its deep caverns, beds of sulfur, and numerous volcanoes, of which those of Aetna, of Vesuvius, and of Lipari exhibit a very imperfect representation. The calmest and most intrepid skeptic could not refuse to acknowledge that the destruction of the present system of the world by fire was in itself extremely probable. The Christian, who founded his belief much less on the fallacious arguments of reason than on the authority of tradition and the interpretation of Scripture, expected it with terror and confidence as a certain and approaching event, and as his mind was perpetually filled with the solemn idea, he considered every disaster that happened to the empire as an infallible symptom of an expiring world. 69, 68, Return, Lactantius, Institute, Divine, v. 15, and c. relates the dismal talk of futurity with great spirit and eloquence. C.E. Note: Lactantius had a notion of a great Asiatic empire which was previously to rise on the ruins of the Roman, quod Romanum nomen animus dicere, sigicam quae futurum estolitur et impii, et sciant os sixticam, in si sinine en confidence. In Pieties he the father does on the following. He blends philosophy, scripture, and tradition into one magnificent system, in the description of which he displays a strength of fancy not inferior to that of Milton himself. The condemnation of the wisest and most virtuous of the pagans, on account of their ignorance or disbelief of the divine truth, seems to offend the reason and the humanity of the present age. 70. But the primitive church, whose faith was of a much firmer consistence, delivered over, without hesitation, to eternal torture, the far greater part of the human species. A charitable hope might perhaps be indulged in favor of Socrates or some other sages of antiquity, who had consulted the light of reason before that of the gospel had arisen. 71. But it was unanimously affirmed that those who, since the birth or the death of Christ, had obstinately persisted in the worship of the daemons, neither deserved nor could expect a pardon from the irritated justice of the deity. These rigid sentiments, which had been unknown to the ancient world, appear to have infused a spirit of bitterness into a system of love and harmony. The ties of blood and friendship were frequently torn asunder by the difference of religious faith, and the Christians who, in this world, found themselves oppressed by the power of the pagans, were sometimes seduced by resentment and spiritual pride to delight in the prospect of their future triumph. "You are fond of spectacles," exclaims the stern Tertullian. "Expect the greatest of all spectacles, the last and eternal judgment of the universe." 71b. How shall I admire, how laugh, how rejoice, how exult, when I behold so many proud monarchs, so many fancied gods groaning in the lowest abyss of darkness, so many magistrates who persecuted the name of the Lord, liquefying in fiercer fires than they ever kindled against the Christians, so many sage philosophers blushing in red-hot flames with their deluded scholars, so many celebrated poets trembling before the tribunal, not of minors but of Christ, so many tragedians, more tuneful in the expression of their own sufferings, so many dancers. 701. But the humanity of the reader will permit me to draw a veil over the rest of this infernal description, which the zealous African pursues in a long variety of affected and unfeeling witticisms. 72-70 return. And yet whatever may be the language of individuals, it is still the public doctrine of all the Christian churches, nor can even our own refuse to admit the conclusions which must be drawn from the vieth and the ex-vieth of her articles. The Jansenists, who have so diligently studied the works of the Fathers, maintain this sentiment with distinguished zeal, and the learned M. de Tillemont never dismisses a virtuous emperor without pronouncing his damnation. Zuinglius is perhaps the only leader of a party who has ever adopted the milder sentiment, and he gave no less offense to the Lutherans than to the Catholics. See Bossuet, Histoire des variations des églises protestantes, L.E.C. 1922-21 return. Justin and Clemens of Alexandria allow that some of the philosophers were instructed by the Logos, confounding its double signification of the human reason and of the divine word. The 711 return. This translation is not exact. The first sentence is imperfect. Tertullian says, "Ille dies nationibus inspiratus ille derisus cum tanta saculi vetustas et tot egus nativitates uno igne horientur." The text does not authorize the exaggerated expressions, so many magistrates, so many sago philosophers, so many poets, and c, but simply magistrates, philosophers, poets. G. It is not clear that Gibbon's version or paraphrase is incorrect. Tertullian writes, "Tot tantosk egolis item presides an CBN." SCBN. In order to ascertain the degree of authority which the zealous African had acquired, it may be sufficient to allege the testimony of Cyprian, the doctor and guide of all the Western churches. See Prudent. Hymn. XCI. 100. As often as he applied himself to his daily study of the writings of Tertullian, he was accustomed to say, "Da mihi magistrum, give me my master." Hieronym. De viris illustribus, Tom. EP 284 Su. 72 return. The object of Tertullian's vehemence in his treatise was to keep the Christians away from the secular games celebrated by the Emperor Severus. It has not prevented him from showing himself in other places full of benevolence and charity towards unbelievers. The spirit of the gospel has sometimes prevailed over the violence of human passions. Qui ergo puta veris, nihil nos de salutis, litteras nostras. Citote ex illis preceptum esse nobis ad redudantionem, benignites etiam pro inimicis Deum orare, et pro persecutoribus cona precari, sed etiam nominatimatque manifeste orate inquit Christus, pro hadribus et protestatibus ut omnia, sin tranquilla vobis tertibus ut omnia, sin tranquilla vobis tert. Apole. C. 31 G. It would be wiser for Christianity, retreating upon its genuine records in the New Testament, to identify itself with his furious invectives by unsatisfactory apologies for their unchristian fanaticism. Doubtless there were many among the primitive Christians of a temper more suitable to the meekness and charity of their profession. There were many who felt a sincere compassion for the danger of their friends and countrymen, and who exerted the most benevolent zeal to save them from the impending destruction. The careless polytheist, assailed by new and unexpected terrors, against which neither his priests nor his philosophers could afford him any certain protection, was very frequently terrified and subdued by the menace of eternal tortures. His fears might assist the progress of his faith and reason, and if he could once persuade himself to suspect that the Christian religion might possibly be true, it became an easy task to convince him that it was the safest and most prudent party that he could possibly embrace. Third, the supernatural gifts, which even in this life were ascribed to the Christians above the rest of mankind, must have conduced to their own comfort, and very frequently to the conviction of infidels. Besides the occasional prodigies, which might sometimes be effected by the immediate interposition of the deity when he suspended the laws of nature for the service of religion, the Christian Church, from the time of the apostles and their first disciples, 73 has claimed an uninterrupted succession of miraculous powers, the gift of tongues, of vision, and of prophecy, the power of expelling demons, of healing the sick, and of raising the dead. The knowledge of foreign languages was frequently communicated to the contemporaries of Irenaeus, though Irenaeus himself was left to struggle with the difficulties of a barbarous dialect, whilst he preached the gospel to the natives of Gaul. 74. The divine inspiration, whether it was conveyed in the form of a waking or of a sleeping vision, is described as a favor very liberally bestowed on all ranks of the faithful, on women as on elders, on boys as well as upon bishops. When their devout minds were sufficiently prepared by a course of prayer, of fasting, and of vigils, to receive the extraordinary impulse, they were transported out of their senses, and delivered in ecstasy what was inspired, being mere organs of the Holy Spirit, just as a pipe or flute is of him who blows into it. 75. We may add that the design of these visions was, for the most part, either to disclose the future history or to guide the present administration of the Church. The expulsion of the demons from the bodies of those unhappy persons whom they had been permitted to torment was considered as a signal, though ordinary triumph of religion, and is repeatedly alleged by the ancient apologists as the most convincing evidence of the truth of Christianity. The awful ceremony was usually performed in a public manner, and in the presence of a great number of spectators, the patient was relieved by the power or skill of the exorcist, and the vanquished demon was heard to confess that he was one of the fabled gods of antiquity, who had impiously usurped the adoration of mankind. 76. But the miraculous cure of diseases of the most inveterate or even preternatural kind can no longer occasion any surprise, when we recollect that in the days of Irenaeus, about the end of the 2nd century, the resurrection of the dead was very far from being esteemed an uncommon event, that the miracle was frequently performed on necessary occasions, by great fasting and the joint supplication of the church of the place, and that the persons thus restored to their prayers had lived afterwards among them many years. 77. At such a period, when faith could boast of so many wonderful victories over death, it seems difficult to account for the skepticism of those philosophers who still rejected and derided the doctrine of the resurrection. A noble Grecian had rested on this important ground the whole controversy, and promised Theophilus, Bishop of Antioch, that if he could be gratified with the sight of a single person who had been actually raised from the dead, he would immediately embrace the Christian religion. It is somewhat remarkable that the prelate of the First Eastern Church, however anxious for the conversion of his friend, thought proper to decline this fair and reasonable challenge. 78-73 Return. Notwithstanding the evasions of Dr. Middleton, it is impossible to overlook the clear traces of visions and inspiration which may be found in the Apostolic Fathers. Note: Gibbon should have noticed the distinct and remarkable passage from Chrysostom, quoted by Middleton, Works Vol. IP 1025, in which he affirms the long discontinuance of miracles as a notorious proem. P3 Dr. Middleton Free Inquiry P96 observes that as this pretension of all others was the most difficult to support by art, it was the soonest given up. The observation suits his hypothesis. Note: this passage of Irenaeus contains no allusion to the gift of tongues. It is merely an apology for a rude and unpolished Greek style, which could not be expected from one who passed his life in a remote and barbarous province, and was continually obliged to speak the Celtic language. Note: except in the life of Pachomius, an Egyptian monk of the 4th century, E.C. Jortin, E.C. 8 edit. 1805, and the latter, not earlier Lives of Xavier, there is no claim laid to the gift of tongues since the time of Irenaeus, and of this claim ZCCs EDET, ECCE, M75, in Legane, Justin Martyr, cohort, ad gentes Tertullian adverse, Marcionit, L. Ivi. These descriptions are not very unlike the prophetic fury for which Cicero de Divinate. EI 54 expresses so little reverence. 76 Returning Apologe C 23 throws out a bold defiance to the pagan magistrates. Of the primitive miracles, the power of exorcising is the only one which has been assumed by Protestants. Any note, but by Protestants neither of the most enlightened ages nor most reasoning minds. Mnes 77 Return Irenaeus Advi Everne 56-57 LVC 6 Mr. Dodwell Dissertat ad Irenaeum II 42 concludes that the 2nd century was still more fertile in miracles than the first. In note: it is difficult to answer Middleton's objection to this statement of Irenaeus. It is very strange that from the time of the Apostles there is not a single instance of this miracle to be found in the 3 first centuries, except a single case, slightly intimated in Eusebius, from the works of Papias, which he seems to rank among the other fabulous stories delivered by that weak man. Middleton, Works, Vol. IP 59. BP 59, B3 89 would consider Irenaeus to speak of what had been performed formerly, not in his own time. M 78 Return. Theophilus ad Autolycum LIP 345. Edit. Benedictine. Paris, 1742. A note: a candid skeptic might discern some impropriety in the bishop being called upon to perform a miracle on demand. Me. The miracles of the primitive church, after obtaining the sanction of ages, have been lately attacked in a very free and ingenious inquiry. 79, which, though it has met with the most favorable reception from the public, appears to have excited a general scandal among the divines of our own as well as of the other Protestant churches of Europe. 80. Our different sentiments on this subject will be much less influenced by any particular arguments than by our habits of study and reflection, and, above all, by the degree of evidence which we have accustomed ourselves to require for the proof of a miraculous event. The duty of an historian does not call upon him to interpose his private judgment in this nice and important controversy, but he ought not to dissemble the difficulty of adopting such a theory as may reconcile the interest of religion with that of reason, of making a proper application of that theory, and of defining with precision the limits of that happy period, exempt from error and from deceit, to which we might be disposed to extend the gift of supernatural powers. From the first of the Fathers to the last of the Popes, a succession of bishops, of saints, of martyrs, and of miracles is continued without interruption, and the progress of superstition was so gradual and almost imperceptible that we know not in what particular link we should break the chain of tradition. Every age bears testimony to the wonderful events by which it was distinguished, and its testimony appears no less weighty and respectable than that of the preceding generation, till we are insensibly led on to accuse our own inconsistency, if in the 8th or in the 12th century we deny to the venerable Bede, or to the holy Bernard, the same degree of confidence which, in the 2nd century, we had so liberally granted to Justin or to Irenaeus. 81. If the truth of any of those miracles is appreciated by their apparent use and propriety, every age had unbelievers to convince, heretics to confute, and idolatrous nations to convert, and sufficient motives might always be produced to justify the interposition of heaven. And yet, since every friend to revelation is persuaded of the reality, and every reasonable man is convinced of the cessation of miraculous powers, it is evident that there must have been some period in which they were either suddenly or gradually withdrawn from the Christian Church. Whatever era is chosen for that purpose, the death of the apostles, the conversion of the Roman Empire, or the extinction of the Arian heresy, 82. The insensibility of the Christians who lived at that time will equally afford a just matter of surprise. They still supported their pretensions after they had lost their power. Credulity performed the office of faith. Fanaticism was permitted to assume the language of inspiration, and the effects of accident or contrivance were ascribed to supernatural causes. The recent experience of genuine miracles should have instructed the Christian world in the ways of providence, and habituated their eye, if we may use a very inadequate expression, to the style of the divine artist. Should the most skillful painter of modern Italy presume to decorate his feeble imitations with the name of Raphael or of Correggio, the insolent fraud would be soon discovered and indignantly rejected. 79. Return. Dr. Middleton sent out his introduction in the year 1747, published his Free Inquiry in 1749, and before his death, which happened in 1750, he had prepared a vindication of it against his numerous adversaries. 80. Return. The University of Oxford conferred degrees on his opponents. From the indignation of Mosheim, we may discover the sentiments of the Lutheran divines. Note. Yet many Protestant divines will now without reluctance confine miracles to the time of the apostles, or at least to the 1st century. 81. Return. It may seem somewhat remarkable that Bernard of Clairvaux, who records so many miracles of his friend Saint Malachi, never takes any notice of his own, which, in their turn, however, are carefully related by his companions and disciples. In the long series of ecclesiastical history, does there exist a single instance of a saint asserting that he himself possessed the gift of miracles? 82. Return. The conversion of Constantine is the era which is most usually fixed by Protestants. The more rational divines are unwilling to admit the miracles of the if, whilst the more credulous are unwilling to reject those of the 5th century. Note. All this appears to proceed on the principle that any distinct line can be drawn in an unphilosophic age between wonders and miracles, or between what piety, from their unexpected and extraordinary nature, the marvelous concurrence of secondary causes to some remarkable end, may consider providential interpositions, and miracles strictly so called, in which the laws of nature are suspended or violated. It is impossible to assign on one side limits to human credulity, on the other to the influence of the imagination on the bodily frame. But some of the miracles recorded in the Gospels are such palpable impossibilities, according to the known laws and operations of nature, that if recorded on sufficient evidence, and the evidence we believe to be that of eyewitnesses, we cannot reject them, without either asserting, with Hume, that no evidence can prove a miracle, or that the author of nature has no power of suspending its ordinary laws. But which of the post-apostolic miracles will bear this test? Whatever opinion may be entertained of the miracles of the primitive church since the time of the apostles, this unresisting softness of temper, so conspicuous among the believers of the 2nd and 3rd centuries, proved of some accidental benefit to the cause of truth and religion. In modern times, a latent and even involuntary skepticism adheres to the most pious dispositions. Their admission of supernatural truths is much less an active consent than a cold and passive acquiescence. Accustomed long since to observe and to respect the invariable order of nature, our reason, or at least our imagination, is not sufficiently prepared to sustain the visible action of the deity. But in the first ages of Christianity, the situation of mankind was extremely different. The most curious or the most credulous among the pagans were often persuaded to enter into a society which asserted an actual claim of miraculous powers. The primitive Christians perpetually trod on mystic ground, and their minds were exercised by the habits of believing the most extraordinary events. They felt, or they fancied, that on every side they were incessantly assaulted by demons, comforted by visions, instructed by prophecy, and surprisingly delivered from danger, sickness, and from death itself by the supplications of the Church. The real or imaginary prodigies of which they so frequently conceived themselves to be the objects, the instruments, or the spectators, very happily disposed them to adopt with the same ease, but with far greater justice, the authentic wonders of the evangelic history, and thus miracles that exceeded not the measure of their own experience, inspired them with the most lively assurance of mysteries which were acknowledged to surpass the limits of their understanding. It is this deep impression of supernatural truths which has been so much celebrated under the name of faith, a state of mind described as the surest pledge of the divine favor and of future felicity, and recommended as the first or perhaps the only merit of a Christian. According to the more rigid doctors, the moral virtues which may be equally practiced by infidels are destitute of any value or efficacy in the work of our justification. Chapter 15. Progress of the Christian Religion. Part 5. But the primitive Christian demonstrated his faith by his virtues, and it was very justly supposed that the divine persuasion, which enlightened or subdued the understanding, must, at the same time, purify the heart and direct the actions of the believer. The first apologists of Christianity who justify the innocence of their brethren, and the writers of a later period who celebrate the sanctity of their ancestors, display, in the most lively colors, the reformation of manners which was introduced into the world by the preaching of the gospel. As it is my intention to remark only such human causes as were permitted to second the influence of revelation, I shall slightly mention two motives which might naturally render the lives of the primitive Christians much purer and more austere than those of their pagan contemporaries or their degenerate successors: repentance for their past sins and the laudable desire of supporting the reputation of the society in which they were engaged. 83. Return. These, in the opinion of the editor, are the most uncandid paragraphs in Gibbon's history. He ought either with manly courage to have denied the moral reformation introduced by Christianity, or fairly to have investigated all its motives, not to have confined himself to an insidious and sarcastic description of the less pure and generous elements of the Christian character, as it appeared even at that early time. It is a very ancient reproach suggested by the ignorance or the malice of infidelity, that the Christians allured into their party the most atrocious criminals who, as soon as they were touched by a sense of remorse, were easily persuaded to wash away, in the water of baptism, the guilt of their past conduct, for which the temples of the gods refused to grant them any expiation. But this reproach, when it is cleared from misrepresentation, contributes as much to the honor as it did to the increase of the Church. The friends of Christianity may acknowledge without a blush that many of the most eminent saints had been before their baptism the most abandoned sinners. Those persons who in the world had followed, though in an imperfect manner, the dictates of benevolence and propriety, derived such a calm satisfaction from the opinion of their own rectitude as rendered them much less susceptible of the sudden emotions of shame, of grief, and of terror, which have given birth to so many wonderful conversions. After the example of their divine master, the missionaries of the gospel disdained not the society of men, and especially of women, oppressed by the consciousness, and very often by the effects, of their vices. As they emerged from sin and superstition to the glorious hope of immortality, they resolved to devote themselves to a life, not only of virtue, but of penitence. The desire of perfection became the ruling passion of their soul, and it is well known that, while reason embraces a cold mediocrity, our passions hurry us with rapid violence over the space which lies between the most opposite extremes. 83b. Return. The imputations of Celsus and Julian, with the defense of the Fathers, are very fairly stated by Spanheim, Commentaire sur les Césars de Julian, p. 468. When the new converts had been enrolled in the number of the faithful, and were admitted to the sacraments of the Church, they found themselves restrained from relapsing into their past disorders by another consideration of a less spiritual, but of a very innocent and respectable nature. Any particular society that has departed from the great body of the nation, or the religion to which it belonged, immediately becomes the object of universal as well as invidious observation. In proportion to the smallness of its numbers, the character of the society may be affected by the virtues and vices of the persons who compose it, and every member is engaged to watch with the most vigilant attention over his own behavior and over that of his brethren, since, as he must expect to incur a part of the common disgrace, he may hope to enjoy a share of the common reputation. When the Christians of Bithynia were brought before the tribunal of the younger Pliny, they assured the proconsul that, far from being engaged in any unlawful conspiracy, they were bound by a solemn obligation to abstain from the commission of those crimes which disturb the private or public peace of society, from theft, robbery, adultery, perjury, and fraud. 84-84-1. Near a century afterwards, Tertullian, with an honest pride, could boast that very few Christians had suffered by the hand of the executioner, except on account of their religion. 85. Their serious and sequestered life, averse to the gay luxury of the age, inured them to chastity, temperance, economy, and all the sober and domestic virtues. As the greater number were of some trade or profession, it was incumbent on them, by the strictest integrity and the fairest dealing, to remove the suspicions which the profane are too apt to conceive against the appearances of sanctity. The contempt of the world exercised them in the habits of humility, meekness, and patience. The more they were persecuted, the more closely they adhered to each other. Their mutual charity and unsuspecting confidence has been remarked by infidels, and Tempt of 50. Epist. X 97. Note: is not the sense of Tertullian rather, if guilty of any other offense, he had thereby ceased to be a Christian? M. Nesh 94-1 returned, and this blamelessness was fully admitted by the candid and enlightened Roman. M. Nesh 95 returned, Apologue, c. 44. He adds, however, with some degree of hesitation, Auti aliud, jam non Christianus. Note: Tertullian says positively no Christian, nemo ille Christianus. For the rest, the limitation which he himself subjoins, and which Gibbon quotes in the foregoing note, diminishes the force of this assertion, and appears to prove that at least he knew none such. G. 86 return. The philosopher Peregrinus, of whose life and death Lucian has left us so entertaining an account, imposed for a long time on the credulous simplicity of the Christians of Asia. It is a very honorable circumstance for the morals of the primitive Christians that even their faults, or rather errors, were derived from an excess of virtue. The bishops and doctors of the Church, whose evidence attests, and whose authority might influence, the professions, the principles, and even the practice of their contemporaries, had studied the Scriptures with less skill than devotion, and they often received in the most literal sense those rigid precepts of Christ and the Apostles, to which the prudence of succeeding commentators has applied a looser and more figurative mode of interpretation. Ambitious to exalt the perfection of the gospel above the wisdom of philosophy, the zealous fathers have carried the duties of self-mortification, of purity, and of patience, to a height which it is scarcely possible to attain, and much less to preserve, in our present state of weakness and corruption. A doctrine so extraordinary and so sublime must inevitably command the veneration of the people, but it was ill calculated to obtain the suffrage of those worldly philosophers who, in the conduct of this transitory life, consult only the feelings of nature and the interest of society. 87. 87 de return. See a very judicious treatise of Barbeyrac sur la morale de Pérez. There are two very natural propensities which we may distinguish in the most virtuous and liberal dispositions, the love of pleasure and the love of action. If the former is refined by art and learning, improved by the charms of social intercourse, and corrected by a just regard to economy, to health, and to reputation, it is productive of the greatest part of the happiness of private life. The love of action is a principle of a much stronger and more doubtful nature. It often leads to anger, to ambition, and to revenge, but when it is guided by the sense of propriety and benevolence, it becomes the parent of every virtue, and if those virtues are accompanied with equal abilities, a family, a state, or an empire may be indebted for their safety and prosperity to the undaunted courage of a single man. To the love of pleasure we may therefore ascribe most of the agreeable, to the love of action we may attribute most of the useful and respectable qualifications. The character in which both the one and the other should be united and harmonized would seem to constitute the most perfect idea of human nature. The insensible and inactive disposition, which should be supposed alike destitute of both, would be rejected, by the common consent of mankind, as utterly incapable of procuring any happiness to the individual or any public benefit to the world. But it was not in this true world that the primitive Christians were desirous of making themselves either agreeable or useful. H71 return, elle qui me fait cette homilishubienne, semi-épicurienne, ton jamais regarde l'amour de plaisir comme élan de principes de la perfection morale, et de quelle joie faisiez-vous de l'amour de l'action et de l'amour du plaisir, les seuls éléments de l'être humain, et si que vous faisiez abstraction de la vérité en elle-même, de la conscience et du sentiment de devoir, et si que vous ne sentez point, par exemple, que le sacrifice de l'homme, que tous ne cœur de l'homme, que tout ne passe pour lui action plaisir, et qui dans le bien se bon retour, et puisse aussi de t'acquitter. Ces maîtres de la histoire ont jamais introduit dans le récit un fragment de dissertation sur le plaisir et sur l'action. Villement, cause de lit. Fin partie, le combimi, the acquisition of knowledge, the exercise of our reason or fancy, and the cheerful flow of unguarded conversation may employ the leisure of a liberal mind. Such amusements, however, were rejected with abhorrence, or admitted with the utmost caution by the severity of the fathers, who despised all knowledge that was not useful to salvation, and who considered all levity of discourse as a criminal abuse of the gift of speech. In our present state of existence, the body is so inseparably connected with the soul that it seems to be our interest to taste, with innocence and moderation, the enjoyments of which that faithful companion is susceptible. Very different was the reasoning of our devout predecessors. Vainly aspiring to imitate the perfection of angels, they disdained, or they affected to disdain, every earthly and corporeal delight. Some of our senses indeed are necessary for our preservation, others for our subsistence, and others again for our information, and thus far it was impossible to reject the use of them. The first sensation of pleasure was marked as the first moment of their abuse. The unfeeling candidate for heaven was instructed, not only to resist the grosser allurements of the taste or smell, but even to shut his ears against the profane harmony of sounds, and to view with indifference the most finished productions of human art. Gay apparel, magnificent houses, and elegant furniture were supposed to unite the double guilt of pride and of sensuality. A simple and mortified appearance was more suitable to the Christian who was certain of his sins and doubtful of his salvation. In their censures of luxury, the fathers are extremely minute and circumstantial. 89, and among the various articles which excite their pious indignation we may enumerate false hair, garments of any color except white, instruments of music, vases of gold or silver, downy pillows, as Jacob reposed his head on a stone, white bread, foreign wines, public salutations, the use of warm baths, and the practice of shaving the beard, which, according to the expression of Tertullian, is a lie against our own faces, and an impious attempt to improve the works of the Creator. 90. When Christianity was introduced among the rich and the polite, the observation of these singular laws was left, as it would be at present, to the few who were ambitious of superior sanctity. But it is always easy, as well as agreeable, for the inferior ranks of mankind to claim a merit from the contempt of that pomp and pleasure which fortune has placed beyond their reach. The virtue of the primitive Christians, like that of the first Romans, was very frequently guarded by poverty and ignorance. 88. Return. Lactant. Institute. Divin. LVC 20, 21, 22.89. Return. Consult a work of Clemens of Alexandria, entitled The Pedagogue, which contains the rudiments of ethics as they were taught in the most celebrated of the Christian schools. 90. Return de Spectaculis, C23. Clemens Alexandrin. Pedagogue. LGE, C. 8. The chaste severity of the fathers, in whatever related to the commerce of the two sexes, flowed from the same principle, their abhorrence of every enjoyment which might gratify the sensual and degrade the spiritual nature of man. It was their favorite opinion that if Adam had preserved his obedience to the Creator, he would have lived forever in a state of virgin purity, and that some harmless mode of vegetation might have peopled paradise with a race of innocent and immortal beings. 91. The use of marriage was permitted only to his fallen posterity as a necessary expedient to continue the human species, and as a restraint, however imperfect, on the natural licentiousness of desire. The hesitation of the orthodox casuists on this interesting subject betrays the perplexity of men unwilling to approve an institution which they were compelled to tolerate. 92. The enumeration of the very whimsical laws which they most circumstantially imposed on the marriage bed would force a smile from the young and a blush from the fair. It was their unanimous sentiment that a first marriage was adequate to all the purposes of nature and of society. The sensual connection was refined into a resemblance of the mystic union of Christ with his church, and was pronounced to be indissoluble either by divorce or by death. The practice of second nuptials was branded with the name of illegal adultery, and the persons who were guilty of so scandalous an offense against Christian purity were soon excluded from the honors and even from the arms of the Church. 93. Since desire was imputed as a crime, and marriage was tolerated as a defect, it was consistent with the same principles to consider a state of celibacy as the nearest approach to the divine perfection. It was with the utmost difficulty that ancient Rome could support the institution of 6 vestals, 94, but the primitive church was filled with a number of persons of either sex who had devoted themselves to the profession of perpetual chastity. 95. A few of these, among whom we may reckon the learned Origen, judged it the most prudent to disarm the tempter. 96. Some were insensible and some were invincible against the assaults of the flesh. Disdaining an ignominious flight, the virgins of the warm climate of Africa encountered the enemy in the closest engagement. They permitted priests and deacons to share their bed, and gloried amidst the flames in their unsullied purity. But insulted nature sometimes vindicated her rights, and this new species of martyrdom served only to introduce a new scandal into the Church. 97. Among the Christian ascetics, however, a name which they soon acquired from their painful exercise, many, as they were less presumptuous, were probably more successful. The loss of sensual pleasure was supplied and compensated by spiritual pride. Even the multitude of pagans were inclined to estimate the merit of the sacrifice by its apparent difficulty, and it was in the praise of these chaste spouses of Christ that the fathers have poured forth the troubled stream of their eloquence. 98. Such are the early traces of monastic principles and institutions which, in a subsequent age, have counterbalanced all the temporal advantages of Christianity. 99-91. Return. Bosoboro. Hist. Critique du Manichaeisme à la vie C3, Justin, Gregory of Nyssa, Augustine and C. strongly inclined to this opinion. Note, but these were Gnostic or Manichaean opinions. Bosobo distinctly describes Augustine's bias to his recent escape from Manichaeism, and adds that he afterwards changed his views. A Mi-92 return. Some of the Gnostic heretics were more consistent. They rejected the use of marriage. 93. Return. See a chain of tradition from Justin Martyr to Jerome in the Moral des Pères. See IV 626, 94. Return. See a very curious dissertation on the Vestals in the Mémoire de l'Académie des Inscriptions, Tom. IVP 161-227. Notwithstanding the honors and rewards which were bestowed on those virgins, it was difficult to procure a sufficient number, nor could the dread of the most horrible death always restrain their incontinence. To 95. Return. Cupiditatem procreandi, autunum simus aut nullam, major Athinaci, tutoyen de gutia mama. Feb come. Before the fame of Origen had excited envy and persecution, this extraordinary action was rather admired than censured. As it was his general practice to allegorize Scripture, it seems unfortunate that in this instance only he should have adopted the literal sense. 97. Return. Cyprian. Epist. 4. And Dodwell, Dissertar. Cyprianic. II. Something like this rash attempt was long afterwards imputed to the founder of the Order of Fontevraud. Bayle has amused himself and his readers on that very delicate subject. 98 Return. Dupin Bibliothèque Ecclésiastique, Tom. IP 1905 gives a particular account of the Dialogue of the Ten Virgins, as it was composed by Methodius, Bishop of Tyre. The praises of virginity are excessive. 99 Return. The ascetics, as early as the 2nd century, made a public profession of mortifying. Mosheim, p. 310. The Christians were not less averse to the business than to the pleasures of this world. The defense of our persons and property they knew not how to reconcile with the patient doctrine which enjoined an unlimited forgiveness of past injuries, and commanded them to invite the repetition of fresh insults. Their simplicity was offended by the use of oaths, by the pomp of magistracy, and by the active contention of public life, nor could their humane ignorance be convinced that it was lawful on any occasion to shed the blood of our fellow creatures, either by the sword of justice or by that of war, even though their criminal or hostile attempts should threaten the peace and safety of the whole community. 200. It was acknowledged that, under a less perfect law, the powers of the Jewish constitution had been exercised with the approbation of heaven by inspired prophets and by anointed kings. The Christians felt and confessed that such institutions might be necessary for the present system of the world, and they cheerfully submitted to the authority of their pagan governors. But while they inculcated the maxims of passive obedience, they refused to take any active part in the civil administration or the military defense of the empire. Some indulgence might perhaps be allowed to those persons who, before their conversion, were already engaged in such violent and sanguinary occupations. But it was impossible that the Christians, without renouncing a more sacred duty, could assume the character of soldiers, of magistrates, or of princes. 10:2b. This indolent or even criminal disregard to the public welfare exposed them to the contempt and reproaches of the pagans, who very frequently asked what must be the fate of the empire, attacked on every side by the barbarians, if all mankind should adopt the pusillanimous sentiments of the new sect. 23. To this insulting question the Christian apologists returned obscure and ambiguous answers, as they were unwilling to reveal the secret cause of their security. The expectation that, before the conversion of mankind was accomplished, war, government, the Roman Empire, and the world itself would be no more. It may be observed that, in this instance likewise, the situation of the first Christians coincided very happily with their religious scruples, and that their aversion to an active life contributed rather to excuse them from the service than to exclude them from the honors of the state and army. 100 Return. See the Morale de Perez. The same patient principles have been revived since the Reformation by the Socinians, the modern Anabaptists, and the Quakers. Barclay, the apologist of the Quakers, has protected his brethren by the authority of the primitive Christian, p. 542-549, Terra 20-49, 100 Turney, 420r, c. 21, De Idolatria, c. 1418, Origen contra Celsum, LVP 2548, LVIE, p. 423-428, LVIE, Poronamilitis, can contributed Coronamilitis contributi, Teptua lead. 11. Suggested to them the expedient of deserting, a counsel which, if it had been generally known, was not very proper to conciliate the favor of the emperors towards the Christian sect. Note: there is nothing which ought to astonish us in the refusal of the primitive Christians to take part in public affairs. It was the natural consequence of the contrariety of their principles to the customs, laws, and active life of the pagan world. As Christians, they could not enter into the Senate, which, according to Gibbon himself, always assembled in a temple or consecrated place, and where each senator, before he took his seat, made a libation of a few drops of wine and burnt incense on the altar. As Christians, they could not assist at festivals and banquets, which always terminated with libations, and c. Finally, as the innumerable deities and rites of polytheism were closely interwoven with every circumstance of public and private life, the Christians could not participate in them without incurring, according to their principles, the guilt of impiety. It was then much less by an effect of their doctrine than by the consequence of their situation that they stood aloof from public business. Whenever this situation offered no impediment, they showed as much activity as the pagans. Poinder, says Justin Martyr, Apol. 17 Nos solum Deum adoramus, et vobis in rebus aliis laeti inservimus. G. This latter passage, M. Guizot quotes in Latin. If he had consulted the original, he would have found it to be altogether irrelevant. It merely relates to the payment of taxes. M. Tertullian does not suggest to the soldiers the expedient of deserting. He says that they ought to be constantly on their guard, to do nothing during their service contrary to the law of God, and to resolve to suffer martyrdom rather than submit to a base compliance or openly to renounce the service. Decor, Mil, p. 27. He does not positively decide that the military service is not permitted to Christians. He ends, indeed, by saying, Puta denique licere militiam usque ad causam coronae. G. M. Guizot. I think again unfortunate in his defense of Tertullian. That father says that many Christian soldiers had deserted, aut deserendum statim sit, uta multis actum. The latter sentence, puta and si, is a concession for the sake of argument, while follows is more to the purpose. M. Many other passages of Tertullian prove that the army was full of Christians. Hesterni sumus et vestra, omnia implevimus, urbes, insulas, castella, municipia, conciliabula, castra ipsa. Apolli, c. 37, navigamus et not vobiscum et militamus. EC 42. Origen, in truth, appears to have maintained a more rigid opinion, cont. Cele viae, but he has often renounced this exaggerated severity, perhaps necessary to produce great results, and he speaks of the profession of arms as an honorable one. Ialevi c. 218. G. On these points Christian opinion, it should seem, was much divided. Tertullian, when he wrote the Decor, Mil, was evidently inclining to more ascetic opinions, and Origen was of the same class. See Neander, Vol. L, Party E, p. 3 1828. MW 10.3. Return. As well as we can judge from the mutilated representation of Origen 1, VIEI. p. 423, his adversary Celsus had urged his objection with great force and candor. Chapter 15, Progress of the Christian Religion. Part 6, v. But the human character, however it may be exalted or depressed by a temporary enthusiasm, will return by degrees to its proper and natural level, and will resume those passions that seem the most adapted to its present condition. The primitive Christians were dead to the business and pleasures of the world, but their love of action, which could never be entirely extinguished, soon revived and found a new occupation in the government of the Church. A separate society, which attacked the established religion of the empire, was obliged to adopt some form of internal policy and to appoint a sufficient number of ministers entrusted not only with the spiritual functions but even with the temporal direction of the Christian commonwealth. The safety of that society, its honor, its aggrandizement, were productive, even in the most pious minds, of a spirit of patriotism such as the first of the Romans had felt for the Republic, and sometimes of a similar indifference in the use of whatever means might probably conduce to so desirable an end. The ambition of raising themselves or their friends to the honors and offices of the Church was disguised by the laudable intention of devoting to the public benefit the power and consideration which, for that purpose only, it became their duty to solicit. In the exercise of their functions, they were frequently called upon to detect the errors of heresy or the arts of faction, to oppose the designs of perfidious brethren, to stigmatize their characters with deserved infamy, and to expel them from the bosom of a society whose peace and happiness they had attempted to disturb. The ecclesiastical governors of the Christians were taught to unite the wisdom of the serpent with the innocence of the dove, but as the former was refined, so the latter was insensibly corrupted by the habits of government. In the Church as well as in the world, the persons who were placed in any public station rendered themselves considerable by their eloquence and firmness, by their knowledge of mankind, and by their dexterity in business, and while they concealed from others, and perhaps from themselves, the secret motives of their conduct, they too frequently relapsed into all the turbulent passions of active life, which were tinctured with an additional degree of bitterness and obstinacy from the infusion of spiritual zeal. The government of the Church has often been the subject, as well as the prize, of religious contention. The hostile disputants of Rome, of Paris, of Oxford, and of Geneva have alike struggled to reduce the primitive and apostolic model 1041 to the respective standards of their own policy. The few who have pursued this inquiry with more candor and impartiality are of opinion, Anno 5, that the apostles declined the office of legislation, and rather chose to endure some partial scandals and divisions than to exclude the Christians of a future age from the liberty of varying their forms of ecclesiastical government according to the changes of times and circumstances. The scheme of policy, which, under their approbation, was adopted for the use of the first century, may be discovered from the practice of Jerusalem, of Ephesus, or of Corinth. The societies which were instituted in the cities of the Roman Empire were united only by the ties of faith and charity. Independence and equality formed the basis of their internal constitution. The want of discipline and human learning was supplied by the occasional assistance of the prophets, 106 who were called to that function without distinction of age, of sex, 1061, or of natural abilities, and who, as often as they felt the divine impulse, poured forth the effusions of the Spirit in the assembly of the faithful. But these extraordinary gifts were frequently abused or misapplied by the prophetic teachers. They displayed them at an improper season, presumptuously disturbed the service of the assembly, and, by their pride or mistaken zeal, they introduced, particularly into the apostolic church of Corinth, a long and melancholy train of disorders. 27. As the institution of prophets became useless and even pernicious, their powers were withdrawn and their office abolished. The public functions of religion were solely entrusted to the established ministers of the church, the bishops and the presbyters, in the presbyters which in their first origin appear to have distinguished the same office and the same order of persons. The name of presbyter was expressive of their age, or rather of their gravity and wisdom. The title of bishop denoted their inspection over the faith and manners of the Christians who were committed to their pastoral care. In proportion to the respective numbers of the faithful, a larger or smaller number of these episcopal presbyters guided each infant congregation with equal authority and with united counsels. Tonatit Anno 41, Return. The aristocratical party in France, as well as in England, has strenuously maintained the divine origin of bishops. But the Calvinistical presbyters were impatient of a superior, and the Roman pontiff refused to acknowledge an equal. See Frau Paulo, 2a and 5 Return. In the history of the Christian hierarchy, I have for the most part followed the learned and candid Mosheim, 2a6 Return. For the prophets of the primitive church, see Mosheim, Dissertationes ad Hist, R. Hist Eccles, Pertinentes 2, Eccles, Pertinentes 2. EIP 4022-288 1 Trine 61, return 61 into the prophet's office. 1C4 distinctly reproves the intrusion of females into the prophet's office. 1 Tim EI 11, M Sid 7 return. See the epistles of St. Paul and of Clemens to the Corinthians. 2 Howen, note the first ministers established in the church were the deacons appointed at Jerusalem, 7 in number. They were charged with the chair in this employment. After the deacons came the elders or priests, charged with the maintenance of order and decorum in the community, and to act everywhere in its name. The bishops were afterwards charged to watch over the faith and the instruction of the disciples. The apostles themselves appointed several bishops. Tertullian, ad Vivi, Mariam, CV, Clement of Alexandria, and many fathers of the 2nd and 3rd century do not permit us to doubt this fact. The equality of rank between these different functionaries did not prevent their functions being, even in their origin, distinct. They became subsequently still more so. See Planck, Geschichte der Christ, Kirsch, Valley, p. 24. On this extremely obscure subject, which has been so much perplexed by passion and interest, it is impossible to justify any opinion without entering into long and controversial details. It must be admitted, in opposition to Planck, that in the New Testament several words are sometimes indiscriminately used. Arx xx the 17, comp, with 28 tit, I 5 and 7, Philip, I 1. But it is as clear that as soon as we can discern the form of church government at a period closely bordering upon, if not within, the apostolic age, it appears with a bishop at the head of each community, holding some superiority over the presbyters. Whether he was, as Gibbon from Mosheim supposes, merely an elective head of the College of Presbyters, for this we have in fact no valid authority, or whether his distinct functions were established on apostolic authority, is still contested. The universal submission to this episcopacy in every part of the Christian world appears to me strongly to favor the latter view. M218 return, Hooker's ecclesiastical polity LV. But the most perfect equality of freedom requires the directing hand of a superior magistrate, and the order of public deliberation soon introduces the office of a president, invested at least with the authority of collecting the sentiments and of executing the resolutions of the assembly. A regard for the public tranquility, which would so frequently have been interrupted by annual or by occasional elections, induced the primitive Christians to constitute an honorable and perpetual magistracy, and to choose one of the wisest and most holy among their presbyters to execute, during his life, the duties of their ecclesiastical governor. It was under these circumstances that the lofty title of bishop began to raise itself above the humble appellation of presbyter. And while the latter remained the most natural distinction for the members of every Christian senate, the former was appropriated to the dignity of its new president. The advantages of this episcopal form of government, which appears to have been introduced before the end of the 1st century, 110, were so obvious and so important for the future greatness, as well as the present peace of Christianity, that it was adopted without delay by all the societies which were already scattered over the empire, had acquired in a very early period the sanction of antiquity, 107, and is still revered by the most powerful churches, both of the East and of the West, as a primitive and even as a divine establishment. It is needless to observe that the pious and humble presbyters who were first dignified with the episcopal title could not possess, and would probably have rejected, the power and pomp which now encircles the tiara of the Roman pontiff or the mitre of a German prelate. But we may define in a few words the narrow limits of their original jurisdiction, which was chiefly of a spiritual, though in some instances of a temporal nature. It consisted in the administration of the sacraments and discipline of the Church, the superintendency of religious ceremonies, which imperceptibly increased in number and variety, the consecration of ecclesiastical ministers, to whom the bishop assigned their respective functions, the management of the public fund, and the determination of all such differences as the faithful were unwilling to expose before the tribunal of an idolatrous judge. These powers, during a short period, were exercised according to the advice of the Presbyterial College, and with the consent and approbation of the Assembly of Christians. The primitive bishops were considered only as the first of their equals and the honorable servants of a free people. Whenever the episcopal chair became vacant by death, a new president was chosen among the presbyters by the suffrage of the whole congregation, every member of which supposed himself invested with a sacred and sacerdotal character. 1114-209, return. See Jerome and Titum, ci an epistle. 85. In the Benedictine edition, on one hand, the elaborate apology of Blondel, Pro Sententia Hieronymi. The ancient state, as it is described by Jerome, of the bishop and presbyters of Alexandria, receives a remarkable confirmation from the Patriarch Eutychius, Annales, Tom. 330, vers Pocock, whose testimony I know not how to reject in spite of all the objections of the learned Pearson in his Vindiciae Ignatianae, part IC1. 1E1 Tren, return. See the introduction to the Apocalypse. Bishops under the name of angels were already instituted in the 7 cities of Asia, and yet the Epistle of Clemens, which is probably of as ancient a date, does not lead us to discover any traces of episcopacy either at Corinth or Rome. 1111, return to Nelai Ecclesia Sine Episcopo, has been a fact as well as a maxim since the time of Tertullian and Irenaeus, 112 return. After we have passed the difficulties of the 1st century, we find the episcopal government universally established, till it was interrupted by the republican genius of the Swiss and German reformers. 1111 Tre Turn. 3. NC is fond of exalting the episcopal dignity. Leclerc Hist, Eccles, p. 56-9 very bluntly censures his conduct. Morsheim, with a more critical judgment, p. 50c-1, suspects the purity even of the smaller epistles. 904 in return, non et laici sacerdotes sumus, Tertullian, exhort, ad castitat, c. 7. As the human heart is still the same, several of the observations which Mr. Hume has made on enthusiasm, Essays, Volume 9, p. 76, quarto edit, may be applied even to real inspiration. Note, this expression was employed by the earlier Christian writers in the sense used by St. Peter, 1 Ep. 9. It was the sanctity and virtue, not the power of priesthood, in which all Christians were to be equally distinguished, by which the Christians were governed more than 100 years after the death of the apostles. Every society formed within itself a separate and independent republic, and although the most distant of these little states maintained a mutual as well as friendly intercourse of letters and deputations, the Christian world was not yet connected by any supreme authority or legislative assembly. As the numbers of the faithful were gradually multiplied, they discovered the advantages that might result from a closer union of their interest and designs. Towards the end of the 2nd century, the churches of Greece and Asia adopted the useful institutions of provincial synods, 1141, and they may justly be supposed to have borrowed the model of a representative council from the celebrated examples of their own country, the Amphictyons, the Achaean League, or the assemblies of the Ionian cities. It was soon established as a custom and as a law that the bishops of the independent churches should meet in the capital of the province at the stated periods of spring and autumn. Their deliberations were assisted by the advice of a few distinguished presbyters and moderated by the presence of a listening multitude. 100-500. Their decrees, which were styled canons, regulated every important controversy of faith and discipline, and it was natural to believe that a liberal effusion of the Holy Spirit would be poured on the united assembly of the delegates of the Christian people. The institution of synods was so well suited to private ambition and to public interest that in the space of a few years it was received throughout the whole empire. A regular correspondence was established between the provincial councils, which mutually communicated and approved their respective proceedings, and the Catholic Church soon assumed the form and acquired the strength of a great federative republic. 116-1141 Return. The synods were not the first means taken by the insulated churches to enter into communion and to assume a corporate character. The dioceses were first formed by the union of several country churches, with a church in a city, many churches in one city uniting among themselves or joining a more considerable church, became metropolitan. The dioceses were not formed before the beginning of the 2nd century. Before that time, the Christians had not established sufficient churches in the country to stand in need of that union. It is towards the middle of the same century that we discover the first traces of the metropolitan Christians. Probably the country churches were founded in general by missionaries from those in the city and would preserve a natural connection with the parent church. The provincial synods did not commence till towards the middle of the 3rd century and were not the first synods. History gives us distinct notions of the synods held towards the end of the 2nd century, at Ephesus, at Jerusalem, at Pontus, and at Rome, to put an end to the disputes which had arisen between the Latin and Asiatic churches about the celebration of Easter. But these synods were not subject to any regular form or periodical return. This regularity was first established with the provincial synods, which were formed by a union of the bishops of a district, subject to a metropolitan. Planck, p. 90. Geschichte de Christ. Kesch, Verfassung G. 1115 A return. Edit. Fell, p. 58. This council was composed of 87 bishops from the provinces of Mauritania, Numidia, and Africa. Some presbyters and deacons assisted at the assembly. Presente plebis maxima parte. Ilen 16 Return. Aguntur praeteria per Graecias illas, certis in locus concilia, ansi tertulian de Gejunius, c. 13. The African mentions it as a recent and foreign institution. The coalition of the Christian churches is very ably explained by Moshim, p. 164. 17. As the legislative authority of the particular churches was insensibly superseded by the use of councils, the bishops obtained by their alliance a much larger share of executive and arbitrary power. And as soon as they were connected by a sense of their common interest, they were united vigor, the original rights of their clergy and people. The prelates of the 3rd century imperceptibly changed the language of exhortation into that of command, scattered the seeds of future usurpations, and supplied by scripture allegories and declamatory rhetoric their deficiency of force and of reason. They exalted the unity and power of the Church as it was represented in the episcopal office, of which every bishop enjoyed an equal and undivided portion. 117 princes and magistrates, it was often repeated, might boast an earthly claim to a transitory dominion. It was the episcopal authority alone which was derived from the deity and extended itself over this and over another world. The bishops were the vicegerents of Christ, the successors of the apostles, and the mystic substitutes of the high priest of the Mosaic law. Their exclusive privilege of conferring the sacerdotal character invaded the freedom both of clerical and of popular elections, and if, in the administration of the Church, they still consulted the judgment of the presbyters or the inclination of the people, they most carefully inculcated the merit of such a voluntary condescension. The bishops acknowledged the supreme authority which resided in the assembly of their brethren. But in the government of his peculiar diocese, each of them exacted from his flock the same implicit obedience, as if that favorite metaphor had been literally just, and as if the shepherd had been of a more exalted nature than that of his sheep. 118. This obedience, however, was not imposed without some efforts on one side and some resistance on the other. The democratical part of the constitution was, in many places, very warmly supported by the zealous or interested opposition of the inferior clergy, but their patriotism received the ignominious epithets of faction and schism, and the episcopal cause was indebted for its rapid progress to the labors of many active prelates who, like Cyprian of Carthage, could reconcile the arts of the most ambitious statesman with the Christian virtues which seem adapted to the character of a saint and martyr. Ellen 19. Ellen 7. Return, Cyprian, in his admired treatise De Unitate Ecclesiae, p. 75 and 18. Return, Ellen 18. We may appeal to the whole tenor of Cyprian's conduct, of his doctrine, and of his epistles. Leclerc, in A Short Life of Cyprian, Bibliothèque Universelle, tom. G2, 2007-37-8, has laid him open with great freedom and accuracy. 2019. Return. If Novatus Felicissimus and C., whom the Bishop of Carthage expelled from his church and from Africa, were not the most detestable monsters of wickedness, the zeal of Cyprian must occasionally have prevailed over his veracity. For a very just account of these obscure quarrels, see Mosheim, p. 497, 512. The same causes which at first had destroyed the equality of the presbyters introduced among the bishops a preeminence of rank, and from thence a superiority of jurisdiction. As often as in the spring and autumn they met in provincial synod, the difference of personal merit and reputation was very sensibly felt among the members of the assembly, and the multitude was governed by the wisdom and eloquence of the few. But the order of public proceedings required a more regular and less invidious distinction. The office of perpetual presidents in the councils of each province was conferred on the bishops of the principal city, and these aspiring prelates, who soon acquired the lofty titles of metropolitans and primates, secretly prepared themselves to usurp over their episcopal brethren the same authority which the bishops had so lately assumed above the college of presbyters. 20. Nor was it long before an emulation of preeminence and power prevailed among the metropolitans themselves, each of them affecting to display in the most pompous terms the temporal honors and advantages of the city over which he presided, the numbers and opulence of the Christians who were subject to their pastoral care, the saints and martyrs who had arisen among them, and the purity with which they preserved the tradition of the faith as it had been transmitted through a series of orthodox bishops from the apostle or the apostolic disciple to whom the foundation of their church was ascribed. 21. From every cause, either of a civil or of an ecclesiastical nature, it was easy to foresee that Rome must enjoy the respect and would soon claim the obedience of the provinces. The society of the faithful bore a just proportion to the capital of the empire, and the Roman Church was the greatest, the most numerous, and, in regard to the West, the most ancient of all the Christian establishments, many of which had received their religion from the pious labors of her missionaries. Instead of one apostolic founder, the utmost boast of Antioch, of Ephesus, or of Corinth, the banks of the Tiber were supposed to have been honored with the preaching and martyrdom of the two most eminent among the apostles. 22. And the bishops of Rome very prudently claimed the inheritance of whatsoever prerogatives were attributed either to the person or to the office of St. Peter. 23. The The bishops of Italy and of the provinces were disposed to allow them a primacy of order and association. Such was their very accurate expression in the Christian aristocracy. 24. But the power of a monarch was rejected with abhorrence, and the aspiring genius of Rome experienced from the nations of Asia and Africa a more vigorous resistance to her spiritual than she had formerly done to her temporal dominion. The patriotic Cyprian, who ruled with the most absolute sway the Church of Carthage and the provincial synods, opposed with resolution and success the ambition of the Roman pontiff, artfully connected his own cause with that of the Eastern bishops, and, like Hannibal, sought out new allies in the heart of Asia. 25. If this Punic War was carried on without any effusion of blood, it was owing much less to the moderation than to the weakness of the contending prelates. Invectives and excommunications were their only weapons, and these, during the progress of the whole controversy, they hurled against each other with equal fury and devotion. The hard necessity of censuring either a pope or a saint and martyr distresses the modern Catholics whenever they are obliged to relate the particulars of a dispute in which the champions of religion indulge such passions as seem much more adapted to the Senate or to the camp. 26. 23 Thales, return. Mochheim, p. 269, 5074. Dupois, Antiquae Equas. Discipline, p. 1921, return. 21. Return, in a distinct treatise, has pleaded against the heretics the right of prescription, as it was held by the apostolic churches. 22. True, return. The journey of St. Peter to Rome is mentioned by most of the ancients. See Eusebius, II 25, maintained by all the Catholics, allowed by some Protestants. See Pearson and Dodwell de Success. Episcop. 3. According to Father Hardewin, the monks of the 13th century who composed the Aeneid represented St. Peter under the allegorical character of the Trojan hero. Note: it is quite clear that, strictly speaking, the Church of Rome was not founded by either of these apostles. St. Paul's epistle to the Romans proves undeniably the flourishing state of the Church before his visit to the city, and many Roman Catholic writers have given up the impracticable task of reconciling with chronology any visit of St. Peter to Rome before the end of the reign of Claudius or the beginning of that of Nero. M. 223, Return. It is in French only that the famous allusion to St. Peter's name is exact. Tu es Pierre, et sur cette pierre. The same is imperfect in Greek, Latin, Italian, and C, and totally unintelligible in our Teutonic languages. A note: it is exact in Syro-Chaldaic, the language in which it was spoken by Jesus Christ. St. Matt, X5 Noint, 17. Peter was called Cephas, and Cephas signifies base, foundation, rock. G24 return in Eus Adveus, Heresis, i.e., 3 Tertullian de Prescription, c. 36, and Cyprian, Epistole, 27, 55, 71, 75. Leclerc Hist. Equus, p. 7064, and Mosheim, p. 258, labor in the interpretation of these passages. But the loose and rhetorical style of the Fathers often appears favorable to the pretensions of Rome. 125 a return. See the sharp epistle from Firmilianus, Bishop of Caesarea, to Stephen, Bishop of Rome, App. Cyprian, Epistole. 75-26 return. Concerning this dispute of the rebaptism of heretics, see the epistles of Cyprian and the 7th book of Eusebius. The progress of the ecclesiastical authority gave birth to the memorable distinction of the laity and of the clergy, which had been unknown to the Greeks and Romans. 27. The former of these appellations comprehended the body of the Christian people. The latter, according to the signification of the word, was appropriated to the chosen portion that had been set apart for the service of religion, a celebrated order of men which has furnished the most important, though not always the most edifying, subjects for modern history. Their mutual hostilities sometimes disturbed the peace of the infant church, but their zeal and activity were united in the common cause, and the love of power, which under the most artful disguises could insinuate itself into the breasts of bishops and martyrs, animated them to increase the number of their subjects and to enlarge the limits of the Christian empire. They were destitute of any temporal force, and they were for a long time discouraged and oppressed rather than assisted by the civil magistrate, but they had acquired, and they employed within their own society, the two most efficacious instruments of government, rewards and punishments, the former derived from the pious liberality, the latter from the devout apprehensions of the faithful. 27. Return. For the origin of these words, see Mosheim, 41:20, 41. Spanheim, Hist, Ecclesiast. The distinction of Clarus and Iacchus was established before the time of Tertullian, chapter 15, Progress of the Christian Religion. Part 7. The community of goods which had so agreeably amused the imagination of Plato, 28, and which subsisted in some degree among the austere sect of the Athenians, 29, was adopted for a short time in the primitive church. The fervor of the first proselytes prompted them to sell those worldly possessions which they despised, to lay the price of them at the feet of the apostles, and to content themselves with receiving an equal share out of the general distribution. 30. The progress of the Christian religion relaxed and gradually abolished this generous institution which, in hands less pure than those of the apostles, would too soon have been corrupted and abused by the returning selfishness of human nature, and the converts who embraced the new religion were permitted to retain the possession of their patrimony, to receive legacies and inheritances, and to increase their separate property by all the lawful means of trade and industry. Instead of an absolute sacrifice, a moderate proportion was accepted by the ministers of the gospel, and in their weekly or monthly assemblies every believer, according to the exigency of the occasion and the measure of his wealth and piety, presented his voluntary offering for the use of the common fund. 31. Nothing, however inconsiderable, was refused, but it was diligently inculcated that, in the article of tithes, the Mosaic law was still of divine obligation, and that since the Jews, under a less perfect discipline, had been commanded to pay a 10th part of all that they possessed, it would become the disciples of Christ to distinguish themselves by a superior degree of liberality. 32. And to acquire some merit by resigning a superfluous treasure, which must so soon be annihilated with the world itself. 33. It is almost unnecessary to observe that the revenue of each particular church, which was of so uncertain and fluctuating a nature, must have varied with the poverty or the opulence of the faithful, as they were dispersed in obscure villages or collected in the great cities of the empire. In the time of the Emperor Decius, it was the opinion of the magistrates that the Christians of Rome were possessed of very considerable wealth, that vessels of gold and silver were used in their religious worship, and that many among their proselytes had sold their lands and houses to increase the public riches of the sect, at the expense indeed of their unfortunate children, who found themselves beggars because their parents had been saints. 34. We should listen with distrust to the suspicions of strangers and enemies. On this occasion, however, they receive a very specious and probable color from the two following circumstances, the only ones that have reached our knowledge, which define any precise sums or convey any distinct idea. Almost at the same period, the Bishop of Carthage, from a society less opulent than that of Rome, collected 100,000 sesterces, above £850 sterling, on a sudden call of charity to redeem the brethren of Numidia, who had been carried away captives by the barbarians of the desert. 39.5. About 100 years before the reign of Decius, the Roman Church had received in a single donation the sum of 200,000 sesterces from a stranger of Pontus, who proposed to fix his residence in the capital. 1396. These oblations, for the most part, were made in money, nor was the Society of Christians either desirous or capable of acquiring, to any considerable degree, the encumbrance of landed property. It had been provided by several laws which were enacted with the same design as our statutes of mortmain, that no real estate should be given or bequeathed to any corporate body, without either a special privilege or a particular dispensation from the emperor or from the senate. 537, who were seldom disposed to grant them in favor of a sect, at first the object of their contempt, and at last of their fears and jealousy. A transaction, however, is related under the reign of Alexander Severus, which discovers that the restraint was sometimes eluded or suspended, and that the Christians were permitted to claim and to possess lands within the limits of Rome itself. 1308. The progress of Christianity and the civil confusion of the empire contributed to relax the severity of the laws, and before the close of the 3rd century many considerable estates were bestowed on the opulent churches of Rome, Milan, Carthage, Antioch, Alexandria, and the other great cities of Italy and the provinces. 428. Return. The provinces. 428. Return. The community instituted by Plato is more perfect than that which Sir Thomas More had imagined for his Utopia. The community of women and that of temporal goods may be considered as inseparable parts of the same system. 29. Return. Joseph. Antiquitat. XVIE. 20. Philo. De Vit. Contemplative. 420. Return. See the Acts of the Apostles. C. 245 with Grotius's commentary. Mushim, in a particular dissertation, attacks the common opinion with very inconclusive arguments. See note. This is not the general great cities of Sympiotreave arrested. There is no trace in the latter part of the New Testament of this community of goods, and many distinct proofs of the contrary. All exhortations to almsgiving would have been unmeaning if property had been in common. Mum I 2I51 Return. Justin Martyr Apologue. Major C 89. Tertullian Apologue. C 39 1 I 2I5 G Return. Dupper 2 Return. Irenaeus ad Hieres. LIV C27 34. Origin in Numa. Hom. II Cyprian de Unitat. Eccles. Constitute. Apostle. LII. C34 35. With the notes of Cotillarius. The constitutions introduce this divine precept by declaring that priests are as much above kings as the soul is above the body. Among the tithable articles they enumerate corn, wine, oil, and wool. On this interesting subject, consult Prideaux's History of Tithes and Fra Paolo delle Materie Beneficiarii, 2 writers of a very different character. 133 Return. The same opinion which prevailed about the year 1000 was productive of the same effects. Most of the donations expressed their motive, appropinquante mondi fini. See Moshima's General History of the Church, Volume EP 457. 134 Return. Es fratribus. 1. Es fratribus quax. Offare fundis benditis histatiorum milia. Addicta avorum praedia foedis sub auctionibus, successa exeris gemit sanctis agens parentibus, haec oculunter abditis ecclesiarum in angulis, et summa pietas creditur nudare dulces liberos. Prudent. Hymn 2. The subsequent conduct of the Deacon Lawrence only proves how proper a use was made of the wealth of the Roman Church. It was undoubtedly very considerable, but Fra Paolo, ch. 2, appears to exaggerate when he supposes that the successors of Commodus were urged to persecute the Christians by their own avarice, or that of their praetorian prefects. 35 Return. 135 Return. Or Cyprian. Epistole. 62. Mundratri Scription, ch. Tertullian de Prescription. Ch. 37 Return. Diocletian gave a rescript which is only a declaration of the old law. Collegium, si nullo speciali privilegio, sub nixum sit, hea editatum capere non posse, dubium non est. Fra Paolo c. 4 thinks that these regulations had been much neglected since the reign of Valerian. 438 Return. His th. Deem 5. Note, s. Caponari, rather victuallers. M. 9th. The bishop was the natural steward of the church. The public stock was entrusted to his care without account or control. The presbyters were confined to their spiritual functions, and the more dependent order of the deacons was solely employed in the management and distribution of the ecclesiastical revenue. 39. If we may give credit to the vehement declamations of Cyprian, there were too many among his African brethren who, in the execution of their charge, violated every precept, not only of evangelical perfection, but even of moral virtue. By some of these unfaithful stewards, the riches of the church were lavished in sensual pleasures. By others, they were perverted to the purposes of private gain, of fraudulent purchases, and of rapacious usury. 40. But as long as the contributions of the Christian people were free and unconstrained, the abuse of their confidence could not be very frequent, and the general uses to which their liberality was applied reflected honor on the religious society. A decent portion was reserved for the maintenance of the bishop and his clergy. A sufficient sum was allotted for the expenses of the public worship, of which the feasts of love, the agapai as they were called, constituted a very pleasing part. The whole remainder was the sacred patrimony of the poor. According to the discretion of the bishop, it was distributed to support widows and orphans, the lame, the sick, and the aged of the community, to comfort strangers and pilgrims, and to alleviate the misfortunes of prisoners and captives, more especially when their sufferings had been occasioned by their firm attachment to the cause of religion. 41. A generous intercourse of charity united the most distant provinces, and the smaller congregations were cheerfully assisted by the alms of their more opulent brethren. 42. Such an institution, which paid less regard to the merit than to the distress of the object, very materially conduced to the progress of Christianity. The pagans, who were actuated by a sense of humanity, while they derided the doctrines, acknowledged the benevolence of the new sect. 43. The prospect of immediate relief and of future protection allured into its hospitable bosom many of those unhappy persons whom the neglect of the world would have abandoned to the miseries of want, of sickness, and of old age. There is some reason likewise to believe that great numbers of infants who, according to the inhuman practice of the times, had been exposed by their parents, were frequently rescued from death, baptized, educated, and maintained by the piety of the Christians, and at the expense of the public treasure. 144, 139 Return to Constitute. Apostle. II 35 140 Return Constitute Return. Cyprian de Lapsis, p. 89. Epistole. 65. The charge is confirmed by the 19th and 20th canon of the Council of Illiberis, 2041. Return. See the Apologies of Justin Tertullian and c. 102. The reality of the Romans to their most distant brethren is gratefully celebrated by Dionysius of Corinth ap Euseb. Levc. 23. Quadrant c. Peregrine. Julian Epist. 49 seems mortified that the Christian charity maintains not only their own, but likewise the heathen poor. 144 Return. Such, at least, has been the laudable conduct of more modern missionaries under the same circumstances. Above 3,000 newborn infants are annually exposed in the streets of Pekin. See Lecomte, Mémoires sur la Chine, and the Recherches sur les Chinois et les Égyptiens, tom. I. p. 61. It is the undoubted right of every society to exclude from its communion and benefits such among its members as reject or violate those regulations which have been established by general consent. In the exercise of this power, the censures of the Christian Church were chiefly directed against scandalous sinners, and particularly those who were guilty of murder, of fraud, or of incontinence, against the authors or the followers of any heretical opinions which had been condemned by the judgment of the episcopal order, and against those unhappy persons who, whether from choice or compulsion, had polluted themselves after their baptism by any act of idolatrous worship. The consequences of excommunication were of a temporal as well as a spiritual nature. The Christian against whom it was pronounced was deprived of any part in the oblations of the faithful. The ties both of religious and of private friendship were dissolved. He found himself a profane object of abhorrence to the persons whom he the most esteemed, or by whom he had been the most tenderly beloved, and as far as an expulsion from a respectable society could imprint on his character a mark of disgrace, he was shunned or suspected by the generality of mankind. The situation of these unfortunate exiles was in itself very painful and melancholy, but, as it usually happens, their apprehensions far exceeded their sufferings. The benefits of the Christian communion were those of eternal life, nor could they erase from their minds the awful opinion that to those ecclesiastical governors by whom they were condemned, the deity had committed the keys of hell and of paradise. The heretics, indeed, who might be supported by the consciousness of their intentions, and by the flattering hope that they alone had discovered the true path of salvation, endeavored to regain, in their separate assemblies, those comforts, temporal as well as spiritual, which they no longer derived from the great society of Christians. But almost all those who had reluctantly yielded to the power of vice or idolatry were sensible of their fallen condition, and anxiously desirous of being restored to the benefits of the Christian communion. With regard to the treatment of these penitents, two opposite opinions, the one of justice, the other of mercy, divided the primitive church. the more rigid and inflexible casuists refused them forever, and without exception the meanest place in the holy community, which they had disgraced or deserted, and leaving them to the remorse of a guilty conscience, indulged them only with a faint ray of hope that the contrition of their life and death might possibly be accepted by the Supreme Being. 45. A milder sentiment was embraced in practice as well as in theory by the purest and most respectable of the Christian churches. 14.6. The gates of reconciliation and of heaven were seldom shut against the returning penitent, but a severe and solemn form of discipline was instituted, which, while it served to expiate his crime, might powerfully deter the spectators from the imitation of his example. Humbled by a public confession, emaciated by fasting and clothed in sackcloth, the penitent lay prostrate at the door of the assembly, imploring with tears the pardon of his offences and soliciting the prayers of the faithful. 47. If the fault was of a very heinous nature, whole years of penance were esteemed an inadequate satisfaction to the divine justice, and it was always by slow and painful gradations that the sinner, the heretic, or the apostate was readmitted into the bosom of the Church. A sentence of perpetual excommunication was, however, reserved for some crimes of an extraordinary magnitude, and particularly for the inexcusable relapses of those penitents who had already experienced and abused the clemency of their ecclesiastical superiors. According to the circumstances or the number of the guilty, the exercise of the bishops, the councils of Ancira and Iliberus were held about the same time, the one in Galatia, the other in Spain, but their respective canons, which are still extant, seem to breathe a very different spirit. The Galatian, who after his baptism had repeatedly sacrificed to idols, might obtain his pardon by a penance of 7 years, and if he had seduced others to imitate his example, only 3 years more were added to the term of his exile. But the unhappy Spaniard, who had committed the same offense, was deprived of the hope of reconciliation, even in the article of death, and his idolatry was placed at the head of a list of 17 other crimes, against which a sentence no less terrible was pronounced. Among these, we may distinguish the inexpiable guilt of calumniating a bishop, a presbyter, or even a deacon. 14.8-45 return. The Montanists and the Novatians, who adhered to this opinion with the greatest rigor and obstinacy, found themselves at last in the number of excommunicated heretics. See the learned and copious Mosheim, Secule, I, and II. 46 return. Dionysius App, Euseb, IIE, 23, Cyprian, De Lapsis, 100 turn, craves primitive Christianity, Part II. C5. The admirers of antiquity regret the loss of this public penance. 14.8 return. Ici in Dupin, Bibliothèque Ecclésiastique, Tom. IIP 34-3113, a short but rational exposition of the canons of those councils, which were assembled in the first moments of tranquillity after the persecution of Diocletian. This persecution had been much less severely felt in Spain than in Galatia, a difference which may in some measure account for the contrast of their regulations. The well-tempered mixture of liberality and rigor, the judicious dispensation of rewards and punishments, according to the maxims of policy as well as justice, constituted the human strength of the Church. The bishops, whose paternal care extended itself to the government of both worlds, were sensible of the importance of these prerogatives, and covering their ambition with the fair pretense of the love of order, they were jealous of any rival in the exercise of a discipline so necessary to prevent the desertion of those troops which had enlisted themselves under the banner of the cross, and whose numbers every day became more considerable. From the imperious declamations of Cyprian, we should naturally conclude that the doctrines of excommunication and penance form the most essential part of religion, and that it was much less dangerous for the disciples of Christ to neglect the observance of the moral duties than to despise the censures and authority of their bishops. Sometimes we might imagine that we were listening to the voice of Moses when he commanded the earth to open and to swallow up, in consuming flames, the rebellious race which refused obedience to the priesthood of Aaron, and we should sometimes suppose that we heard a Roman consul asserting the majesty of the Republic and declaring his inflexible resolution to enforce the rigor of the laws. If such irregularities are suffered with impunity, it is thus that the Bishop of Carthage chides the lenity of his colleague. If such irregularities are suffered, there is an end of episcopal vigor. 149, an end of the sublime and divine power of governing the Church, an end of Christianity itself. Cyprian had renounced those temporal honors which it is probable he would never have obtained. But the acquisition of such absolute command over the consciences and understanding of a congregation, however obscure or despised by the world, is more truly grateful to the pride of the human heart than the possession of the most despotic power, imposed by arms and conquest on a reluctant people. Gibbon has been accused of injustice to the character of Cyprian, as exalting the censures and authority of the Church above the observance of the moral duties. Felicissimus had been condemned by a synod of bishops, non tantum mei, sed plurimorum coepiscorum, sententia condemnatum, on the charge not only of schism, but of embezzlement of public money, the debauching of virgins, and frequent acts of adultery. His violent menaces had extorted his readmission into the Church, against which Cyprian protests with much vehemence, ne pecuniae commissai, sibi fraudator, ne stuprator virginum, ne matrimoniorum, multorum depopulator et corruptora, ultra ad hoc sponsam, Christi incorruptam praesentiae suae dedicore, et impudica atque incesta contagione, violet. See Chelsome's Remarks, p. 1004. If these charges against Felicissimus were true, they were something more than irregularities. A Roman censor would have been a fairer subject of comparison than a consul. On the other hand, it must be admitted that the charge of adultery deepens very rapidly as the controversy becomes more violent. It is first represented as a single act, recently detected, and which men of character were prepared to substantiate, adulterae, etiam crimen accidit. Quod patris nostri graves viride prehendisis denunciaverunt, et probaturos se asseverunt. Epist. XXXXVE. The heretic is now darkened into a man of notorious and general profligacy, nor can it be denied that of the whole long epistle very far the larger and the more passionate part dwells on the breach of ecclesiastical unity rather than on the violation of Christian holiness. M. Cyprian Epist. 69. This supposition appears unfounded. The birth and the talents of Cyprian might make us presume the contrary. Thasius, Caecilius Cyprianus, Carthaginensis, artis oratoriae professione claris, magnam sibi gloriam, opus honors acquisivit, e polaribus, canis et largis de pibus asuetus, pretiosa veste conspicuus, oro atque purpura fulgens, facibus oblectatus et honoribus, stipatus clientium cunes honestatus, ut ipse de se locitur in epistola ad donatum. Si de cave histe, liter, bei, p. 87. G. Cave has rather embellished Cyprian's language. In the course of this important, though perhaps tedious, inquiry, I have attempted to display the secondary causes which so efficaciously assisted the truth of the Christian religion. If among these causes we have discovered any artificial ornaments, any accidental circumstances, or any mixture of error and passion, it cannot appear surprising that mankind should be the most sensibly affected by such motives as were suited to their imperfect nature. It was by the aid of these causes, exclusive zeal, the immediate expectation of another world, the claim of miracles, the practice of rigid virtue, and the constitution of the primitive church, that Christianity spread itself with so much success in the Roman Empire. To the first of these, the Christians were indebted for their invincible valor, which disdained to capitulate with the enemy whom they were resolved to vanquish. The three succeeding causes supplied their valor with the most formidable arms. The last of these causes united their courage, directed their arms, and gave their efforts that irresistible weight, which even a small band of well-trained and intrepid volunteers has so often possessed over an undisciplined multitude, ignorant of the subject and careless of the event of the war. In the various religions of polytheism, some wandering fanatics of Egypt and Syria, who addressed themselves to the credulous superstition of the populace, were perhaps the only order of priests, 150, that derived their whole support and credit from their sacerdotal profession. and were very deeply affected by a personal concern for the safety or prosperity of their tutelar deities. The ministers of polytheism, both in Rome and in the provinces, were, for the most part, men of a noble birth and of an affluent fortune who received as an honorable distinction the care of a celebrated temple or of a public sacrifice, exhibited very frequently at their own expense the sacred games. 51 and with cold indifference performed the ancient rites according to the laws and fashion of their country. As they were engaged in the ordinary occupations of life, their zeal and devotion were seldom animated by a sense of interest or by the habits of an ecclesiastical character. Confined to their respective temples and cities, they remained without any connection of discipline or government, and whilst they acknowledged the supreme jurisdiction of the Senate, of the College of Pontiffs, and of the Emperor, those civil magistrates contented themselves with the easy task of maintaining in peace and dignity the general worship of mankind. We have already seen how various, how loose, and how uncertain were the religious sentiments of polytheists. They were abandoned, almost without control, to the natural workings of a superstitious fancy. The accidental circumstances of their life and situation determined the object as well as the degree of their devotion, and as long as their adoration was successively prostituted to 1,000 deities, it was scarcely possible that their hearts could be susceptible of a very sincere or lively passion for any of them. 100 in return, the arts, the manners, and the vices of the priests of the Syrian goddess are very humorously described by Apuleius in the 8th book of his Metamorphoses. 151 return, the office of Aesarch was of this nature, and it is frequently mentioned in Aristides the inscriptions, and c. It was annual and elective. None but the vainest citizens could desire the honor. None but the most wealthy could support the expense. See in the Patres Apostle, Tom, i.e., p. 200, with how much indifference Philip the Aesarch conducted himself in the martyrdom of Polycarp. There were likewise Bithyniarchs, Lysiarchs, and c. When Christianity appeared in the world, even these faint and imperfect impressions had lost much of their original power. Human reason, which by its unassisted strength is incapable of perceiving the mysteries of faith, had already obtained an easy triumph over the folly of paganism. And when Tertullian or Lactantius employ their labors in exposing its falsehood and extravagance, they are obliged to transcribe the eloquence of Cicero or the wit of Lucian. The contagion of these skeptical writings had been diffused far beyond the number of their readers. The fashion of incredulity was communicated from the philosopher to the man of pleasure or business, from the noble to the plebeian, and from the master to the menial slave who waited at his table and who eagerly listened to the freedom of his conversation. On public occasions, the philosophic part of mankind affected to treat with respect and decency the religious institutions of their country, but their secret contempt penetrated through the thin and awkward disguise, and even the people, when they discovered that their deities were rejected and derided by those whose rank or understanding they were accustomed to reverence, were filled with doubts and apprehensions concerning the truth of those doctrines to which they had yielded the most implicit belief. The decline of ancient prejudice exposed a very numerous portion of humankind to the danger of a painful and comfortless situation. A state of skepticism and suspense may amuse a few inquisitive minds, but the practice of superstition is so congenial to the multitude that if they are forcibly awakened, they still regret the loss of their pleasing vision. Their love of the marvelous and supernatural, their curiosity with regard to future events, and their strong propensity to extend their hopes and fears beyond the limits of the visible world were the principal causes which favored the establishment of polytheism. So urgent on the vulgar is the necessity of believing that the fall of any system of mythology will most probably be succeeded by the introduction of some other mode of superstition. Some deities of a more recent and fashionable cast might soon have occupied the deserted temples of Jupiter and Apollo, if, in the decisive moment, the wisdom of Providence had not interposed a genuine revelation, fitted to inspire the most rational esteem and conviction, whilst, at the same time, it was adorned with all that could attract the curiosity, the wonder, and the veneration of the people. In their actual disposition, as many were almost disengaged from their artificial prejudices, but equally susceptible and desirous of a devout attachment, An object much less deserving would have been sufficient to fill the vacant place in their hearts and to gratify the uncertain eagerness of their passions. Those who are inclined to pursue this reflection, instead of viewing with astonishment the rapid progress of Christianity, will perhaps be surprised that its success was not still more rapid and still more universal. It has been observed with truth as well as propriety that the conquests of Rome prepared and facilitated those of Christianity. In the second chapter of this work, we have attempted to explain in what manner the most civilized provinces of Europe, Asia, and Africa were united under the dominion of one sovereign and gradually connected by the most intimate ties of laws, of manners, and of language. The Jews of Palestine, who had fondly expected a temporal deliverer, gave so cold a reception to the miracles of the divine prophet that it was found unnecessary to publish, or at least to preserve, any Hebrew gospel. 52. The authentic histories of the actions of Christ were composed in the Greek language at a considerable distance from Jerusalem, and after the Gentile converts were grown extremely numerous. 53. As soon as those histories were translated into the Latin tongue, they were perfectly intelligible to all the subjects of Rome, excepting only to the peasants of Syria and Egypt, for whose benefit particular versions were afterwards made. The public highways, which had been constructed for the use of the legions, opened an easy passage for the Christian missionaries from Damascus to Corinth, and from Italy to the extremity of Spain or Britain. Nor did those spiritual conquerors encounter any of the obstacles which usually retard or prevent the introduction of a foreign religion into a distant country. There is the strongest reason to believe that before the reigns of Diocletian and Constantine, the faith of Christ had been preached in every province and in all the great cities of the empire. But the foundation of the several congregations, the numbers of the faithful who composed them, and their proportion to the unbelieving multitude, are now buried in obscurity or disguised by fiction and declamation. Such imperfect circumstances, however, as have reached our knowledge concerning the increase of the Christian name in Asia and Greece, in Egypt, in Italy, and in the West, we shall now proceed to relate without neglecting the real or imaginary acquisitions which lay beyond the frontiers of the Roman Empire. 52. Return. The modern critics anonymously assert that cessation of the world as time, Matthew composed a Hebrew gospel, of which only the Greek translation is extant. It seems, however, dangerous to reject their testimony. Note, strong reasons appear to confirm this testimony. Papias, contemporary of the Apostle St. John, says positively that Matthew had written the discourses of Jesus Christ in Hebrew, and that each interpreted them as he could. This Hebrew was the Syro-Chaldaic dialect, then in use at Jerusalem. Origen, Irenaeus, Eusebius, Jerome, Epiphanius confirm this statement. Jesus Christ preached himself in Syro-Chaldaic, as is proved by many words which he used, and which the evangelists have taken the pains to translate. St. Paul, addressing the Jews, used the same language. Acts x6i. 40 x6i. 40 x6i. Matthew quotes the Old Testament according to the Greek version of the LXX, which is inaccurate, for of 10 quotations found in his Gospel, 7 are evidently taken from the Hebrew text, the 3 others offer little that differ. Moreover, the latter are not literal quotations. St. Jerome says positively that, according to a copy which he had seen in the library of Caesarea, the quotations were made in Hebrew in Catal. More modern critics, among others Michaelis, do not entertain a doubt on the subject. The Greek version appears to have been made in the time of the Apostles, as St. Jerome and St. Augustus affirm, perhaps by one of them. G. Among modern critics, Dr. Hug has asserted the Greek original of St. Matthew, but the general opinion of the most learned biblical writer supports the view of M. Felis, Marcalis, Gizo, M. 153 Return. Under the reigns of Nero and Domitian, and in the cities of Alexandria, Antioch, Rome, and Ephesus. See Mill. Prolegomena ad Nov. Testament, and Dr. Lardner's fair and extensive collection, Vol. XV. Note, this question has, it is well known, been most elaborately discussed since the time of Gibbon. The preface to the translation of Schleiermacher's version of St. Luke contains a very able summary of the various theories. Chapter 15, Progress of the Christian Religion. Part 8. The rich provinces that extend from the Euphrates to the Ionian Sea were the principal theatre on which the apostle of the Gentiles displayed his zeal and piety. The seeds of the gospel, which he had scattered in a fertile soil, were diligently cultivated by his disciples, and it should seem that, during the 2 first centuries, the most considerable body of Christians was contained within those limits. Among the societies which were instituted in Syria, none were more ancient or more illustrious than those of Damascus, of Berea or Aleppo, and of Antioch. The prophetic introduction of the Apocalypse has described and immortalized the 7 churches of Asia: Ephesus, Smyrna, Pergamos, Thyatira, 54 Sardis, Laodicea, and Philadelphia, and their colonies were soon diffused over that populous country. In a very early period, the islands of Cyprus and Crete, the provinces of Thrace and Macedonia, gave a favorable reception to the new religion, and Christian republics were soon founded in the cities of Corinth, of Sparta, and of Athens. 55. The antiquity of the Greek and Asiatic churches allowed a sufficient space of time for their increase and multiplication, and even the swarms of Gnostics and other heretics served to display the flourishing condition of the Orthodox Church, since the appellation of heretics has always been applied to the less numerous party. To these domestic testimonies we may add the confession, the complaints, and the apprehensions of the Gentiles themselves. From the writings of Lucian, a philosopher who had studied mankind, and who describes their manners in the most lively colors, we may learn that, under the reign of Commodus, his native country of Pontus was filled with Epicureans and Christians. 56. Within 80 years after the death of Christ. 57. The humane Pliny laments the magnitude of the evil which he vainly attempted to eradicate. In his very curious epistle to the Emperor Trajan, he affirms that the temples were almost deserted, that the sacred victims scarcely found any purchasers, and that the superstition had not only infected the cities but had even spread itself into the villages and the open country of Pontus and Bithynia. 58-54 Return. Theologians Epiphanius de Hieres, 51, disputed the genuineness of the Apocalypse because the church of Thyatira was not yet founded. Epiphanius, who allows the fact, extricates himself from the difficulty by ingeniously supposing that St. John wrote in the spirit of prophecy. See Abuzit, Discours sur Apocalypse. The 5 Return. The epistles of Ignatius and Dionysius, IAP, UCB, point out many churches in Asia and Greece. That of Athens seems to have been one of the least flourishing. UCO. In Alexandro, C25. Christianity, however, must have been very unequally diffused over Pontus, since, in the middle of the 3rd century, there was no more than 17 believers in the extensive diocese of Neo-Caesarea. C. M. de Tillemont, Memoires Ecclésiastes, Tom. EVP 675, from Basil and Gregory of Nyssa, who were themselves natives of Cappadocia. Note, Gibbon forgot the conclusion of this story, that Gregory left only 17 heathens in his diocese. The antithesis is suspicious, and both numbers may have been chosen to magnify the spiritual fame of the wonder-worker. M57 Return. According to the ancients, Jesus Christ suffered under the consulship of the 2 Gemini in the year 29 of our present era. Pliny was sent into Bithynia, according to Pagi, in the year 1110, if 15:8 to 15:8, if TP8. 97. Without descending into a minute scrutiny of the expressions or of the motives of those writers who either celebrate or lament the progress of Christianity in the East, it may in general be observed that none of them have left us any grounds from whence a just estimate might be formed of the real numbers of the faithful in those provinces. One circumstance, however, has been fortunately preserved, which seems to cast a more distinct light on this obscure but interesting subject. Under the reign of Theodosius, after Christianity had enjoyed, during more than 60 years, the sunshine of imperial favor, the ancient and illustrious Church of Antioch consisted of 100,000 persons, 3,000 of whom were supported out of the public oblations. 59. The splendor and dignity of the Queen of the East, the ignotish populousness of Caesarea, Seleucia, and Alexandria, and the destruction of 250,000 souls in the earthquake which afflicted Antioch under the elder Justin, 60 are so many convincing proofs that the whole number of its inhabitants was not less than 500,000, and that the Christians, however multiplied by zeal and power, did not exceed a fifth part of that great city. How different a proportion must we adopt when we compare the persecuted with the triumphant church, the West with the East, remote villages with populous towns, and countries recently converted to the faith with the place where the believers first received the appellation of Christians. It must not, however, be dissembled that in another passage Chrysostom, to whom we are indebted for this useful information, computes the multitude of the faithful as even superior to that of the Jews and pagans. 61. But the solution of this apparent difficulty is easy and obvious. The eloquent preacher draws a parallel between the civil and the ecclesiastical constitution of Antioch, between the list of Christians who had acquired heaven by baptism and the list of citizens who had a right to share the public liberality. Slaves, strangers, and infants were comprised in the former, they were excluded from the latter. Chiastom. Opera, Tom, vi, p. 65-8, 8-10, edit, Saville, II, 422, 30-29, Chii, 42-30-20-21 II, pi, 49-2. I am indebted for these passages, though not for my inference, to the learned Dr. Lardner, Credibility of the Gospel of History, Volume C. p. 3070. Note: the statements of Chrysostom with regard to the population of Antioch, whatever may be their accuracy, are perfectly consistent. In one passage he reckons the population at 200,000, in a second the Christians at 100,000, in a third he states that the Christians formed more than half the population. Gibbon has neglected to notice the first passage and has drawn by estimate of the population of Antioch from other sources. The 8,000 maintained by alms were widows and virgins alone. The extensive commerce of Alexandria and its proximity to Palestine gave an easy entrance to the new religion. It was at first embraced by great numbers of the Theraputai, or Essenians, of the Lake Marotus, a Jewish sect which had abated much of its reverence for the Mosaic ceremonies. The austere life of the Essenians, their fasts and excommunications, the community of goods, the love of celibacy, their zeal for martyrdom, and the warmth though not the purity of their faith already offered a very lively image of the primitive discipline. 62. It was in the school of Alexandria that the Christian theology appears to have assumed a regular and scientific form. And when Hadrian visited Egypt, he found a church composed of Jews and of Greeks, sufficiently important to attract the notice of that inquisitive prince. 63. But the progress of Christianity was for a long time confined within the limits of a single city, which was itself a foreign colony. Until the close of the 2nd century, the predecessors of Demetrius were the only prelates of the Egyptian church. 3 bishops were consecrated by the hands of Demetrius, and the number was increased to 20 by his successor Heraclius. 64. The body of the natives, a people distinguished by a sullen inflexibility of temper, 65 entertained the new doctrine with coldness and reluctance, and even in the time of Origen, it was rare to meet with an Egyptian who had surmounted his early prejudices in favor of the sacred animals of his country. 66. As soon, indeed, as Christianity ascended the throne, the zeal of those barbarians obeyed the prevailing impulsion. The cities of Egypt were filled with bishops, swarmed with hermits. 62. Return. A Histoire des Juifs, L2C 2023 has examined with the most critical accuracy the curious treatise of Philo, which describes the Theraputai, by proving that it was composed as early as the time of Augustus. Basnage has demonstrated, in spite of Eusebius LLIC 17 and a crowd of modern Catholics, that the Theraputai were neither Christians nor monks. It still remains probable that they changed their name, preserved their manners, adopted some new articles of faith, and gradually became the fathers of the Egyptian ascetics. 63. Return. In the Augustan History p. 224 TV4 Return History for the succession of Alexandrian bishops, consult Rinaldo's History p. 24 and c. This curious fact is preserved by the Patriarch Eutychius in Justi. Pocock, and its internal evidence would alone be a sufficient answer to all the objections which Bishop Pearson has urged in the Vindiciae Ignatianae, 65 return, Amiens, Marceline, Exixii, 16-5 return, 66 return, E66, Srin Ocha, Origin contra Celsum, LIP. 40. A perpetual stream of strangers and provincials flowed into the capacious bosom of Rome. Whatever was strange or odious, whoever was guilty or suspected, might hope, in the obscurity of that immense capital, to elude the vigilance of the law. In such a various conflux of nations, every teacher, either of truth or falsehood, every founder, whether of a virtuous or a criminal association, might easily multiply his disciples or accomplices. The Christians of Rome, at the time of the accidental persecution of Nero, are represented by Tacitus as already amounting to a very great multitude, 5 L. 167, and the language of that great historian is almost similar to the style employed by Livy when he relates the introduction and the suppression of the rites of Bacchus. After the Bacchanals had awakened the severity of the Senate, it was likewise apprehended that a very great multitude, as it were, another people, had been initiated into those abhorred mysteries. A more careful inquiry soon demonstrated that the offenders did not exceed 7,000, a number indeed sufficiently alarming when considered as the object of public justice. 68. It is with the same candid allowance that we should interpret the vague expressions of Tacitus, and in a former instance of Pliny, when they exaggerate the crowds of deluded fanatics who had forsaken the established worship of the gods. The Church of Rome was undoubtedly the first and most populous of the empire, and we are possessed of an authentic record which attests the state of religion in that city about the middle of the 3rd century, and after a peace of 38 years. The clergy at that time consisted of a bishop, 46 presbyters, 7 deacons, as many subdeacons, 42 acolytes, and 50 readers, exorcists, and porters. The number of widows, of the infirm, and of the poor, who were maintained by the oblations of the faithful, amounted to 1,500. 69. From reason, as well as from the analogy of Antioch, we may venture to estimate the Christians of Rome at about 50,000. The populousness of that great capital cannot perhaps be exactly ascertained, but the most modest calculation will not surely reduce it lower than 1,000,000 of inhabitants, of whom the Christians might constitute at the most a 20th part. 1790-67 return, Ingens multitudo is the expression of Tacitus, XV44 Jew 68, return, T live, XXXX6. 13, 15, 16, 17. Nothing could exceed the horror and consternation of the Senate on the discovery of the Bacchanalians, whose depravity is described, and perhaps exaggerated, by Livy. 29 return, Eusebius, LV, c. 43, the Latin translator M. de Valois, has thought proper to reduce the number of presbyters to 44. 1980 return. This proportion of the presbyters and of the poor to the rest of the people was originally fixed by Burnet, Travels into Italy, p. 168, and is approved by Moyle, vol. II. p. 161. They were both unacquainted with the passage of Chrysostom, which converts their conjecture almost into a fact. The Western provincials appeared to have derived the knowledge of Christianity from the same source which had diffused among them the language, the sentiments, and the manners of Rome. In this more important circumstance, Africa, as well as Gaul, was gradually fashioned to the imitation of the capital. Yet notwithstanding the many favorable occasions which might invite the Roman missionaries to visit their Latin provinces, it was late before they passed either the sea or the Alps, 171, nor can we discover in those great countries any assured traces either of faith or of persecution that ascend higher than the reign of the Antonines. 72. The slow progress of the gospel in the cold climate of Gaul was extremely different from the eagerness with which it seems to have been received on the burning sands of Africa. The African Christians soon formed one of the principal members of the primitive church. The practice introduced into that province of appointing bishops to the most inconsiderable towns, and very frequently to the most obscure villages, contributed to multiply the splendor and importance of their religious societies, which during the course of the 3rd century were animated by the zeal of Tertullian, directed by the abilities of Cyprian, and adorned by the eloquence of Lactantius. But if, on the contrary, we turn our eyes towards Gaul, we must content ourselves with discovering, in the time of Marcus Antoninus, the feeble and united congregations of Lyons and Vienna, and even as late as the reign of Decius we are assured that in a few cities only, Arles, Narbonne, Toulouse, Clermont, Tours, and Paris, some scattered churches were supported by the devotion of a small number of Christians. 73. Silence is indeed very consistent with devotion, but as it is seldom compatible with zeal, we may perceive and lament the languid state of Christianity in those provinces which had exchanged the Celtic for the Latin tongue, since they did not, during the 3 first centuries, give birth to a single ecclesiastical writer. From Gaul, which claimed a just preeminence of learning and authority over all the countries on this side of the Alps, the light of the gospel was more faintly reflected on the remote provinces of Spain and Britain. And if we may credit the vehement assertions of Tertullian, they had already received the first rays of the faith when he addressed his apology to the magistrates of the Emperor Severus. 74. But the obscure and imperfect origin of the Western churches of Europe has been so negligently recorded that if we would relate the time and manner of their foundation, we must supply the silence of antiquity by those legends which avarice or superstition long afterwards dictated to the monks in the lazy gloom of their convents. 75. Of these holy romances, that of the Apostle St. James can alone, by its singular extravagance, deserve to be mentioned. From a peaceful fisherman of the Lake of Gennesareth, he was transformed into a valorous knight who charged at the head of the Spanish chivalry in their battles against the Moors. The gravest historians have celebrated his exploits, the miraculous shrine of Compostela displayed his power, and the sword of a military order, assisted by the terrors of the Inquisition, was sufficient to remove every objection of profane criticism. 76-71 Return, the Serius Transalpis, Religione Dei Suscepta. Sulpicius Severus, Lii. With regard to Africa, see Tertullian ad Scapulum, c. 3. It is imagined that the Silitan martyrs were the first, acta sincera rumat, p. 34. One of the adversaries of Apuleius seems to have been a Christian. Apologue, p. 496-497, edit. Delphin, 72 Return to primum intra Gallius martyria visa, Sulpi, Severus Lii. These were the celebrated martyrs of Lyons. See Eusebius vi Tillemont Mem, Ecclesiast, Tom II, p. 31-6. According to the Donatists, whose assertion is confirmed by the tacit acknowledgement of Augustine, Africa was the last of the provinces which received the gospel. Tillemont Mem, Ecclesiast, Tom il in aliquibus, civitatibus, Ecclesia, Porcorum Christianorum 2749, 4093 Yos. There is some reason to believe that in the beginning of the 4th century, the extensive dioceses of Liège, of Treves, and of Cologne composed a single bishopric which had been very recently founded. See Mémoire de Tillemont, Tom Vi, Part IP 43, 4011, 174 Return. The date of Tertullian's apology is fixed, in a dissertation of Mosheim, to the year 1908. 175 Return. In the 15th century there were few who had either inclination or courage to question whether Joseph of Arimathea founded the monastery of Glastonbury, and whether Dionysius the Areopagite preferred the residence of Paris to that of Athens. 176 to Return. The stupendous metamorphosis was performed in the 9th century. See Mariana Hist Hispan, Levi Diffathetin, Tom, II Diffacy Parf, edit. Haggai, com. 73-3, founded the Dia. Geddes. Miscellanies, Volui, p. 221. The progress of Christianity was not confined to the Roman Empire, and according to the primitive fathers who interpret facts by prophecy, the new religion, within a century after the death of its divine author, had already visited every part of the globe. There exists not, says Justin Martyr, A people, whether Greek or barbarian or any other race of men, by whatsoever appellation or manners they may be distinguished, however ignorant of arts or agriculture, whether they dwell under tents or wander about in covered wagons, among whom prayers are not offered up in the name of a crucified Jesus to the Father and Creator of all things. 77. But this splendid exaggeration, which even at present it would be extremely difficult to reconcile with the real state of mankind, can be considered only as the rash sally of a devout but careless writer, the measure of whose belief was regulated by that of his wishes. But neither the belief nor the wishes of the fathers can alter the truth of history. It will still remain an undoubted fact that the barbarians of Scythia and Germany, who afterwards subverted the Roman monarchy, were involved in the darkness of paganism, and that even the conversion of Iberia, of Armenia, or of Ethiopia was not attempted with any degree of success till the scepter was in the hands of an orthodox emperor. 78. Before that time, the various accidents of war and commerce might indeed diffuse an imperfect knowledge of the gospel among the tribes of Caledonia, 79, and among the borderers of the Rhine, the Danube, and the Euphrates. 80. Beyond the last-mentioned river, Edessa was distinguished by a firm and early adherence to the faith. 81. From Edessa, the principles of Christianity were easily introduced into the Greek and Syrian cities which obeyed the successors of Artaxerxes, but they do not appear to have made any deep impression on the minds of the Persians, whose religious system, by the labors of a well-disciplined order of priests, had been constructed with much more art and solidity than the uncertain mythology of Greece and Rome. 82. 77. Return to Justin Martyr, Dialogue, cum Tryphon, p. 3041. Irenaeus ad Vias, Lic. 7, Tertullian ad Vias 7, C. Moshim, p. 2003. To 78 returns History of Moshim's History of the Church. Many, though very confused circumstances that relate to the conversion of Iberia and Armenia may be found in Moses of Cornea, Neic. 78 was the first nation that embraced Christianity. Memoirs in Aphia, p. 36, and Notes to Libé. Gibbon indeed had expressed his intention of withdrawing the words of Armenia from the text of future editions. Vindication Works, IV 577. He was bitterly taunted by Person for neglecting or declining to fulfill his promise. 79. In return, the Christian faith had penetrated into parts of Britain inaccessible to the Roman arms. About a century afterwards, Ossian, the Roman arms, about a century afterwards, Ossian, the Century Imperial, is said to have disputed in his extreme old age with one of the foreign missionaries, and the dispute is still extant in verse and in the Erse language. See Mr. Macphair's son's dissertation on the antiquity of Ossian's poems, the Die of 1790 Return, in CURC, under disputed iterated. See Tillemont, Memoires Ecclésiastes, Tom, EVP 4, Marquez 81 Return. The legends of Abgarus, fabulous as it is, affords a decisive proof that many years before Eusebius wrote his history, the greatest part of the inhabitants of Edessa had embraced Christianity. Their rivals, the citizens of Carrhae, adhered, on the contrary, to the cause of paganism as late as the 6th century. Marquez 82 Return, Marquez Aquas U Return, according to Bardisanis Appa, Museb, Prepar. Evangelisch, there were some Christians in Persia before the end of the 2nd century. In the time of Constantine, see his epistle to Sapor, VTL EVC 430, 3030, they composed a flourishing church. Consult Bosobre hist, Christique du Manichesme, Tuan, 1-3, Sedin, Progress of the Christian Religion. Part 9. From this impartial though imperfect survey of the progress of Christianity, it may perhaps seem probable that the number of its proselytes has been excessively magnified by fear on the one side and by devotion on the other. According to the irreproachable testimony of Origen, 1803, the proportion of the faithful was very inconsiderable when compared with the multitude of an unbelieving world. But, as we are left without any distinct information, it is impossible to determine, and it is difficult even to conjecture, the real numbers of the primitive Christians. The most favorable calculation, however, that can be deduced from the examples of Antioch and of Rome, will not permit us to imagine that more than a 20th part of the subjects of the empire had enlisted themselves under the banner of the cross before the important conversion of Constantine. But their habits of faith, of zeal, and of union seemed to multiply their numbers, and the same causes which contributed to their future increase served to render their actual strength more apparent and more formidable. 103 Return, Origin contra Celsum, LVEI. p. 4234. Such is the constitution of civil society that, whilst a few persons are distinguished by riches, by honors, and by knowledge, the body of the people is condemned to obscurity, ignorance, and poverty. The Christian religion, which addressed itself to the whole human race, must consequently collect a far greater number of proselytes from the lower than from the superior ranks of life. This innocent and natural circumstance has been improved into a very odious imputation, which seems to be less strenuously denied by the apologists than it is urged by the adversaries of the faith, that the new sect of Christians was almost entirely composed of the dregs of the populace, of peasants and mechanics, of boys and women, of beggars and slaves, the last of whom might sometimes introduce the missionaries into the rich and noble families to which they belonged. These obscure teachers, such was the charge of malice and infidelity, are as mute in public as they are loquacious and dogmatical in private. Whilst they cautiously avoid the dangerous encounter of philosophers, they mingle with the rude and illiterate crowd, and insinuate themselves into those minds whom their age, their sex, or their education has the best disposed to receive the impression of superstitious terrors. 184 Return, Minucius Felix, c. 8, with Waurus's notes, Celsus App, Origin, LEI, p. 3842. Julian App, Cyril, LV, p. 206, edit. Spanheim. This unfavorable picture, though not devoid of a faint resemblance, betrays, by its dark coloring and distorted features, the pencil of an enemy. As the humble faith of Christ diffused itself through the world, it was embraced by several persons who derived some consequence from the advantages of nature or fortune. Aristides, who presented an eloquent apology to the Emperor Hadrian, was an Athenian philosopher. 85 Justin Martyr had sought divine knowledge in the schools of Zeno, of Aristotle, of Pythagoras, and of Plato, before he fortunately was accosted by the old man, or rather the angel, who turned his attention to the study of the Jewish prophets. 1806 Clemens of Alexandria had acquired much various reading in the Greek and Tertullian in the Latin language. Julius Africanus and Origen possessed a very considerable share of the learning of their times, and although the style of Cyprian is very different from that of Lactantius, we might almost discover that both those writers had been public teachers of rhetoric. Even the study of philosophy was at length introduced among the Christians, but it was not always productive of the most salutary effects. Knowledge was as often the parent of heresy as of devotion, and the description which was designed for the followers of Artemon may, with equal propriety, be applied to the various sects that resisted the successors of the apostles. They presumed to alter the Holy Scriptures, to abandon the ancient rule of faith, and to form their opinions according to the subtle precepts of logic. The science of the Church is neglected for the study of geometry, and they lose sight of heaven while they are employed in measuring the earth. Euclid is perpetually in their hands. Aristotle and Theophrastus are the objects of their admiration, and they express an uncommon reverence for the works of Galen. Their errors are derived from the abuse of the arts and sciences of the infidels, and they corrupt the simplicity of the gospel by the refinements of human reason. 1807 Return, Eusebi, Hist, Eccles, Evi, 3, Hieronym, Epist, 83 Etz, 6, Return. The story is prettily told in Justin's dialogues. Tillemont, Mem. Ecclesiast, Tom. E.I. p. 384, who relates it after him, is sure that the old man was a disguised angel. 1 Eusebius, v. 28. It may be hoped that none except the heretics gave occasion to the complaint of Celsus, Origen, Emilar, 77, that the Christians were perpetually correcting and altering their gospels. Note: Origen states in reply that he knows of none who had altered the Gospels except the Marcionites, the Valentinians, and perhaps some followers of Lucanus. Nor can it be affirmed with truth that the advantages of birth and fortune were always separated from the profession of Christianity. Several Roman citizens were brought before the tribunal of Pliny, and he soon discovered that a great number of persons of every order of men in Bithynia had deserted the religion of their ancestors. Dating 8. His unsuspected testimony may, in this instance, obtain more credit than the bold challenge of Tertullian when he addresses himself to the fears as well as the humanity of the proconsul of Africa, by assuring him that if he persists in his cruel intentions, he must decimate Carthage, and that he will find among the guilty many persons of his own rank, senators and matrons of noblest extraction, and the friends or relations of his most intimate friends. 89. It appears, however, that about 40 years afterwards the Emperor Valerian was persuaded of the truth of this assertion, since in one of his rescripts he evidently supposes that senators, Roman knights and ladies of quality were engaged in the Christian sect. 90. The Church still continued to increase its outward splendor as it lost its internal purity, and in the reign of Diocletian, the palace, the courts of justice, and even the army concealed a multitude of Christians who endeavored to reconcile the interests of the present with those of a future life. 18:8 Return Plin. Epist. X 97. Fuerunt aliae similisamentiae, cives Romani. Multi enim omnis aetatis, omnis ordnis, utriusque sexus, etiam vocuntur in periculum. 89 Return Tertullian ad Scapulum. Yet even his rhetoric rises no higher than to claim a 10th part of Carthage. 2090 Return Cyprian. Epist. 70. And yet these exceptions are either too few in number or too rescantly per Christianity, which has been so pure a Dorian. 1901. Instead of employing in our defense the fictions of later ages, it will be more prudent to convert the occasion of scandal into a subject of edification. Our serious thoughts will suggest to us that the apostles themselves were chosen by providence among the fishermen of Galilee, and that the lower we depress the temporal condition of the first Christians, the more reason we shall find to admire their merit and success. It is incumbent on us diligently to remember that the kingdom of heaven was promised to the poor in spirit, and that minds afflicted by calamity and the contempt of mankind cheerfully listen to the divine promise of future happiness, while, on the contrary, the fortunate are satisfied with the possession of this world, and the wise abuse in doubt and dispute their vain superiority of reason and knowledge. 1901 Return. This incomplete enumeration ought to be increased by the names of several pagans converted at the dawn of Christianity, and whose conversion weakens the reproach which the historian appears to support. Such are the proconsul Sergius Paulus, converted at Paphos, Acts XEI 7-12, Dionysius, member of the Areopagus, converted with several others, Al Athens, Acts XVI 34, several persons of the court of Nero, Philip, Erastus, receiver at Corinth, Rome, XV.23, some Asiarchs, Acts X6 31. As to the philosophers, we may add Tatian, Athenagoras, Theophilus of Antioch, Hegesippus, Melito, Miltiades, Pantenus, Arminius, all distinguished for the loss of some illustrious characters, which in our eyes might have seemed the most would-be ingenious. The names of Seneca, of the elder and the younger Pliny, of Tacitus, of Plutarch, of Galen, of the slave Epictetus, and of the emperor Marcus Antoninus, adorn the age in which they flourished and exalt the dignity of human nature. They filled with glory their respective stations, either in active or contemplative life. Their excellent understandings were improved by study. Philosophy had purified their minds from the prejudices of the popular superstitions, and their days were spent in the pursuit of truth and the practice of virtue. Yet all these sages, it is no less an object of surprise than of concern, overlooked or rejected the perfection of the Christian system. Their language or their silence equally discover their contempt for the growing sect, which in their time had diffused itself over the Roman Empire. Those among them who condescended to mention the Christians consider them only as obstinate and perverse enthusiasts who exacted an implicit submission to their mysterious doctrines without being able to produce a single argument that could engage the attention of men of sense and learning. 191 Return Dr. Bocta. Lardner, in his first and second volumes of Jewish and Christian testimonies, collects and illustrates those of Pliny the Younger, of Tacitus, of Galen, of Marcus Antoninus, and perhaps of Epictetus, for it is doubtful whether that philosopher means to speak of the Christians. The new sect is totally unnoticed by Seneca, the elder Pliny, and Plutarch. It is at least doubtful whether any of these philosophers perused the Apologies 1911, which the primitive Christians repeatedly published in behalf of themselves and of their religion. But it is much to be lamented that such a cause was not defended by abler advocates. They expose with superfluous wit and eloquence the extravagance of polytheism. They interest our compassion by displaying the innocence and sufferings of their injured brethren. But when they would demonstrate the divine origin of Christianity, they insist much more strongly on the predictions which announced than on the miracles which accompanied the appearance of the Messiah. Their favorite argument might serve to edify a Christian or to convert a Jew, since both the one and the other acknowledge the authority of those prophecies, and both are obliged with devout reverence to search for their sense and their accomplishment. But this mode of persuasion loses much of its weight and influence when it is addressed to those who neither understand nor respect the Mosaic dispensation and the prophetic style. 19.2. In the unskillful hands of Justin and of the succeeding apologists, the sublime meaning of the Hebrew oracles evaporates in distant types, affected conceits, and cold allegories, and even their authenticity was rendered suspicious to an unenlightened Gentile by the mixture of pious forgeries which, under the names of Orpheus, Hermes, and the Sibyls, 193 were obtruded on him as of equal value with the genuine inspirations of heaven. The adoption of fraud and sophistry in the defense of revelation too often reminds us of the injudicious conduct of those poets who load their invulnerable heroes with a useless weight of cumbersome and brittle armor. 1911 Return. The emperors Hadrian, Antoninus, and C. read with astonishment the apologies of Justin Martyr, of Aristides, of Melito, and even 13. Eusebius says expressly that the cause of Christianity was defended before the Senate in a very elegant discourse by Apollonius the Martyr. Gibbon, in his severer spirit of criticism, may have questioned the authority of Jerome and Eusebius. There are some difficulties about Apollonius which Heineken note in Locke. Eusebii would solve by suppose lag him to have been, as Jerome states, a senator. M.I.DUS 92 Return. If the famous prophecy of the 70 weeks had been alleged to a Roman philosopher, would he not have replied in the words of Cicero, Quae tandem ista auguratio est, anorum potius quam aut ranzium aut dirum, de divinatione, e. 30. Observe with what irreverence Lucian, ci. 13, and his friend Celsus ap. Origen, E.L. vi. 327, express themselves concerning the Hebrew prophets, 19.3, Return. The philosophers who derided the more ancient predictions of the Sibyls would easily have detected the Jewish and Christian forgeries, which have been so triumphantly quoted by the Fathers from Justin Martyr to Lactantius. When the Sibylline verses had performed their appointed task, they, like the system of the millennium, were quietly laid aside. The Christian Sibyl had unluckily fixed the ruin of Rome for the year 1905 AUC, 1948. But how shall we excuse the supine inattention of the pagan and philosophic world to those evidences which were represented by the hand of omnipotence, not to their reason, but to their senses? During the age of Christ, of his apostles, and of their first disciples, the doctrine which they preached was confirmed by innumerable prodigies. The lame walked, the blind saw, the sick were healed, the dead were raised, demons were expelled, and the laws of nature were frequently suspended for the benefit of the Church. But the sages of Greece and Rome turned aside from the awful spectacle and, pursuing the ordinary occupations of life and study, appeared unconscious of any alterations in the moral or physical government of the world. Under the reign of Tiberius, the whole earth, 1904, or at least a celebrated province of the Roman Empire, 1905, was involved in a preternatural darkness of 3 hours. Even this miraculous event, which ought to have excited the wonder, the curiosity, and the devotion of mankind, passed without notice in an age of science and history. 1906. It happened during the lifetime of Seneca and the elder Pliny, who must have experienced the immediate effects or received the earliest intelligence of the prodigy. Each of these philosophers, in a laborious work, has recorded all the great phenomena of nature, earthquakes, meteors, comets, and eclipses, which his indefatigable curiosity could collect. 19.7. Both the one and the other have omitted to mention the greatest phenomenon to which the mortal eye has been witness since the creation of the globe. A distinct chapter of Pliny, 19.8, is designed for eclipses of an extraordinary nature and unusual duration, but he contents himself with describing the singular defect of light which followed the murder of Caesar, when, during the greatest part of a year, the orb of the sun appeared pale and without splendor. The season of obscurity, which cannot surely be compared with the preternatural darkness of the Passion, had been already celebrated by most of the poets, 1999, and historians of that memorable age. 219.4 Return. The Fathers, as they are drawn out in battle array by Dom Calmet, Dissertations sur la Bible, Tom. P. 295-38, seem to cover the whole earth with darkness, in which they are followed by most of the moderns. Chapter 2 Origen ad Math. C. 27. And a few modern critics, Beza, Leclerc, Lardner, and C., are desirous of confining it to the land of Judea. 96 Return. The celebrated passage of Phlegon is now wisely abandoned. When Tertullian assures the pagans that the mention of the prodigy is found in Arcanis, not Archivis Vestris, see his Apology. C. 21. He probably appeals to the Sibylline verses, which relate it exactly in the words of the Gospel. Chapelaps. Note. According to some learned theologians, a misunderstanding of the text in the Gospel has given rise to this mistake, which has employed and wearied so many laborious commentators, though Origen had already taken the pains to pre-inform them. The expression does not mean, they assert, an eclipse, but any kind of obscurity occasioned in the atmosphere, whether by clouds or any other cause. As this obscuration of the sun rarely took place in Palestine, where in the middle of April the sky was usually clear, it assumed, in the eyes of the Jews and Christians, an importance conformable to the received notion that the sun concealed at midday was a sinister presage. See Amos Vi. 9:10. The word is often taken in this sense by contemporary writers. The Apocalypse says the sun was concealed, when speaking of an obscuration caused by smoke and dust. 2. Moreover, the Hebrew word ophel, which in the LXX answers to the Greek, signifies any darkness, and the evangelists who have modeled the sense of their expressions by those of the LXX must have taken it in the same latitude. This darkening of the sky usually precedes earthquakes. Matt. XXVI. 51. The heathen authors furnish us a number of examples, of which a miraculous explanation was given at the time. See Ovid. III 33, LII Sift, Nat. LIII, C30. Wettstein has collected all these examples in his edition of the New Testament. We need not then be astonished at the silence of the pagan authors concerning a phenomenon which did not extend beyond Jerusalem, and which might have nothing contrary to the laws of nature, although the Christians and the Jews may have regarded it as a sinister presage. See Michaelis Notes on New Testament, Verst. Paulus, Commentary on New Testament, II, p. 760, G. Seneca, Quaest, Nature, all II 15, Vi L. Vi 17, Plin, Hist, Nature, all II, 19 Return, Plin, Hist, Nature, II 30, 99 Your Return, Virgil, Georgic, I 466, Tibullus, Li Eleg, V, Ver, 75, Ovid Metamorph, XB 782, Lucan, Farsal, I 540. The last of these poets places this prodigy before the Civil War. 200 Return. See a public epistle of M. Antony and Joseph. Antiquit, Shiv 12, Plutarch and Caesar, p. 471. Appian, Bell, Civil, LV, Dion Cassius, Elevzel Sevenus Quaes 228. His little treatise is an abstract of Livy's prodigies.